All right, everybody, welcome to the show. Hopefully you enjoyed that beautiful intro. It was pretty nice. Luckily, I do cut out the intro at the end of the show, so you shouldn't have to deal with it if you're not watching this live. If you are watching it live, welcome to the show. Sorry you had to deal with that. But we're here. It is Thursday. That means it's time for another presentation style interview, if you will. I'm excited about it. We've got joining me Iru Landucci. Iru, how's things going down there in South America?
Warm, hot, but nice. Nice to be here
Great.
at the final because I tell you 3 times for the last 3 weeks that I'm gonna be
It's all right.
here
We figured it
doing
out.
my presentation, but
It's all right. We did
shit
it. We handled
happens.
it. Shit happens.
Exactly.
And you
Yeah,
better have some.
coronavirus,
Hopefully, you got some
things like
toilet
that.
paper if shit happens. And for
Yeah,
some people in the
we
United States,
still
there's
have
no
that.
there's no more toilet paper.
No, that's crazy, man. I mean, here we have confirmed the first 20 cases, and the authorities are telling on the news that we don't expect to be so quickly to have so many cases so quickly. But yeah, shit happens.
Yes,
And
it
this
does.
coronavirus, for me, is a really, really good simulation, quote, reality to check the new world order, because after all, and we are going to talk about that today, because for me, the things that happen in the last 20 years, of at least 20 years, is about this new world order and how much they can press on our head.
Absolutely. I think they're going to take this one for a while. I don't see any sign of it slowing down. I mean, for that to happen, you'd have to have people stand up and not act like maniacs, not rush to the stores to pick up all the toilet paper and hand sanitizer they can, and act like it's the end of the world because a few hundred people have the sniffles, have the flu. So, what are you going to do? You just have to sit back and observe. And so far, I'm not impressed with humanity's response. I'll tell you that much right now. Not impressed. So at least we get to talk about another topic today. For those of you looking for Coroni Baloney circus acts, maybe find that on another channel. Today we're going to be talking about the NASA Bluebeam project. We've got Iru on because, Iru, you've given this presentation right at the Spanish conference.
Yes, exactly. In January of this year in Madrid, for 500 people. So I'm gonna say thanks for everyone that coming to Madrid. Not only for Spanish people, but also some guys came from Ireland and from England. So it was very nice conference. And the nice thing was, like, we did in the center of the principal capital city in Spain, in all the phases of the heliocentric model, because
Right.
in the authorities, not model, but in the same theater that we give the presentation, it's also presentation from YouTubers with millions of subscribers, giving like a stand-up of astrophysicist topics. So we get laugh. We take some pictures with the poster of these YouTubers and send it to the social network, tweet it, and things like that. Of course, nobody responds, but I assume they saw it.
Well, good. I'm glad we're doing this topic. It's a good topic. And if people look for this on YouTube, what I noticed is there's not a lot of English content as far as the NASA Bluebeam project goes. There's a lot of stuff in other languages. Of course, we're going to be talking about Sergei Monast, and he was not from the United States. So there's a lot of stuff in French. There's a lot of stuff in Spanish, but I just haven't seen a lot in English. So I think it's going to be good. Let me start by just showing people. If you scroll down in the description of this video that you're watching now, there will be 4 links to start it off. The first one is to Iru's English channel. I'm sorry, the first one is to his Spanish channel, which is called Nube para Todos. The second link is to his English channel called MPT Red Pill. The third link is to his Patreon. So if you want to support Iru's continued research, which he does a great job, please do so. Patreon.com/Nube para Todos. And then also I have a link to your website, nureparatodos.com.ar. So all your links are there if people want to support you or find your other information. Of course, all the Spanish community knows him quite well. If you're in the English community, you know him from Globebusters, but also please subscribe to his English channel where he's going to start doing some live streams from there as well. Correct, Iru?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm start uploading different content from my Spanish channel in English, more type of video production, not just me talking over, making like a presentation, because for me, the English language is a little difficult yet.
Oh,
I
you do
know
it fine.
the
Come
people
on.
understand me, and that is very, make me very happy. If that wasn't the case, I am not going to be here, okay?
Right.
But I need your interpretation of my English,
Okay.
to
I'm here to
to
help.
help the people understand what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm here to help. We'll be able to take care of it. So, yeah, that's going to be good. And I just want to start out by saying thank you to all my patrons. So if you want to join them, you can do so easily at patreon.com/Jeranism. And while you're there, also support Iru with $1 less than you support me with. Patreon.com/Nur para todos. All right, let's get rolling. Let me make sure your screen is up. Let's see here. Okay, I believe you're set up there. Thank you very much, Pat Drummond, for an early super chat. Please appreciate that. And I think we're good, Iru. Let me see what the screen you
Okay.
have up is both your channels, right? Are we on the right screen?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's my Spanish channel and my English channel with the names. And then I'm gonna jump to the main slides
Okay.
of the presentation.
Looks
so it's called the NASA Bluebeam project. Of course, this is my interpretation of how has been changed in my mind the NASA Bluebeam project from between before becoming a flat earther. I have some kind of interpretation about the Bluebeam project, and after being a flat earther, I am not going to say that completely changed my way to see this topic, but enhance so many of the missing parts
Right.
that I have it to trying to explain myself. So this is
It kind of helped you complete the thought.
exactly.
And I
yeah.
heard about
and
it too before, and you're right. Once you become a flat earther, you kind of have a more clear idea of some of these things and what they're going to be trying, and when they'll try it, who knows? But it's something to be aware of, be alert, and I think this will be a good presentation teaching people who have never heard about it.
Yeah, and of course, the majority of the presentation is with official document or official history facts that you can check for yourself, and a few, maybe few slides. It's from my own interpretation, but based on real technology or real facts. I believe that nobody has the ultimate word in any of these topics.
No.
But at least for me, this is related with all what is happened today, because at the end of the presentation, you're going to see that maybe they change years in the meanwhile, in terms of when they propose how it's going to be and how it's now. For me, they change a few things along the path. So
Right.
I'm gonna try to explain that, and I hope everybody enjoy the presentation.
Yeah, and it probably is going to be in two parts as we get into it. We're going to try and stick to an hour and a half today. And, Iru's got a lot of slides to get through, so if we don't get through them all today, then we will be doing this next Thursday at the same time, 12 noon Pacific, 4 p.m. Iru time, whatever the hell that time is. But anyway, 12 p.m. Pacific for you guys, same time as Globebusters, same time as the Friday Lounge, probably next Thursday for part 2. But let's go ahead and get rolling with part 1.
Okay, and just like a disclaimer, some things or some text are translating directly via the Google tool,
Right.
so maybe you're going to find some errors in the translation, in the text translation. For example, I have seen this right away where I don't know why they put Project Blu-ray instead of Bluebeam. That
Right.
because I took this and I translated from the with the tool of Google, and maybe you're gonna have these different words sometimes. So I just want to say that
Gotcha.
as a disclaimer, okay? But for me, the first thing it's that who proposed, or who was the guy that take this document and publish and start talking about the Bluebeam project, and not the Bluebeam project, it's NASA Bluebeam project. And for me, that simple word changed everything,
That's
because
the big point. Yeah.
it's a big point, and in fact, if you take it from the flat Earth perspective, it's really a huge difference between talking about Bluebeam project or NASA Bluebeam project. Because if you go to, doesn't matter the language or the community, if it's the Spanish or English or whatever, all the information that you're going to find in terms of this this topic, it's all the time titled like Bluebeam project. But they never use the word NASA at the beginning. And when you go to the official document, was presented for the first time from this French guy called Serge Monast. He died in Quebec, in Montreal. And
interesting facts around his death too, which a lot of people have looked into. He died shortly after revealing all this, and died by a heart attack. A lot of people think that wasn't nearly what was being told, but go ahead.
But yeah, that is something that you need to take into account. It reminds me, because I'm going to use that as a part of the evidence. For example, the journalist that asked to George Bush and John Kerry about the Skull and Bones, this type of things that maybe in the past was much easier to trying to keep the secret. Maybe in our days we have so many different ways to express ourselves in terms of the social network that it's so easy to kill the messenger and that's gone. But maybe at these times it was much easier if you shoot the messenger and maybe you keep the secret a little longer, before start spreading in the news and in the alternative news.
Absolutely.
So the guy, like you said, has a very strange way to, not strange way to die, but it was a little suspicious. And very shortly after he presented this document, that it came from the UN. That is something that also it's very important, because UN is one of the main institutions that it's trying to establish the New World Order. And this is not just when he present that, it's also at the same time that George Bush father start to talking about the New World Order. And when you read the full document, the end goal is to create a New World Order. That is the end goal of this Bluebeam project. It's based on establish like a new religion, the new image of Messiah, unify, the religions and the Messiah with these universal supernatural manifestations. They combine all this with the alien agenda, alien propaganda and alien agenda. But the main goal is to establish a new world order and unite the humanity. So that is the main goal after this supposedly Bluebeam project. Then you have, of course, if you go to the official web page, because it's still on in internet if you want to check it, the guy start talking at that time of the Club Bilderberg involved in this project. It's not just the UN or NASA. It's also, the elite group that everybody knows in our days. Then if you start reading, you're going to find a few things that is important, because he talks about a lot, the document talks about a lot the combination or work together with Russia. Russia is a really important ally to establish this new world order. And of course, the major space agency came from Russia and United States. In the document, it's also mentioned the idea of, like, a first step that the idea to put in the people's head the idea of an alien invasion using films like 2001, Space Odyssey, or the Star Trek series or Star Wars movie. So here, at the first glance, you have this main topic of Hollywood, helping to introduce this idea of the space and alien invasion, which in our days we see every day. You open your newspaper or your movies, you go to the school, whatever, you have alien invasion already gone, not in the sky, because my idea of this presentation is that it doesn't matter if they project in the sky.
Right.
They
don't even need
project
to do
in
that.
your mind.
Right. That's more important.
And that is more important, of course.
And real quick, I looked up
please.
Sergey because I didn't know if it said in his Wikipedia. And sure enough, it does. It says right here, by 1995 and 96, Monash said he was being hunted by police and authorities for involvement in networks of prohibited information. He had homeschooled his 2 children, who were taken away and made wards of the state in September 1996 so that they would receive a public education. He died of a heart attack in his home in December 1996, so just a few months after, at age 51, the day after he was arrested and spent a night in jail. His followers claim his death was suspicious, you think, suggesting he was assassinated by psychotronic weapons to keep from continuing his investigations, and that Jerry Fletcher, the Mel Gibson character in the 1997 film Conspiracy Theory, was modeled on him. So I didn't know that would be in his Wikipedia, but sure enough, it's there. So anyway, back to you.
Back to here. Well, you have all the information, the typical information out there to read if you want to. And of course, in our days, we have a lot of characters that talks about the blue beam in different ways. Some of them are called shields, that, like Jordan Maxwell or David Icke or whatever. But someone that really, for me, was a really important guy, how he expressed very easily about the Blue Beam Project was Milton William Cooper, who was another guy that was murdered.
Right, Bill
after
Cooper.
presenting or talking about the 9/11 before happening.
Mm-hmm.
So you have all this connection that the people that trying to warn us, they suffer. They found death very quickly and very easily. Maybe, like I mentioned before, maybe nowadays it's going to be a little more difficult. But
I mean, just look up the Bill Cooper situation. You can do all the research you need to on that. They basically went to his house, hunted him, and shot him. It wasn't very difficult for them to do it.
Exactly.
Directly. Yeah, it's not even really hidden.
Exactly. But in our days, maybe if you act like that, it's going to be a little more suspicious.
Right.
They're still doing, of course, maybe in the pharmaceutical, maybe with the people that are not, exposed in the social medias.
Right.
Maybe the people that expose a little more, it's going to be more suspicious if they go with that in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, in the document, they talk about NASA and the Russian Space Agency. I believe that in our days, they are all involved. Of course, there is no any space agency that is not involved in this New World Order or in this type of situation. Maybe they are not the main characters. Maybe the main characters are still NASA and Russia. But you need complices because if not, it's not going to work. And we are seeing in our days with the coronavirus or that kind of thing. They are all in the same soup.
Right. Yeah, you can't stand away from it. If you do, you're not going to be included. So it's the entire, community of these people, and that includes SpaceX, NASA, Roscosmos, JAXA. Of course, he has the logo for CNSA, which is a Canadian, and everybody.
Everybody, exactly. The Chinese, and of course the other institutions like we're going to see in the future of this presentation, but the OTAN, the UN, the UNESCO, you need a lot of different pieces. It's not just one agency that's going to take care about everything.
Mm-hmm.
You need the politicians, you need the scientist community, the mass media scientist community. But like I said before, the idea is to present via an alien invention, the new Messiah, and for me, it's all the time it's the same thing. I mean, when we talk about aliens, we talk about beings that came from the clouds and, getting down on Earth and talks with humans. And that is, for me, the first alien invasion is the religion stories. If you want to see in that way, I'm just going a parallel, comparison, but there are beings that came from the sky and talks with humans and then disappear.
Right. It's the same kind of story, just in updated terms.
Exactly. Then you have in real facts and real things, you have this, for example, the 2030 agenda from the UN, that the last point, the 17th point, is to make this global partnership. And this is another way to talk about the New World Order. And I'm going to remark this. The final goal behind the Blue Beam project, the NASA Blue Beam project, is to portray a new world order. So that is the final goal of this project. So you have right now the UN presenting the idea of we need to get together because we are not capable to solve the problems of the whole world alone. So we need to, start united and things like that. But the main topics, if you start reading, it's divided in 4 steps, and the 4th step itself is divided in other 3 steps. And remember, this was writing at the 60s, 70s, 80s, and of course, a lot of technology that we have today, maybe that they are not capable to predict that. And that is why, for me,
it changes a little bit.
Yeah, it changed a little bit. But
it certainly is interesting that it all came about right after World War II, when we start to have better technology, and then this all kind of steps up from there.
Exactly. So the first thing, I'm going to read it, or maybe if you read it for me, it's going to be better because you have better English than me. So let's just read literally what the document said.
Sure. So the number 1 thing says, the fall of all archaeological knowledge. It is about organizing discoveries in certain precise locations around the world where supposed new discoveries will finally explain to them that the meanings of basic doctrines of important religions around the world are wrong. This falsification will be used to make the population believe that all religious doctrine has been misunderstood and misinterpreted.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe that the translated tool was
maybe, I don't know.
Failed there, maybe. The second step.
Okay, second step is the gigantic space show. It says 3D optical and sound holograms, laser projections of multiple holographic images in different parts of the world, each receiving a different image according to their original default national religious faith. This new image of God will speak in all languages.
Perfect. Nice. You have a nice pronunciation, Jonathan.
Thank you. I can speak English. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive.
I don't know if you knew that. I can speak 1 language fluently. It's pretty impressive.
Okay, that's nice, man. Yeah. If you want to end reading, so.
Okay, electronic bidirectional telepathic communication says waves, ELF extremely or extra low frequency, VLF very low frequency, and LF low frequency will locate people on the earth through the interiors of their brains, making each person believe that their own God is actually speaking to them from within his own soul. And then number 4, universal supernatural manifestations using technological and digital media. And this one has 3 different steps as
orientation.
Well. Yes.
Yeah, steps. So that is what, what it said in the document. This is the next, we don't need to read right now, but because this document, it's when they talk about religion, they are focused in the Christian community. And for me, that's, it doesn't have any strange thing, because after all, the Christian religion, the Catholic religion is the main religion in Occident. So if you wanted to attack a religion or if you want to change the image of the Messiah, you need to update. Exactly. You need to update the Catholic and Christian religion. You need to change that in their minds.
You were zoom in a little bit so we fill the screen again. I've got a big...
Yeah, sorry.
No problem. There you go. All right, we're good.
Okay, perfect. So that is what the document said. So we have this technology. We are capable to produce this gigantic space show or the electronic bidirectional telepathic communication. We are capable to fake archaeological knowledge, or saying to the people, telling to the people that we have been misunderstood, and in fact what we believe was angel in fact are aliens and things like that. That is what I'm trying to cover in this main presentation. So maybe one of the first things that they start using to cover up some military operations
Mm-hmm.
that maybe at that time, if you want to go public, it's going to be a little difficult because it's involved, super high, bad, not technology, but if you're gonna make nuclear operations, nuclear bombs operation, things like that after the Second World War, you're gonna call the attention of the complete world.
Right.
So you don't want to do that. So I believe this kind of blue beam thing, it's also a really nice things to cover up military operations,
Right.
or things like that. That, like, they use the the space. For me, when they talk about the ozone, the hole in the ozone layer, is they are covering all the operations of the high jump operation and this study of the ionosphere, things like that. No, it's a hole in the ionosphere
Right.
that was produced natural.
Yeah, I'm laughing at this picture in the lower right-hand corner. That certainly looks like alien technology there that they found.
Yeah. They found, yeah.
Look at those
So-
aliens. They're so far advanced. They can fly here from stars, and they use tinfoil for their crafts.
Exactly.
Pretty
But
impressive.
when they start to, if you go right now to the UFO community, they are still talking about the
Oh, yeah.
Roswell.
Oh, yeah. It's their,
UFO
it's their-
incident.
yeah, they love it. It's their big one.
They love it. They love it. And maybe in our 20th century, that was the first major news
Right.
that start the UFO community.
Which, again, was
And-
right after World War II.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you go right now and start looking into this operation, they're gonna tell you in your face that it's just a military operation.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing have to do with UFO.
Mm-mm.
With UFOs, and they put all the images and they show you all the things that was involved in this operation, the balloons that they used to, create these
Observations. The Project World Wall.
Exactly. You have. I am not going to read because it's not worth it. But I mean, you have all the information, but in the people's mind, this was the starting point. And right now, if you go to the declassify, how do you pronounce disclassify?
Yeah.
How you said?
Yeah, classified.
Okay. The classified papers, you're gonna have all the things necessary to understand that this just was a military operation.
Right.
It nothing has to do with aliens or UFOs or nothing like that. In fact, in our Spanish community, you have you have videos from that. So
Wow.
I mean, of course, this is.
Now, of course, the UFO enthusiasts will say this is just a cover-up by the government.
A cover-up.
Yeah. Of course.
And
they'll
that
say
is the genius behind this.
Right.
Because
It
you
wins for
create the
them either
cover-up
way.
using the cover-up of the cover-up.
Right. That's why it didn't matter to them either way. It's great for them in either facet. You're able to cover it up. You're able to say, oh no, it's just military use. It's nothing to do with aliens. But then, of course, that's going to keep people thinking, oh, the government's lying to me. It must be aliens.
Yeah, exactly. So that is for me when they start. And of course, in our days, at least in the Spanish community, and not from Argentina, but instead from Spain itself, there are hundreds of YouTubers talking about UFOs, and all the time, everything it's an UFO.
Right.
Everything that you see in the sky that doesn't, spread heat or has any kind of turbine or thruster, things like that, that is floating up
Right.
in the sky, is a UFO. And I just, put this as an example. You have a lot of these things, and of course you have the balloon satellite communications that also are up in the sky without any kind of thruster or heat emission, nothing like that. That is just floating there, and it's tinfoil color, so it's going to camouflage with the sky, things like that. But a lot of people, immediately, these are one of the main, researchers in terms of the UFO community in Spain. It has He has millions of followers, and for example, they made complete videos talking about this shape in the sky. And no, that is in the UFO in Barcelona because I photograph and I seen floating in the sky and then disappear. But you have all these kind, first of all, like the toys things that like people just inflate and drop into the sky.
Right.
And has, you know, why the aliens use aluminum?
Right. Aluminum. Yeah.
Aluminum to create their ships. It's all the same thing that if they did it here on Earth, you know,
Right.
using the same material, things like that. You know, I just want to what I'm trying to say here is, in our days, unfortunately, everything in the sky is a blue beam project because this is a projection in the sky. You don't need just to shrink your perception of the NASA Bluebeam project at something that, no, if it's not holographic projection in the sky, that is not a Bluebeam project. Everything is a Bluebeam. When you
Right.
open your paper news and see news about asteroid, that is also a NASA Bluebeam project.
Yeah, especially with everything that they're putting in the skies, and it gives them so many abilities to do whatever they want with it.
Exactly. Then you have the technology behind that, they are trying to replace or upgrade satellite communications. And they all the time they use this so convenient UFO shaped, to put up in the sky.
Can't imagine why.
So this, you can imagine why, right? So, for me, it's also a nice thing to say or to distract people, because a lot of people that start seeing these kind of things in the sky, they are not going to think, oh, that is a satellite communication balloon.
Right.
No, that is a UFO. So it's brilliant how they deceive people, doing all these kind of made up cover-ups. And using these kind of things to, okay, if we're going to hang things up in the sky, it's
why not
better...
make them look like UFOs?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then you have also, for example, the Zeppelins that, of course, nobody use anymore for transport, but they are all using in terms of communication and military things. And with these, nice names like Dragon, Dream, things like that.
Oh, Dragon
And
Dream.
of course, they are like mirror in the sky. So when you look up in the sky, you're going to see nothing. And if you see it, it's going to be something like, oh, no, that is a invisible UFO because we cannot detect it. It's made
cloaking technology or whatever they want to say.
Exactly. So for me, all these kind of things, at least is how it started. And after all, the thing that everybody is waiting for the holographic projection in the sky, but it's not necessary. They project in your mind directly through news or through this kind of technology that they use for other purposes.
And just the constant barrage of TV, television, radio, news, everything is just constantly putting this in your mind. It's allowed to talk about aliens. It's allowed to talk about UFOs. It's talked about in the mainstream. Why? Because it just cements it in your mind, even subconsciously.
Exactly. And let me just maybe plasmoid anomaly. Let me see if I can. And I really recommend, and I show this on Globebuster Show, but if you want to see how many things we have in the sky that a lot of people call UFO, but indeed there are, maybe satellite balloons or maybe just other things that regular people drop into the sky as a gift, when you buy just balloons for your child and maybe you drop it in California and the balloon reach, whatever, and you see in the sky. But we have a lot of things really crazy. But this, for me, if you show this to some people, you're gonna say, no, this is like a UFO, and this is aluminum foil, with natural color, because maybe this was like a Mickey Mouse face deforming for the heat in the sky, the pressure, things like that. So, but in the UFO community, everything that is floating in the sky is suspicious to be an UFO, and of course, if you follow this kind of channel, you're gonna found really strange objects that call to your attention. But for me, this is the type of thing that so many people, they want to believe that these things are UFOs. And in fact, they are very far away to be something like that. I just want to point this out because it's related, at least in our days, of all the UFO community that seen these kind of things and immediately it's became a UFO. But you have a lot of these kind of groups that talk about this, and they call anomalies instead of maybe calling, balloons or things like that. And of course, time to time, they found weather balloons or satellite balloons. So it's a nice YouTube channel, these kind of things, if you are a flat earther. Because here you can see how they use the satellite balloons for weather or for telecommunications and things like that. Not just Google Loons or those companies, the government too. So for me, one of the things that start calling my attention, because after all, we have been reading papers and doing our interpretation about the UFO invasion, but when you start thinking, well, this go for real. And for me was like when I remember one of the first things that shocked me when I'm start researching about the flat earth was this idea that the politicians, very first level politicians start talking about the flat earth. So
if I say that the world is round,
you remember this kind of thing.
someone else says it's flat.
If some of these folks were around when Columbus set sail, they must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They
Nope.
would not have believed.
We are not members of the Flat Earth Society, but what I'm trying to say is why this type of people is going to lose time
Constantly
talking about and so angry. In fact, what is the name? Sean Kerry was
Kerry
really
does it all the
angry.
time. Yeah, he gets upset.
Let me just underscore. You don't need to be a scientist to know that the Earth is round.
And we need to make clear that those members of the Flat Earth Society,
The current members of the Flat Earth Society in Congress.
We got some people at high levels of aspiration who are the Flat Earth. We have Flat Earth Caucus. The Earth isn't.
And this is in Congress or in
Right.
the White House or whatever. I mean, this is not just a random situation that somebody filmed this guy with a cell phone in some party.
No.
So when you see this kind of thing, you need to understand in sociological way. It's not just scientific way that you need to start looking in these
Right.
things.
There's,
At least
there's
that
something
is my...
else. Yeah, there's something else behind it.
It's something else behind it, exactly. And so many times, this guy laughing and trying to, shoot down the flat earth, and it was completely the opposite.
Well, it's social conditioning, then no different than when they taught us in school. They didn't teach you about the differences between a flat Earth and a curved Earth. They didn't talk to you about the curvature formula. They simply told you one was fact and made fun of the other. Made sure that they told you it's not possible. Water would fall off the Earth. There's no possible way. And it builds it up in your mind. That's why it's so difficult for people to even look into it, because they've been socially conditioned to reject it.
Completely, yeah. And in fact, I really love this. You remember when supposedly Juno reached Jupiter,
Right.
And the guy, the mission commander, he said, well, because the mission was successfully, we're gonna destroy all the press conference paper, because
So we prepared a contingency communications procedure.
If everything was wrong, we have this paper to read. But because everything was fine, I'm going to destroy it in your face. And with that simply act, they clean all the room,
Right.
So.
And guess what? We don't need that anymore.
There should be a legitimate debate between whether the Earth is round or flat, because after all, any idiot can walk outside and look and see that it's flat.
To debate this? Is NASA lying to us?
Bueno, sorry, good. But this, this is just a very short compilation, and I assume that everybody out there have been see this before. But you have so many different stages, because you are talking. You have politicians talking about the flat Earth. You have news. You have mass media news like the Discovery guy, but you have the NASA. This is Bluebeam Project too, because when they do a press conference for a spacecraft that reach the outer space or reach a new planet, that is something that telling you the heliocentric model exists.
Right.
So if that model exists, some aliens they can come to our planet
Right,
and invite it and blah, blah, blah.
We can't possibly be alone. There's it doesn't make any sense. So there has to be other intelligent life out there. We can't just be alone on this small speck. Space is real. Space travel is real.
Exactly.
Vacuum is real. Light, distance is real. It's just everything to reconfirm what people have been taught. And again, it's just a subconscious thing.
Exactly, and the same equivalent I showed before the politicians talking about the flat Earth, because for me, when I started looking into the Bluebeam Project, the first thing that's really caught my attention was in the UN, people talking about that we need. It's not just a matter of, if things happen, things happen. No, that we need. They establish a need.
Right.
So if you need something, you are going to trying to get it, and you are trying to fabricate it if you want to see in that way. So I'm going to play this video. I assume that a lot of people know this video, but for the record.
In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
That kind of speech is nonsense.
Right.
I mean, you are in UN in front of all these world leaders, all the press, all the media covering this event, and you are talking that we need 3 times in this opportunity, in this case, because he talks so many other, he gives other speeches.
Right.
But what has to do with the political issues or economic issues?
Something completely false. And problem, reaction, solution, right? I mean, he's just setting it up.
Exactly.
It'd be the same thing as, I don't know, complaining of, maybe we need a Mickey Mouse to start to terrorize, or a Godzilla to start to terrorize the world. We'll all come together if Godzilla appears.
It's like saying, well, maybe we need a Godzilla to unify the world.
Right.
It's the same thing.
If Godzilla was terrorizing all the countries in San Francisco and Tokyo, maybe we would come together.
Maybe. So that is insane. But of course, nobody complained. Nobody saying nothing.
No, because that's okay. It's okay to talk about aliens.
Exactly. He repeat the same speech.
But I've often wondered, what if all of us in the world discovered that we were threatened by a power from outer space, from another planet?
What?
Wouldn't we all of a sudden find that we didn't have any differences between us at all?
But here, something that is remarkable is that you need to understand that the synthesis of all these, alien invasion that he's proposed is about the New World Order, because he's asking that we need to unite. So here, for me, here in this kind of real life event, you can start see, how the UN document about the NASA Bluebeam project at least start to run away. I don't know how to say. I mean, start to get life.
Mm-hmm. Right, starts to come to life almost.
Exactly. So, because some people is going to tell you, no, that document is a false document, like the Zion protocols or the Monita Secreta, all those things that compromise the elite or the institution are fake. Well, if you start reading and what that book said is happening, it doesn't matter if it's fake or not fake. I mean, it's happening.
Right. We're seeing signs of it.
Exactly. So when you start looking to this president, and this was about the 80s in your
late
right?
80s, yeah.
Well, it's the same year or the same decade that is talking about the French guy. I forget the name. Sorry to pronounce the Sergeant Monast.
Sergei Monast, yeah.
Yeah, he talks about that kind of that time.
Right.
So this start happening at that same time. So this is a connection with reality between the document and the reality, and it's simply as that. You don't need to go conspiracy theories or nothing like that. It's just real life events.
We were all human beings, citizens of the world, and wouldn't we come together to fight that particular threat?
So after a few decades or after a few years, we start looking in our present days. You know, for example, this was, and when you look this picture, you need to understand it or analyze in terms, like I mentioned before, in terms of psychological way, because this child she's representing us as a population, you know, immature population with that a child believes everything an adult says. Mm-hmm. So this guy represents institution, and this child represents people.
Exactly.
That is the kind of picture that we can find here in terms of the, socialist, sorry.
Not psychological?
Yeah, well, psychological, yes. I want to say sociological.
Sociological,
I believe.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to play and see how they use, especially Bill Clinton, how they use the same exactly words that Ronald Reagan uses.
Mm-hmm. Like what kind of secrets would you want to know? What would be in the Book of Secrets?
If aliens are real.
But why this child say that? Because Hollywood put in her mind.
Yeah, who the hell else would get her to say that?
Exactly. So that, again, you start looking how all these things start working in our, mind.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you think?
I think aliens are probably real.
Golly. Okay.
Seems like somebody spilled the secrets already.
I thought that was classified.
It's a Book of Secrets, and yet there's a TV show.
Yeah, well, the truth is, Macy, we haven't actually made direct contact with aliens yet. But when we do, I'll let you know.
The moment I was inaugurated, my hand would it'd still be hot from touching the Bible, and I would immediately race to wherever they hold.
Nice combination, Bible and aliens, right? That's
I immediately,
nice.
Putting my warm hand from the Bible.
Have the files about Area 51 and the UFOs, and I go through everything to find out what happened.
Right. That's why you will not be president. But that's the first thing that you would do. The aliens won't let it happen. You reveal all their secrets. They exercise strict control over us.
Now, there are a lot of people that are going to examine your facial expressions here, every twitch, everything, and say, and of course, so did you look? Did you see? Did you explore?
I can't reveal anything.
Oh, really? Because President Clinton said he did go right in, and he did check, and there was nothing.
Well, that's what we're instructed to say.
And there's a new name. It's unexplained aerial phenomenon.
But if we were visited someday, I wouldn't be surprised. If we were visited someday, I wouldn't be surprised. If we were visited someday, I
don't know
wouldn't be surprised.
why it's so many times.
That's all right.
That it's not like Independence Day.
Yeah, right.
That it's a conflict.
Well, now we have friendly
Maybe the only way to unite this incredibly divided world of ours. They're out there. We better think of how all the differences
and the same
among
words
people on Earth would seem small if we felt threatened by a space invader. That's the whole theory of independence.
You're right. You're right.
Think of how all the differences among people on Earth would seem small if we felt threatened by a space invader. That's the whole theory of independence.
You're right. You're right.
So what I'm trying to show here is that something that happens or start happen in the 80s is not just still going, it's increased.
Mm-hmm.
So you have with our supposedly politicians talk about the same thing. You can laugh if you want, you can make jokes about the aliens, but it's there, it's on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a real impact in our life. And in fact, when these guys talks about these alien invasions to unify the world, well, look the coronavirus.
Right.
For us, it's an outsider invention because it's not from our natural thing.
Right.
And what they did that the whole world start talking about that, close the airports, trying to do this, to do that, the market go down and blah blah blah. So that is why I'm saying at the beginning of the show that for me, the blueprint of the NASA Bluebeam project, they start using different paths, different ways with the same main topic.
So it may have changed, but it's the same idea. And you can just look at, I mean, nobody knows anybody that's died from the coronavirus yet. Everybody's flipping out about it. Everyone's afraid. Why? Would you be afraid if there was no TV? If there was no news? Would you be afraid? Of course not.
Of course not.
You wouldn't even know anything was going on.
Exactly. And then they keep transfer to real life events, because, for example, the Paul Hellyer, which was the Canadian, it was a really high politicians in Canada. The minister of the how is the name in English?
Defense, Minister of Defense of Canada, I think.
Yeah, Asuntos Exteriores, Foreign Affairs, maybe. I don't know if I pronounce well.
Say it again.
Like this.
Oh, Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, I believe this guy was something like that.
Okay.
In Canada, but you have this real, main figure in politics talking about at least 4 alien species have been visiting Earth for thousands of years. He are so, he knows so sure.
Right, he knows it.
He already see it.
They came in.
Coffee with these 4 alien species.
They had a coffee with him. They came in. They had a little sit-down chat at a round table.
Exactly. But, he came on RT television. He was a politician. So the people start, thinking, well, why he's going to
lie about that, yeah.
Exactly. And this guy is out there giving all kind of speeches and lectures and conference talking about this. With, for example, Karen Schutz, the woman that he was like World Bank whistleblower, and talk about these Anunnakis and giants.
Right.
And I'm saying that maybe it's true, maybe not, but it's something that is suspicious.
It's
at
let
least for
go,
me.
right? The fact that it's let out there is suspicious.
Exactly. Here you have the Paul Hellyer in the it was the Minister of Defense.
Correct.
Of the national, a military,
a
military guy related with UFO. Then you have David Icke, that it's one of the most in our days talks about reptilians and shapeshifter and the Queen of England shapeshifter and blah blah blah.
Right.
And it was the first wife, and the wife is doing a really strange sign. I don't know any person that when is going to take a picture
puts that up there. No.
Yeah, exactly. If you're gonna take a picture with your husband, you're gonna like a normal, hug and something like that. You're not going to put that kind of sign in the. So I leave that for the people out there, but for me it was a little suspicious.
Little red flag, yeah. And we see it all the time, yeah.
Again, sorry?
No, I was saying we see it all the time. So eventually
Yeah.
you have to call it out for what it is.
Exactly. And then you have the NASA creating a disclosure project. Because when we talk about SETI was created by NASA.
Right. And people who don't know what that is, that's the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which has been run by quite a few people down in Arizona. But yeah, that's them constantly looking for alien life, of course.
Exactly. Started in the early 70s by NASA. GPL is involved, and everything is involved in this, disclosure project. And of course, after a while, supposedly they don't receive any more funds from NASA.
Right.
So they go out there asking for help for the regular people, and they receive millions because they establish these fanatic, UFO searchers.
Right.
So that this is like the church of the UFOs research.
And everybody knows who Stephen Greer is, who's continued on with his disclosure project and finding little miniature aliens and fun things like that.
Exactly, and what they did, and was a really nice play. They create this like super massive conference, invited all kind of media to cover this main presentation, and they have all these scientists for different fields talking about and showing pictures that we have reverse engineering this spacecraft. It's out there in the YouTube. You can watch it for yourself. But for me, this is the same kind of things when you see politicians, talking about the flat Earth of the alien invasion. If you're going to, lie, it's better that your lie is gonna be big, because otherwise nobody's going to believe you.
No one's gonna be paying attention at all. Yeah.
Exactly. So they go really, really huge in this kind of movement. Of course, right now in our days, SETI is getting back to Silicon Valley, and they are going to start using AI and artificial intelligence to interpret and solve the new challenges.
Good. Thank goodness.
So, what convenient, right?
All right.
Now we point to the start with a telescope. We see just a tiny white point, but the
AI knows
artificial
better.
intelligence is going to interpret it as a spaceship,
right,
or something like that. So this is really fresh news, and of course now SETI has all these supporters, including NVIDIA.
Good, right. Thank you for the graphics processor who's going to tell us, just like they told us that the moon landings were certainly real.
Exactly. And you have the Google Cloud, Intel, the Canadian Space Agency, Lockheed Martin, IBM, Hewlett Packard, NVIDIA, the USGS. So all these now are partnered to SETI.
Mm-hmm.
Very convenient, very convenient. And of course, like you mentioned before, I really like how NVIDIA is so worried to debunk the moon landing
conspiracy theories.
Conspiracy theory. Yeah, they prove it. They create, and the key behind to explain this picture about the astronaut being illuminated in the shadow part is because you doesn't have into account that the suit from Neil Armstrong
is brightening it all
extra light to shine on the. Come on.
And again, we've talked about this on Globebusters, how easy it is when you have 3D software. You can change the levels and make anything legit. It doesn't mean that means it's real. Just because you can change some levels on lighting until they match a photograph, that means that you can change the levels on a 3D software and make them match anything.
Exactly. And of course, for me, at least, I cannot leave apart the symbology behind all these companies. NVIDIA has all seen eye, of course, and then the name itself, NVIDIA. And then they use to process this image and trying to debunk the conspiracy theories about the moon landing. They use a software called Maxwell Render, and I use it too. And the nice symbol behind this is, of course, Maxwell, because Maxwell was one of the guys that proposed that the light has, being a wave. But they use this symbol because they use the wave and the particle. So the duality in terms of the light behavior. And of course, the color is orange. And the main company, because this just is a branch of the main company. The main company, it's called Next Limit Technology, and it's an hexagon with a rocket trying to reach the next limit. You know, what I'm trying to say with this is, for me, they are all in the same team.
Right.
They are all the time. This is a Bluebeam project. When you see this logo and you are a regular people that they make just computer graphic and you use this software, all the time that you open your software, you're gonna find this logo, and it's gonna be in your mind all the time. You know, here you have Next Limit, and I'm doing just fluid simulation.
Right.
But this company produced this software called RealFlow and called Maxwell Render. So every time you receive this tiny doses of Bluebeam in your head, you know, that is why I put this. So if we keep going, we can see how these kind of things keep going real. When you start looking in the news and you have alien exist and maybe on Earth, UK astronaut Helen Sharman says, you know, and this from January 6th of 2020, and you have this ex-astronaut from England talking about that, alien exists because there are so many billion of stars out there in the universe that there must be all sorts of different forms of life.
Of course, and this is what we've been trying to say forever, that if that were the case, then you would have to believe that. So that's why they made it the case. Because by making it that there's billions and trillions of stars and trillions of galaxies and all this, then you have to take that next jump, which, well, then we can't be alone. Then we're not special. Then the Earth isn't impressive. The Earth is just a small speck of dust in a vacuum.
Exactly. And for example, the UN planned for alien ambassador, a case of science fiction. But that you need to take it as a real life thing.
Right.
I mean, they are still trying to portray this alien invasion. How? Putting these breadcrumbs, you know, all over the place. And that is why here, because I didn't have the time to translate it, but here we are attacking the step 2, the gigantesque space show.
Space show, yeah.
Because this is a space show. All we see here, from Ronald Reagan to all these politicians,
and this is what
SETI,
you're saying, that we don't need holograms in the sky. We've gotten further along now to where you can implant things in people's minds, like the Coroni Circus. You can just implant these thoughts in people's minds and cause them to react.
Exactly, and I only put 2 news because you can find
there's tons,
thousands. You just type, alien invasion, and you're gonna have like crazy. But like you say before, I mean, for me, the first step, this first holographic screen, is called television.
Right.
It's simply as that.
Yep. And being able to change people's opinions and change people's minds with a box in front of them, it makes them feel sadness, it makes them feel joy, it makes them feel empathy, it makes them feel pain. It can do so much, just the same as real life can do. So you don't need to put it into the sky. If you can just put it on the screen, it works the same. And we did get a super chat from Commercial Sound and Video. He said, "Gracias, Iru," with an upside down happy face. I guess that's for you, being upside down over there. And thank you to that flat fellow. Okay, yeah.
That's nice. That's nice way to see it. No, thank you. And of course, that's why for me, when still up there, you can find the television named like a nervous system manipulation.
Right, in the grants.
Through electromagnetic fields. That is why television make you cry, make you happy, make you choose one politician instead the other, and
I've seen documents. I've seen documents that came out of the Vatican shortly before the TV was even invented, saying, or before it was mass produced at least, saying, "Hey, this is the great new thing that's coming, and look at all the amazing things we'll be able to do with the TV. We can make people feel pain. We can make them feel sadness. We can make them feel all these different feelings simply through images transmitted across wires."
Exactly. And in fact, here you have the rest of the patterns that you can find. This is in Spanish, but I have a video in my English channel that it's called Hypnotic TV. It's about 10 minutes only, and here you have all those patterns very well explained in terms of what they produce, because they produce, like you mentioned before, they produce brainwave inductor through light pulse induce wishes into the spectrum. Then you have inductor of altered state of consciousness, induce the spectre to a state of hypnosis, and then you have the name of the pattern. And if you Google search that, you're gonna find exactly what is said. So anytime that we buy this new technology devices, like, oh, now the television came with ultra surrounding sound. Well, the sound are pulses. The sound are hypnotic things. They can put in this kind of state.
They can transmit lots through that.
Exactly. And so that, when you start taking all into consideration, then you start, getting back to television. Remember that at the beginning of Hollywood is the tool for this. When you see that child saying to Obama, I believe alien is real. Well, why she believe? Because she see movies.
Right. And science fiction was so big, and they were able to know that, hey, once we put out these science fiction films, it will only increase the opinion of people that these things can exist, do exist, will exist, in the future or now.
Exactly.
Star Trek, Star Wars, same thing.
Exactly. That's why I need to remark that, and let me just for a moment leave this open so we can go came and go quickly. And what I'm saying is, when you read in the document, when you read in the document that here it said specifically, they talk about Hollywood and all these films. It's not just these films. This is referring to Hollywood, to television. It's the space show. It's projecting in the television. That is the thing that you need to have in mind, at least in my interpretation. And of course, at the beginning of the 20th century,
to put it in the sky above you anymore.
Exactly. And at the beginning, look how much the aliens has been changed, because at the beginning it was the imagination. It's just insect in the big scale, and that was aliens at that time.
Right.
Until maybe Aleister Crowley came and started drawing the first type of alien that we know today. This big head with the oval-shaped eyes and things like that. That came from an occultist guy.
Right. And it almost looks like a manifestation of these insects. Like the big-headed alien just looks like a giant fly or an ant.
Exactly. And I really like this title because they assume that the Earth is moving.
Of course.
And then start coming all this idea, of flying saucers.
Warning, take over.
Exactly. This idea of invasion all came from, science fiction, from Freemasons guy, talking about the things, and we're going to see it in a moment. Right. But for me, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I mentioned this guy, William Cooper, because for me, he put in words, very simple words, what's going on with all this. And he gave us, at least for me, a starting point in the ends of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th centuries. So I'm going to play this. It's about 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
But over the years, I've done a lot of research. What I've discovered is there's no proof existing anywhere that extraterrestrials are real, or that have ever visited this planet, or that they exist anywhere in the universe. There is not one shred of evidence anywhere. There is lots of evidence, tons of it in fact, that there are a group of people collectively known as the Illuminati who want us to believe in some extraterrestrial threat from space so that they can cause a world government, bringing together of all the people to resist that external threat. And the first time that I saw any reference to that, I was reading some papers from the Carnegie Endowment Fund.
And that is very important. I mean, he put very simple, and he started saying that the first time that he read something about the alien invasion was in the foundation of Carnegie, which is a family related with all these elite that founded the UNESCO, the Rockefeller, things like that. So that was like when I watched this for the first time, I'm start looking and saying, well, this is a really starting point, because I don't even imagine about this company talking about alien invasion. So I'm gonna keep playing.
Okay.
And there was a record of a speech. It was a dinner for Viscount Ishii of the Japanese delegation, the Japanese imperial delegation, in 1917. And John Dewey was one of the speakers.
John Dewey, remember that.
The first sentence out of his mouth as I was reading this almost fell out of my chair, because this was in 1917, and he said the best way to cause all the people of the world to come together in one world government and end war forever would be if we were attacked by some other species from some other planet. And boy, that just clicked with me, and I knew that that this is just another scam. This is the age of deception. There's no doubt about it. And then 8 times during Reagan's administration, he inserted almost the exact same phrase into 8 of his speeches. And it's a scam. That's what I can tell you. What they call UFOs, these craft that fly around the sky, are real, but they're not piloted by some little green guy from some other planet.
So for me, it was, like a new starting point, to go a little more in the past and start looking at what this guy said. And of course, it was this meeting, founded by the Carnegie, the Imperial Japanese Mission, 1917, a record of the reception through United States of the special mission headed by. You can find it all over the place. It's not a secret. But he mentioned John Dewey, and this one is the only 4 slices. I didn't have the time to translate, so sorry about that.
No problem. You can do it in real time.
In real time.
But Cooper's absolutely right when he calls it the age of deception. I mean, anybody who watches our channel knows that is the age that we're in. And, he mentions Reagan, but it's no different really than Bush. Bush did the same thing. Wernher von Braun telling his associate, what's her name? I forgot her name. But
Caroline.
Yeah.
Rose Caroline. Yeah, I have it. The video from that woman.
Oh, yeah,
too.
Carol Rosin. Yeah, there you go.
Carol Rosin.
Yeah. Telling her exactly what the deception will be. So it's out there everywhere. It's not something that you need to look very hard to find. But go ahead, continue.
Well, how Milton Cooper said, I mean, he mentioned that the first guy that came with this idea, it was John Dewey, or Dewey, I don't know how to pronounce.
Yeah, Dewey.
Dewey. And this guy, he was the father of the new education in United States. So this guy, was the creator of the pragmatism. Instead, I'm going to read it and trying to translate. But Dewey was one of the first developers, important developers behind the philosophy of pragmatism. The pragmatism proclaimed that the true or a value of idea is based on the result that give, right? Okay. The pragmatics believe that truth is relative, situational, and with the end of that the end justify the medium.
The means.
That is
Yeah,
means.
the ends justify the means. I mean, he was big on that. All the early education stuff of things that we've talked about, and I've talked about it in my shows. All the documents, even the NASA documents, talking about how the ends justify the means, talking to children about Wernher von Braun and how great of a person he is, because look what he did. He took us to the moon. Don't look at what he did in the beginning. The ends justify the means.
Exactly. So let me just type this. But the important thing is that the Rockefeller and Carnegie foundations stimulate 2/3 of the sorry for this part, financing 2/3 of the total institutions of educations in United States. Mm-hmm. So there you have it, right in your face. I mean, these two, companies, these two family create all the, institutions, educational institutions in United States, and of course in the rest of America, and of course they participate with the European schools, because if you put the money, you're gonna choose, or at least you're gonna have the opportunity to select what is the most important things to educate the child, mm-hmm. right?
Right, of course.
So it's simply as that. That is a brilliant play. It's a brilliant move,
That's
okay, I pay for
create
that. All the schools, but I decide what is the study plan.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, again, I always talk about, if you're in power, would you go to meetings and say, how can we teach these children to be more in power? How can we teach them to come take my money, to take my power, to take my wealth? No, of course not. You're going to do the opposite. How do I create a system of education where my power, my family's power, my friend's power and wealth is never questioned, is never put in jeopardy?
Exactly. So that is why we never heard nothing about Freemasonry or these families.
Right, no, that's not in. That's why we don't hear about Tesla. That's why you don't hear about the Rockefellers in school. These are not part of the educational plan put together by those exact men.
Exactly. In 1933, Dewey asked for a synthesis of all religions and an economic order and one economic order. Mm-hmm. So there you start having this idea of unify the religions right there. Then he look at that. The implementation of the objectives from Dewey was also financed by members of the Skull and Bones.
Wow.
And this is official.
I didn't know that.
This is not taken from the conspiracy thing. Nothing.
Right.
This is official. So you have Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Skull and Bones founding and creating your educational system.
Right.
At the beginning of the 20th century. And I need to remark again, this was the first guy that came with the idea of unify the complete world via an alien invasion.
Right. Yeah, and people know too, the Masons are big involvement in the starting of public schools. It's the same thing.
Well, this guy was a co-founder of many Masonic institutions, including the NAACP and the American Philosophical Association. In 1905, he became a president of the American Philosophical Association. Mm-hmm. So here in that simply slice, we have, at least for me, the beginning of this New Age deception and the alien invasion. Because after all, if you ask out there who are the most important main characters behind the idea of aliens, it's Japan. Mm-hmm. Japan is one of the the first community out there creating all these fantasy alien things.
And the other thing too about Dewey is Dewey was an atheist, of course. Of course, anybody who wants to do this, who wants to abolish religions, who wants to set forth the educational plan, this is what I always get into when I talk about the two worldviews. You have one worldview against the other, and one is clearly winning with the installment of their educational plans and their educational programs. and their TV programs and their television program. It's all programming.
Exactly. And in fact, extends and in fact, in the 20 decade, 1920, how you pronounce this? Dewey.
Dewey?
Yeah. Dewey. Yeah. Sorry for my pronunciation,
No
guys. Dewey wrote extensively praising the educational system of the Soviets.
Mm-hmm.
So, this idea of, no, the Soviets are the enemy, blah, blah, blah. It's all a deception, of course. And in fact, he was invited to visit the Soviet Union in 1928 to observe and watch the educational system in that country. And he based a lot of the recommendations for the United States education based on the Soviet model. So you can see why, and I repeat again, in this document is talking about the United States and Russia work together from the beginning. Here you have the Soviets start to feed the computer with options, blah, blah, blah. I mean, and if you go a little more in history, you already know that after the First War, the Russia, the Soviet Union became a Freemasonry government.
Mm-hmm.
There is no more SARS, so they put the agent in the Russia government.
And Dewey, he also wrote the introduction to F.M. Alexander's book, Constructive Conscious Control of the Individual, which is nice, 1923.
So one of the first time that maybe here in the step 2, in the gigantic space show, they mentioned for the first time the New World Order, and of course in that time we've heard from the
This is an historic moment. We have in this past year made great progress in ending the long era of conflict and Cold War. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle.
And let me just interpret this part. When he said jungle, he's not referring to jungle. He's referring to the natural law,
right?
Which is a complete different thing from the jungle.
Yeah, it's quite different.
But the people heard that and say, "Oh, of course, what a civilized guy, because the law of the jungle is kill ourselves." No. The law of the jungle is equal to the natural law. Mm-hmm. That's, just want to clarify.
Governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
And then is the final key. They want to complete the visions of the UN founders. Mm-hmm. Completely. I mean, who was the founders of the UN? That is the thing that you need to start thinking about this. So, just for be clear, when he talks about the, that is something that all the time I bring to the new people, but Karl Marx, Lenin, Rothschild, Stalin, they have all this Freemason sign. So they are not Soviet or United States. They are all belong to these occultist societies. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter the flag. For them, it doesn't exist any flag at all.
No, they don't care about that.
They don't care.
That's for you. That's for me.
Exactly. So when all these guys, in terms of the Russia, they are at the same time of all these space career stars, So it's everything is in front of our faces, So when he talks about the UN founder, And we have been talking about Dewey, and all these educational programs. Of course, they complete the plan using the UNESCO, which is the educational scientist culture institution for all the world, at least in the occidental part of the world. And of course, the founder, not the founder, but because the founder was the Rothschild, the Rockefellers, the Carnegie.
Right.
That was the founder, you know. But one of the first director, and I mentioned this on, many times before, but the Huxley family is behind the first steps in the UNESCO.
Brother, right.
So they select what kind of science you need to teach, what kind of cultural things you need to teach. And these are all guys that belong to occultist families. In fact, right in your faces, Aldous Leonard Huxley was, he was interested in the spiritual subjects of parapsychology and mysticism. So this guy supports Charles Darwin work. You have all right in your face. And in fact, and this is the last two slides that I didn't translate it. But if you go to Bernard Russell and you listen about the scientific perspective, in his book, he talks about that for him, the best educational system for a scientific society is the analogy of the education provided by Jesuits.
Right.
Right in your face. But why he said that? Because he said that the Jesuits give two educational classes. One for the child who became regular men, and the other is for those who reach position powers.
Right.
Right.
And I've talked about that a million times before. Is that I went to a Jesuit taught high school, and you're exactly right. There's two different types of education there. One for the regular student there, and then the other would be for the people that are going to move on from that and become members of the Society of Jesus.
Exactly. And remember, and this is my opinion, but remember that the original name from the Jesuits, this is the company of Jesus, no Jesus. And if you look the compass, the square and compass with the G in the middle, and you start looking and you you become aware that the Masonic order was created by Jesuits.
I think so. It's a branch, yeah.
So it's a branch, exactly. So, just because there is so many meanings about the G in the square and compass. Some guys said that it came from Gadu, which in Spanish is the great architect of the universe. Yep. Then you have the G is the gravity.
No, it's gravity, right.
Yeah, exactly. For me, the G is the Jesus, is the company of Jesus. But, in Freemasonry, you have so many layers
it's
of
the same thing,
symbology.
Though. If you look at the Masonic education, it's the same thing as you look here what Bertrand Russell said, where it's two different orders. It's the one of the regular men who think that they're there for good, who are there to do society's good work, and then there's the people who reach the highest levels who are taught a different education.
Exactly. So when you see these people, you believe that he's became what kind of education he received?
Right, skull and bones education.
The one for the regular men?
No, of course not.
No, of course not. So that is why our political or economical system or scientific system, you can go there and study whatever you want, but you're never going to have any relevance, in terms of what you dream. Maybe you create some kind of device or technology. Okay, they're going to buy it, and then gone. And of course, I put this as a reference. This was the father of the educational system in Argentina, for example. And the Freemasonry here in Argentina, they create this 1420 law that they took away a lot of things in religion things from school, which for me it's good because I don't believe in any religion, but they don't do it on that purpose because again they took the religions out of the school, but they never talk about the Freemasonry, which is another religion,
right,
or the Jesuit order, which is another religion.
And I think you and I have the same ideas when it comes to religion, is that it's simply a product of man, which is what makes it standoffish to me. Is I've never found anything that hasn't been completely ruined by men. So it's very, very easy to, just like I say with channels, just like I say with other videos I watch, you can take the good, leave the bad. The same is true for all religions. All religions have good.
Exactly. Completely agree. So if you want to see these last 3 slides in terms of real life events, I mean, the ones who receive education for be just regular men and workers for the system, and the ones who is going to get different education to be prepared for,
it's like
cheap
the whole
people.
saying that they want people that are just smart enough to work their machines, to do their dirty work, to keep the society moving, but just dumb enough to never realize the predicament that they're in and that they're held down. And those who educated us made sure of that.
Exactly. So here you have a real life example, one of many out there, but it's the Skull and Bones thing. I mean, they have in the Yale University, which is one of the most prestigious universities, they have this fraternity,
right?
Which have Freemason people, which, I mean, it's right in your face.
Yeah, they don't even need to hide it.
They have this different educational system inside of their own educational institutions.
Old boys club.
Exactly. So let me just play for the record. I know that a lot of people see this video before.
Sure, but some people haven't or forgot.
Skull and Bones. You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
And the guy even denied it. He said, yeah, it's so secret that we cannot talk about it.
Right.
I mean, you expect something like, no, that was just, some conspiracy theories or, people saying that, but it's not true. No, the guy is completely confirmed.
And
yes,
he
it's so
made
secret
laugh.
that I can't talk about it.
Yeah, he does that little laugh so that everybody, because there's a lot of people at home that may see this and then say, oh, he's just blowing it off. It doesn't exist. It is a conspiracy theory. But that's not the case at all. Of course, that's what they want you to think.
So you believe this is just what, CGI?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, they're just completely. That's the thing, and again, they have to reveal some of these things to you, so he can't tell you, no, it doesn't exist. No, so by laughing it off and saying, oh, it's so secret, we can't tell you about it, hoping that the majority of people, grandparents, old people at home, are just going to hear it and think, oh, it must be just not real. Go ahead, press play. Let's hear it.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go wild.
I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322.
You both were What does that tell us?
Not much, because it's a secret.
Is there a secret handshake? Is there a secret code?
I wish there were something secret I could manifest.
322, a secret number?
There are all kinds of secrets, Tim, but one...
And he looked down to the table. It's all kind of secrets. I mean, it's right in your face. Right there you have in real life example, the different educational system, the guys who is going to be part of the Matrix agents and who was to be just regular people like us.
And the way they answer it, too, it's just in a way that makes people who aren't awake not see anything.
Exactly. And the journalist was killed after this. He also was killed. He died in a very strange accident, something like that. He was found in his house. I don't know if poison or suicide, something like that.
I didn't know that. Who's the journalist?
I cannot remember the name, but I present this so many times in my Spanish YouTube channel that somebody told me and sent me the paper, the newspaper talking about the guy and all the things, and was killed after this.
Go back to the beginning and just show it, because people in the chat will know what his name is. That guy. I've seen him many times before. Somebody in the chat, tell me his name, please. I'll
Please.
bring it up here
Yeah.
and get his name.
But there you have, I trying to bring, I like to bring this short video because so many times we just speak about, all these documents, and sometimes for regular people it's difficult to put in real life examples. They believe that maybe because we are reading from web pages and things like that, maybe it's all, maybe interpretation from YouTubers and things like that. But no, that is real life things.
Okay, I got some people who says his name is Tim Russert. So I will look it up. Thank you, guys. Somebody said Belushi. It looks like Belushi. Thank you, everybody. All right, Timothy Russert is his name. Some people said they didn't hear he died as well. I'll have to look it up.
Okay.
But go ahead, continue.
So after all, we have this Yale University, among another institutions that are founded and financially active via Jesuit or Freemasonry or the Knights of Columbus, or all these kind of things exist, are real life things. The Bilderberg Group, all these kind of things are related with this Blue Beam project. At least that is my opinion. This is just a tiny, of course somebody gonna say no, because this is the X of the SpaceX. Okay, you want to believe whatever you want. This is just another, just graphic things talking about the sign of the X and the Skull and Bones symbol, because after all, that is the way that this guy used to communicate in public. And that was one of the first things that the Freemasonry start doing it, for don't be detected in public, but they need to say, hey, I am one of yours, so don't put me in trouble, right?
Right, and I did look it up. You were exactly right. He did die from a heart attack. I'll have to do some more. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was a guy.
Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff they never, let out very much. June 13th, 2008. He's okay. So a lot of people said they didn't hear he died either, but it does say, at least according to the Wikipedia, he collapsed in the offices of WRC-TV, which houses the Washington D.C. bureau of the NBC News, where he was a chief. He was recording voiceovers for Meet the Press, and walked down a hallway to record voiceovers in a soundproof booth and collapsed. A coworker began CPR on him. He was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead at 58 years old. All right, thank you. Anyway, let's continue.
But I believe that was the only one that I heard, saying this to Bush and John Kerry.
Yeah.
I never see another guy, confronting and saying, hey, you are a Freemason or you are a Skull and Bones member.
Right.
And that you need to have a big courage, right?
Yeah.
And after all, in terms of the educational system, after all, it's like another Freemasonry guy said, give me just one generation of young people and I will transform the whole world.
Yeah.
So, that is why for me, the first thing start, and of course you have the sing and symbol rule the world, not words, not law, from Confucius. You have all the Freemasonry, Masonic hand thing. It doesn't matter if you are a Jesuit, or if you are a writer, or if you are a politician, or you are a war captain, or whatever. They belong to the same club. And, you need to have this in mind when you trying to understand the Blue Beam project, at least for me, because everything came in terms of the educational system at first. And then they combined with all this, because television right now, it became a new way to educate people.
Yeah, and then you can look at, you gave that quote about Lenin, but the same thing is true for Ignatius Loyola, who was the founding member of the Jesuits, who said the same thing: give us a child till he's 7 and we'll have him for life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 slices more, and if you want to, we can make the first break.
Okay.
Before attacking the fall of all architectural knowledge.
Sure. So yeah, we'll be done. He's got a few more slides. We'll be done with part 1, and then we'll continue on next Thursday at noon. Go ahead.
Exactly. So The first thing of this fake war between Russia and United States, but these are the main characters behind the Blue Beam project, because like I mentioned before, it's right away on the own document talking about NASA Blue Beam project and the Soviet Union playing a huge role, in terms of this Blue Beam project. For me was the Sputnik.
Mm-hmm.
And not only for me, I see a lot of people talking about this, a lot of other flat earthers talking about the first false flag in terms of space was the Sputnik. Because who's going to believe that this spherical ball is still in orbit?
Right, flying around.
Flying around. And how this is going to what? To hear you? Talking about, because Soviet fires Earth satellite into space. It is circling the globe at 18,000 miles per hour, sphere tracking in 4 crossing over US, and they put on the paper news, which was the television at that time, not because the television doesn't exist, but this was
the way
main
people got their news. Yeah,
exactly. So you have the
and it was right in the middle of all the nuclear bomb, hoaxes, all the nuclear bomb fear and propaganda. And once they said, oh, if Russia can send this little ball and it can track over your head, well, then imagine that they could drop a nuclear weapon at any time. So it just induced fear as well.
Exactly. It's all based on fear, like we see nowadays with the coronavirus. So the thing is that supposedly this is the power supply. These were the antennas, the radio transmitter. This was the guy behind it. But when you go to real thing, let me just play this.
Scenes which follow.
This was, presented in American television for the first time.
Are taken from a communist propaganda film, now being shown in America for the first time.
What that sound? That sound is original, man. I mean,
yeah.
The people that maybe.
And think how easy that would be. They had people who would tune their radios to a certain, frequency, and they would pick that sound up and say, "Oh, that thing is flying above my head."
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, in America for the first time.
CBS Television presents a special report on Sputnik 1, the Soviet space satellite. Douglas Edwards reporting.
Until 2 days ago, that sound had never been heard on this Earth. Suddenly, it has become as much a part of 20th century life as the whir of your vacuum cleaner. It's a report from man's farthest frontier, the radio signal transmitted by the Soviet Sputnik, the first man-made satellite as it passed over New York earlier today.
No, it's crazy, but at that time people believe whatever they want. You have the World of Worlds, playing on radio, and people get suicide.
Wells,
You have all these kind of
things.
Well,
what's different about that today? They play the World of Worlds over the radio, and people laughed at those people. And then look at today, they play coronavirus, over the airwaves, and people rush to get all their toilet paper and stock up, and the end of the world is coming.
Exactly. So we're going to see in the future of this presentation directly and specific the electronic bidirectional telepathic communication. But these kind of signals are the same thing, because they put on radio, they make that noise, go into your head, and saying, oh, that noise is equal to these satellites spying us from 500 miles above Earth, circling the Earth 4 times a day.
18,000 miles an hour. Yeah.
Exactly, and of course, if you want to complete that propaganda, you need a Russian, very, very angry.
Okay, good.
Giving orders. You come there, go there, play the button. Yeah,
you,
play the button.
Send the satellite.
Yeah, of course. And of course, the scientists go there. They use the Masonic floor. Look at that, man. I mean, what? How this thing is in orbit?
It's so dumb.
It's so dumb. Of course, at that time.
Well, but look at those. There's those people there at the consoles, so it must be real.
It must be real.
And this guy's on the phone. You
have an angry Russian.
And you turn a dial. It's very real.
Make some fireworks.
Right.
And done. It's go all in your head. And this for me, it's and not only for me. It's all, of course, for other people, because I learned this from other guys. But for me, it's very
so the entire country went outside to watch the 20. Yeah.
It's very realistic. Yeah, it's very realistic thing that this was the first 20th century event.
False flag, really.
False flag for creating space in our heads.
Right.
Because before this, nobody sent nothing into space.
No, the idea of orbits was only from, the whole science fiction realm.
Exactly. And this was like, this is the first man-made object, putting in orbit, flying. The space is real. The Jesuit order has right. The scientist has right. We are living in vacuum space.
Right. Twirling on a ball at 2.1 million miles per hour. That's, of course.
Exactly. And the people all freak out. And if you start compare with our days, it's the same thing when the people get out there to see the Curiosity landing on Mars.
Right.
All in the street looking at screens. All the time you look in screens. You look in lights, you look in just, that is why I believe that the heliocentric model is a mathematical model put in your brain, and your brain interpreted as images.
Right. And it's able to run as a computer model. And therefore, you just pass that off as being real. Since you can't go to space, just like you can't go inside the computer, it's the same thing. It can exist in one, it exists in the other.
Exactly. If you are educated people in terms of mathematical, you can interpret this as images. But if you don't worry. We provide these equations in terms of images.
Right. And you can go to different software programs, and it will show you exactly what's in the sky.
Exactly. So even in the Zion protocol, there is one of the protocol number 2, that says very clear, for them let that play the principal part, which we have. If you want to read it, because for me it's a little difficult. Maybe it's not good translated.
No, it's good. It says for them, let that play the principal part, which we have persuaded them to accept as the dictates of science theory. Right. So it's, once you've dictated something as science, then people will be persuaded to accept that aspect of it as reality, because science is reality. Science, all you have to say is it's backed by science, supported by science. Scientists say, scientists show, and you've already got an entire world that will believe anything that follows that. If you don't think that's by design, don't know what to tell you.
Exactly. And this other part, which is in yellow too.
It is with this object in view that we are constantly, by means of our press, arousing a blind confidence in these theories. Exactly what I just said, yeah.
Exactly. So there you have it. And of course,
go back actually one. I want to read what's right below that. It seemed really interesting too. It says, the intellectuals of the Goyim will puff themselves up with their knowledge, and without any logical verification of them will put into effect all the information available from science, which our agentur specialists have cunningly pieced together for the purpose of educating their minds in the direction we want. It just ties in with everything we were talking about, the educational program, and the fact that people will puff themselves up with this knowledge. All these guys that are out there, other channels, you guys have all heard of them, that think they know what's going on because they've been taught it in a book, and follow it up with the next one. And without any logical verification of them, will put into effect all this information.
And finish to read the last sentence.
Sure. Do not suppose for a moment that the statements are empty words. Think carefully of the successes we arranged for Darwinism, Marxism, Nietzscheism. To us Jews, at any rate, it should be plain to see what a disintegrating importance these directives have upon the minds of the Goyim. Right.
So there you have it in your face. And of course, we have all been know about this. And if you want to read it, please.
Sure. To be successful, manipulation should remain invisible. The success of the manipulation is guaranteed when the manipulated believe that everything happens naturally and inevitably. In short, manipulation requires a false reality in which its presence will not be felt, which is like space. Think about it. Think about everything that you've been told about space and these distances and the giganticness of the sun and how big the sun is.
It's all naturally.
Yeah, you could just say, the sun's up there naturally. It's just a big ball of burning gas, and it's 867,000 miles wide. And you have no experience of that other than you just believe it.
the corona is naturally evolved from bats, and of course it's related to this, well know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. So it's the same thing. I mean,
same thing.
You need
they
to
get
use
off on this.
real life.
That's their goals. This is their intent. They have it as their design from day one. Who knows where day one was? How far back can we go? We see these evidences pretty much as far back as written history goes, if you want to even believe any of that. This has always been the intent. In order to stay in power, in order to stay in control, in order to have control and hold that over the masses, you need to convince them of a reality which is not at all the reality that we live in. And they've done an excellent job for time immemorial.
Exactly. And in fact, this last paragraph saying, in short, manipulations require a false reality. That's, is brilliant, because when you see the Sputnik, when you see this is a false reality. This is a false reality, perpetrated by the media and some guys making models in Hollywood.
Right.
So
imagine
all
how
these
easy
kind of
it is
things
to...
are false reality.
Right.
All these kind of speeches, it's all false reality, but you need it to put out there for, the people start beginning to say, oh no, this is true, man. I mean, look at these politicians, look at this, look at that.
Imagine the mindset of the world if they didn't have to put up with all this bullshit. Imagine if we never got put these things in our faces and these television images. Think of what a different reality we would live in. It's all manufactured.
It's all manufactured, exactly. And if you want to, we can make it our first stop here, because I have all the rest, based on the archaeologist archaeological knowledge is
cool.
How it was being run, all the connection with the Sigaria Sitchin, the Anunnakis, the Asian aliens, all that kind of stuff. It's gonna take me a while to explain. So sorry, because I believe that I was capable to explain also this first part of the first goal, but it took me too much time, the first part.
No, it's good. It's better as a conversation. I like commenting. I'm probably holding you back. I know it's supposed to be a presentation, and I'm talking on every damn slide. But that's great. And so next week we'll do part 2. So tune in next Thursday as we'll do part 2 of this. And if we have to do a part 3, we'll do a part 3. And then also Iru's also going to be doing, coming up, I don't know when, but on one of these Thursdays, a presentation on the electric universe, which I've been waiting for to listen to as well for a while. So I think there's other people out there that want to hear that
after
as
this
well.
one, if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, and if anybody else out there is interested in presenting on a Thursday, I know we've had Life is Short do it. I think Josh Brown's going to do it coming up. We've had Ranty Flat Earth do it. I had Josh Rosen on a few weeks back. I had Rodrigo obviously do his Spacecraft Mag. So if you're interested in presenting something, you can contact me on Skype. Just search Jeranism Truth and let me know. Give me a heads up or show me a video or maybe a PowerPoint presentation of what you're thinking of presenting, and we will go from there. So thanks, Iru. Anything else you want to show before I turn you off there?
No, I just, scrolling down, showing a few slides that we're going to cover in the next episode. Of course, maybe it's going to be 3 because I have a lot of for sharing, and I really, I really enjoy this presentation. I really enjoy your invitation. The people that follow us, in the chat and out there, it's really nice to have this opportunity in your channel. So thank you so much for inviting me, and of course everyone to want to follow me. NPT Red Pill in YouTube. Nur para Todos is my Spanish channel. Patreon. Is Patreon/Nur para Todos. So. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you the people understand me and don't complain about my English. I'm trying to get better every day.
No, I think it was great. No, if anybody complains, they don't need to watch. So if you don't like listening to Iru, don't show up next Thursday.
Donald Trump, that's for you.
I can't understand a word he's saying. I'm still waiting for Trump to give me his impression of Iru, but we'll have to check that out down the road. All right, guys, it's been fun again. Thank you to all my patrons, patreon.com/Jeranism. And if you want to mail me something, you can do that as well. P.O. Box 3044, Merced, California, 95344. Tune in tomorrow at the same time at noon. We'll be having a Journalism Friday Lounge. Not sure who will be on the show yet, but we'll have a little discussion. Then, of course, we've got Globebusters coming up Sunday. Turn around back into Raw on Monday night. I think we're going to have Jason Lingren on again to talk about the coronavirus whistleblower and the MD that have come out both on Crow 777's channel. So check that out, Crow 777 Radio on YouTube if you want to check out the whistleblower and also some information from an MD that came out this week on the Corona Circus. All right, Iru, any final words?
No, man. Peace out and see you next time.
See you guys. I remind you to do your own research because when you do, you'll never again believe what the Jesuits taught you. Till next week, this has been Jaronism. Peace. What's going on, everyone? It's Jaron from Jaronism, back with another live video for you today. It is Thursday. That means it's time for another presentation style, a little kickback with Iru Landucci. We're going to be doing part 2 of his presentation from the Spanish conference, and that is called the NASA Bluebeam Project. So if you missed part 1, go back on my YouTube channel, check it out, and you'll be able to watch part 1. And of course, today will be part 2. So looking forward to it. Iru, are you there, my friend?
Yes, man, I'm here. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me on again. Like you said, this is the part 2 in our Corona season.
Oh boy, Corona season. Yeah. Hopefully we can provide some sanity to people out there in the world of the insane. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow's Friday Lounge because I'm sure we're going to discuss plenty of Corona. But tell me what's going on. Of course, I'm in California. And if people don't know what that means that I'm in the land of the crazies. And it's getting pretty scary over here with everybody acting like maniacs. But tell me how it's going there.
Here is the same thing.
Same thing?
Yeah, exactly the same thing. Of course, because we are like, subdevelopment country or third type of world country, we follow orders that are coming from you guys from United States, not you himself, but our owners, right. England, United States, and Europe. So if you are the politician down here or outside here, like I prefer to say, referring to the Gleason map, you need to follow orders. You don't have any alternative or choice, because if you want to make your own rules and trying to use your own methodology, you know, and something gets wrong,
yeah,
you are the people's going to hang from your neck.
If you need one of these, I'm going to start selling these to people. This is a cardboard circle that you can wear over your shoulders like this. It'll keep people 6 feet away from you.
Yeah, I see. I saw that. Yes, it's a nice...
So I'll be able to sell those, and
nice suit, yeah.
You can pick those up if you need to work on your social distancing. The other image I saw today that was funny is this one. I was a little bit nervous if it was real, but then I saw this, and once you see this image, you realize, uh-oh, we're in trouble. The coronavirus is real. So you can see it peeking over the moon.
Yeah, well, nice. I really like the spherical volumetric shape of the virus.
Me too.
All viruses, because nobody saw something like that. Everything is plain and like 2D. But you know, the mass media or the medicine institutions present these CGI images, and everything has volumetric, and everything has volume and this spherical shapes and things like that.
People love their spheres.
Love spheres, yes, yeah. And it's the most easy shape to do in 3D.
Right.
a cube and a sphere.
Very simple. And then I saw this video. I saw this video today, which I thought was great. It's by Level Earth Observer. He says, "Coronavirus. Here's a healthy vaccine." And can you disagree with this? This is the best vaccine I've seen for coronavirus yet. Just the attacking of a TV, because the news is like poison, man. It is really got people up in a frenzy. It's got people headed out, ransacking stores. Here in California, stores are just empty. There's nothing on the shelves anymore. The media's loving it. And I don't know. To me, it's just a really interesting, effective, and unique way for governments to acquire even more control by using this massive kind of fear-mongering parade to further push their agenda. I don't know. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Here is the same kind of things. We are not start in this situation about the supermarket being empty and
not yet.
the same thing. Not yet, and we are at least from we are not restricted to be in our house via military orders or political orders. We can still go out. Of course, the schools, the universities, some types of governmental shops and office are closed.
Right.
But you see people outside in the street without any kind of paper that allow to transit the public street, right?
Yeah, the same thing is true here. I mean, it's not like
but it's
government
coming.
enforced.
The thing is coming.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think. In fact, yesterday on the news, they start telling us that maybe it's something that we need to take into consideration from the next week. Maybe the next week is going to next Monday. They're going to give the news about this restriction to transit the public street freely.
Jeez. Yeah. And at this point, I don't know where they're going to stop. They've clearly proven to me, at least, that they can push this as far as they want. I mean, they're going to be able to push mandatory vaccinations, mandatory medicine. Look how easy it is for them to manipulate the economy. They can destroy families and income. And most important, I think, to them is that they can suppress dissent. They'll call anyone who disagrees as dangerous. Even murderers. I've seen posts from people saying, don't murder your grandparents. Don't, it's like insane. People are going to visit their grandparents and looking through windows. They're scaring the public into what seems like complete blind obedience. Just look at what's happened in a matter of a couple days. I mean, societies have all but given governments complete and total control over every aspect of their lives. Like nothing I've seen really, just handed it right over. What events to cancel, what gatherings can take place, how many people can gather, what ages can assemble, what ages shouldn't, when we can leave our homes, for how long, what for, who can operate business, who can't. If you're a barber, sorry, no business for you. If you're a teacher, sorry, you can't do business. If you're a grocery store, go ahead, stay open. They've got curfews. They've got, in some countries, I've seen the police walking around with these like social distance rods to like push people into being 6 feet away from other people. It's just like the media is causing a complete and total panic, and they love it, man, because everyone's at home. Everyone's watching them. Everyone's watching the news, keeping up the fear. And the news, to me, like I said earlier, is just straight poison. So how quickly it's changed, where it's not okay to stand alone anymore, to be your own person, to voice your own opinion, to make your own decisions, to do your own thing, to disagree with others. That's all gone, man. You can't question your government now. You can't demand truth in media. You just have to sit in obedience to the great powers of the government. And even if this does go away, the government will be able to parade around and say, look at what we've done. We stopped everybody from dying. If it wasn't for us and all the moves that we made, you guys would be garbage.
They are heroes. They are heroes.
Oh, our heroes. I'm so happy.
That in fact, we had times of dictatorships here in Latin America, but my parents lived that. Not my generation. So we this is like the first time for our generation to have this type of dictatorship from the government,
right.
Camouflage in this idea of we are doing this because we try to make you survive, right, to this virus.
But they've taken, it just shows how easy we as a society have given complete control to them. And, this is one of the scariest things that you can see. And again, to each their own. I'm not telling people don't believe it. I'm not telling people, because you can believe whatever you want. You want to believe Corona is going to kill you and your families. You can believe that. I'm not here to tell you what to believe, what not to believe. I don't have fear. I'm not fearful of it. The only thing that I'm looking around and seeing is people reacting out of complete and total fear, and that makes me very sad for humanity. Just how quickly this can happen. So, all right. Well, tomorrow I'm sure we'll have a good topic on that. It'll be a good discussion. So join us for the Jaronism Friday Lounge. It's just a kickback session. Usually we have Karen B there. Rodrigo will be there. Usually Bob's there. Austin Whitsitt. Lots of people. Iru will be there. And we'll all just kick back and have a good conversation and probably bring up a lot of what's going on in other countries. That's why I like that we have people from all over. We're able to kind of ask what's going on over there. What are you seeing? What are you not seeing? So that'll be tomorrow at this same time, 12 noon. Join us for the Jaronism Friday Lounge. But today we're doing the NASA Bluebeam Project Part 2 with Iru. And Iru, you want to bring up your screen share and make sure we're all ready to go?
Okay, let me just click the magic button. And supposedly I'm presenting right now. And what you see is my refrigerator.
Okay. Okay. I was like,
okay. No, because I want to show something, and maybe we can discuss this tomorrow in the lunch. But the thing is that you heard me before, talk a lot of time of the chlorine dioxide. Dioxide. Yeah. And yesterday, because all this crazy thing about the so-called virus of the corona and other type of viruses, some followers sent me, and I didn't, or I don't be aware of this U.S. patent. And there is a U.S. patent, officially U.S. patent. This is the patent for the chlorine dioxide gas for use in treating respiratory virus infection. And it came from people of, I believe, there is in other languages. I don't know if this is the official countries that have produced this patent, from German and French. The inventor is called Norio Ogata. I believe with that type of surname maybe came from Asia. And the current assignee is Taiko Pharmaceutical Company, limited company. I don't know how to pronounce this. But the fact is that, disinfection, sterilization, or desodorization of the air using gaseous of vaporous substance. And the fact is, that is why I show my, this is my, my refrigerator. I'm saying good?
Yep, refrigerator.
Okay. And that is the chloride dioxide gas that I drink all day. It's very easy to fabricate yourself. I buy it. I am not fabricated yet, because for me it's more easy to buy it. But that is the color. I use like this amount in a liter or half liter of water. This is the still water. So you put that. You cannot see it in the video, but it starts to release a gas that is going up into the air. That is my distiller water, and you fill the container, and you drink along the day, and keeps you very healthy. And it's crazy. I showed this because the pharmaceutical industry, they use it for a lot of things, and they know how efficient is this type of therapy based on the gas of the chloride dioxide to respiratory therapies.
Right.
And of course, all these kind of virus attack the respiratory organs. Right. So I want to just a quick share for those who want to maybe start research about the MMS or the chloride dioxide.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think we need to do eventually a video with that doctor too. Would be great.
Yeah. I have direct contact with him. He speaks German. He speaks Spanish. He speaks also English. So we can make some appointment to participate, at least a few, because in the Spanish community is a really active guy. He doesn't he is very kind, and he participate in all kind of YouTube channels, but he doesn't have so much in English, maybe because nobody invited, simply as that. So I can make an appointment to have it on the show.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about it after the show, because I've got some Thursdays coming up that are available if he wants to do that, or he can join us on any Friday as well. So we'll talk about it after.
Perfect. So if you want to, we continue with this NASA Bluebeam project, and if you start thinking and I believe we talked about this in the last Thursday, but now we are under a Bluebeam project. If you want to take into
I was going to say, it's like perfect,
scenario,
it's like perfect timing, isn't it? Where really it's the same kind of thing where they don't need a virus to do what they've done. They just need the threat of a virus. So it's kind of the same thing.
It's the same thing. I mean, it's an external threat, external to our control, if you want to see it that way. So if I replace the heliocentric model to biological war, because this is like a biological war, I mean, this is not nature, trying to kill us. This is man-made, some time of pandemic. That is my opinion, of course. Then you have the collateral damage, and that is our regular, common people. They need to, produce the fake scenario, and like we read and like we talk in the last show, to be successfully, manipulation should remain invisible. The manipulation should remain invisible. The success of the manipulation is guaranteed when the manipulated believe that everything happens naturally and inevitably. Sorry for my pronunciation. In short, manipulation requires a false reality in which its presence will not be felt. And that is what we see in this kind of a scenario. For me, it's not, everyone out there believes that it's naturally and inevitably, but in reality, it's like, a plan.
It's an idea.
It's a planification.
Right.
It's an idea, exactly. Yeah. So taking from this point, we reach the first chapter of the NASA Bluebeam project. We reach this part. We give like a brief introduction, maybe with real life events. Let me just recap very quickly, because we start, reading from the guy who start promoting the official document, came from the UN, the NASA Bluebeam project itself. We're talking about the guy behind that. We talk about the participation of the space agency and the ultimate goal, which is a new world order. Via this kind of threat. Is like like another card that they play. But of course, we are seeing in our daily basis, very insistent. They insist so much with the alien invasions on movie, series, music, TV, whatever, that at least it's a card that they have already on the table, and they start using it without any doubt about that. So then we split, or we explain the main 4 steps, and we read about the 4 sub-steps that has the number 4 point. And then we make like a short road about the Roswell case, how we now we have object in the sky that's everything is everything is a UFO, everything is like an alien ship or something like that. We recap about the real life event, talking about this kind of alien invasion and how they need it, because the word that the presidents, for example, Ronald Reagan, used is we need an external threat. So that implies a necessity, and you can fabricate that necessity, right?
Now I've seen some news reports this week, or just to let you know, I've seen some news reports where they're talking about this exact thing with the coronavirus. Like, oh, we need this external threat to bring us all together. It's the same kind of thing. Man. They use the same verbiage. That
is why I'm start the presentations talking about that. For me, the original plan of the NASA Bluebeam start changing along this last decade, and maybe we are going to see at the end of the presentation. But maybe they're going to use not the UFO idea, but they're going to change it to AI or transhumanism. To use it as the new messiah, because in our days, and let me just spoiler a little bit, but in our days, we have this strong, ramification of the AI, if you want to see in that way, that are proposing, like a church based on artificial intelligence. And this is a former Google founder that, he created this idea of a church. Because after all, for humans, what is a God? It's someone that supposedly, beside to make miracles, had all the answer, right?
Yep.
So if you start to transferring that idea into that, okay, if I take my cell phone right now and ask to Google, Google, tell me that, tell me this, you're going to have the response immediately. And you have the alternative with other OS software, you know. So Siri is the name in the Apple?
Yeah, Siri.
Siri. So, I mean, if you start thinking like, well, maybe making this alien invasion is going to be a little hard and maybe we need more time, but we don't have that time because there is a lot of people that are waking up right now and question us. So maybe we can, you know, change that and we can start promote these quantum computers, telling to the people that these quantum computers receive message and they
From
are
the alternate
computing.
universe. And these,
Yeah,
that's what they say, that they're coming from alternate universes, that they can pick out the truth out of, it's so ridiculous.
So ridiculous, but you have all these mainstream science and mainstream space guys like Elon Musk telling us that, well, playing with quantum computer or AI is playing with demons, and this, you know, mix between the electronics and computing system with something that is ethereal, you know, astral things like demons or spirit or things like that. Of course, they use that as like a poetry behind that kind of titles. Right. But the fact is that now in our days, we start having these people that worship AI.
Right. Well,
like
you've already got Elon Musk telling people that there's a 1 in a billion chance that we're a base reality. Which, I mean, just come on, look around.
Yes.
We are a base reality, folks, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is reality. This is what you get. Yet he's telling people there's only a 1 in a billion chance that we are a base reality. We're probably some offspring of some other reality, some alternate universe, some expanding universe, some dual universe, some multiverse, and people believe it. People eat it up.
No, and in fact, Elon Musk is like the guy who changed so many times of idea, because he told us about, with artificial intelligence we are calling demon. Then he said we live in a holographic universe. Then he said we live in computer simulation.
Right.
So I mean, he changed
which one is
phrase,
anything,
which is exactly, man.
Right.
I mean,
anything but we are just the reality that we're presented. Anything but that.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, but they are, and of course you have the Grace Tyson give presentation and lectures to a lot of people, talking about like with the guy who supposedly found like a code, a binary code in our universe, and that means that we are like created by another computer.
Right, Dr. James Gates, he keeps presenting him and saying, look at this guy found this computer code, 1s and 0s at the base of our universe. And I've said it since the beginning of time that if they're finding 1s and 0s in the base code of the universe, I'm here to tell you that that's because the universe that we've been presented exists in a computer. It is a computer simulation that they've sold to the general public, and even scientists at large is the reality that we exist in. I disagree.
Yeah, and because zeros and one was created by humans.
Correct.
And in fact, I always ask to the people, I always ask to these kind of people, and for the zeros and one and the equations in the walls of the pyramids in Egypt.
Right.
Where is the calculate? Where is the math? This, ultimate math, the language of the gods of the universe, in those structures, because the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Incas, those guys built these amazing structures without any equations of our days.
Right. No, but that's why God supposedly gave us 10 fingers, so that we can do math with 10 being the double digit. And it's just ridiculous. I don't like the whole idea of the mathematics of the universe, and the math created this world, and math is created by humans.
Trying to find math in some way. I never saw a number in the nature. I mean. But, that is a philosophical question. So the main idea that we, trying to explain in the first part is the scenarios related with reality. We talk about SETI and how SETI work with NASA, the politicians and the actors and all the supposedly important people that the elite use to bring the message, to download the message to the common people in our houses. They use all type of shows. They use astronaut that became to say the alien exists. The UN use an alien ambassador in case that we have contact, just in case. But the thing is that all this idea they provide us via a manipulation of our nervous system via electromagnetic field, more common known as television and mass media and entertainment. We present some patents. We present some ideas of how the aliens start to evolve along the time in the timeline. Because at the first was just some insects being giant insects represent the alien invasion. Then start coming this idea of robots or aliens with green head. Then we know that Aleister Crowley has a really important relevance in the idea of presenting the modern shape of alien. Then we start talking about the education, and the first guy and this is very important, to propose the idea that we need external threat to unite the humanity based on an alien UFO type of threat was the John Dewey, the first guy the most important guy in the educational plans in the United States. And this guy was founded by Skull and Bones, Rockefeller, and Carnegie, families and clubs. That was saying by Bill Cooper in a short video that he talks about the UFOs, and for he at least everything is a scam, everything is a planification via military and things like that. Then we start talking about the UNESCO, the Jesuit connection with the education for different type of people, the rich people and the common people. And
it's pretty obvious that there's pretty much no avenue that they don't use to push the alien agenda. It's in every aspect of life, in books, ideas, conceptions, stories, media, movies, even church, right? I mean, what better than to make your telescope and call it Lucifer, like the Catholic Church has done? I mean, this is just pushing the whole alien agenda as well. Go ahead, keep going. Sorry.
Okay, no, and then we trying to present the connections with all the politicians, the heroes of the history, the guys that get freedom in our Latin American countries and things like that. They are all the same club. And for us, at least for me, the first false flag agenda presenting to the public to start believing space was the Sputnik. But it was a Sputnik with the Soviet Union already being a Masonic Soviet Union. That is why I showed this picture, because Stalin, Lenin, all these guys after the First World War, they came all from Freemasonry agents, right? That it's my opinion. Of course, you can read yourself and make your own research. Karl Marx, of all these guys, the original SARS from the Soviet Union, they was all killed. So after that, they put their own agent and start presenting to the world this Hegelian idea of, no, the Russians are the bad guys and we are the good ones, and we need to, they use this counterpart to manipulate the public opinion and get founded and, all these crazy idea. And the same thing, the Russia do the same thing with his own people, right?
With their own story.
So
and it's just people always forget that. They think what we're taught is what... They think what we're taught is what Russia was taught, and they think what Russia was taught is what we were taught, and it's not the case at all. It's completely different stories. I mean, one side they're talking about it, the other side we're talking about it, and it's completely different stories. The whole idea of the moon landing, of course, Russia wasn't taught, oh, the United States beat us to the moon, they're the victor, they won the moon race. No, it's not told that way. It's told a completely different story. Their story is that it was ridiculous. Why go to the moon? It's not important. Once we figured out satellites, that was all that was important. And these guys spent all their money getting to the moon for what reason? For nothing. What do they have? They have nothing more than we have. So they tell a completely different story to their public than what we might think.
Exactly, and this is the sound of terror.
Earlier today.
Oh, so scared.
Yeah. Shit in your pants, right?
Yes.
So after that,
I have no toilet
point.
paper. I have no toilet paper to take care of that either.
Yeah, be careful, man. Be careful with that sound, please. Right. That beep. So we reached this point, and sorry for this brief introduction, but maybe some guys need it.
And again, we went into detail into these subjects. If you want to go back and watch part 1, that's on my channel. Go back and watch. We did about an hour and a half of this, what we're just going over now. Go ahead.
Exactly. So we reached this part that we are trying to dissect the fourth step that is presented in the original document. And I trying to present ideas and technologies that maybe, of course, at that time, the guys who planning this, maybe they are not even aware, but right now we have it. So maybe a few things change it. But I'm going to try to do my best in present my point of view. So I hope you people out there can understand me, okay? So the first step is the fall of all archaeological knowledge. And I'm going to tell you that, please, if you can read it, because you read it better than me. So
sure. So it says it's about organizing discoveries in certain precise locations around the world where supposed new discoveries will finally explain to them that the meanings of the basic doctrines of important religions around the world are wrong. This falsification will be used to make the population believe that all religious doctrine has been misunderstood and misinterpreted.
Exactly. So for me, when you start, this is the first step. So they need this, okay? So they're talking about the idea of, for example, created earthquakes. That is what is said in the document. Earthquakes or new discoveries, maybe some archaeological guys going to some place and start to, make holes in the ground and, we found this, we found that, and associate that with a religious story. Of course, the dinosaurs, maybe the people doesn't imagine that the dinosaur is directly linked to the religious story. It's absolutely linked. So that is the first thing. I mean, we all know that maybe dinosaurs is not like how they present us. In the schools and universities, nobody talks about Robert Plot, the guy who was part of the Royal Society of London and one of the most important Freemasonries at that time. And he presents the idea from his mind that maybe this large bone that come from a giraffe, how you call a giraffe?
Giraffe.
Oh, okay. Could be some kind of big animal out there, and he present the Velociraptor in 1652. And nobody talks about him. I mean, everyone that maybe start talking about dinosaurs, immediately they talk about Darwin and those colleagues at that time, but nobody go a little more back in time. So that is the first things that for me, and George Orwell explained very well and you read it in the 1984 book when Winston and the other guys start talking about those bones, and he said that was an invention of the biologist of the 19th century, right? Something like that.
Yep, absolutely.
So that for me is part of this idea to that we was wrong about the interpretation of few things, but strictly, directly to what is about the ancient mythologies, we start having this kind of news. This is from 2015, and this was like, sorry, because this is a video and I cannot translate it, but here it said something like, let me play, because I believe it's in English, the video. Okay. Let me just play it. What is here? But the thing here is like the ISIS destruct the Nimrod statues,
right,
and place in Sumeria. So this kind of why ISIS go there and destroy the Nimrod statues
right.
and walls with the scripture. What that kind of I mean
bullshit.
But this is a historical. This is exactly. But this is a historical thing that is really happened.
Right.
So the only ark that lived on being straight is the Ark of Baal. This is the Baal Ark, and supposedly this this valley, this colline, I don't know how to pronounce this.
The columns?
Bump area.
Okay.
Exactly, was like that before.
Right.
And ISIS go there, and we know that like ISIS They work for the CIA and all the guys in the secret services. So it's like they receive like a kind of order and say, hey, go and destroy this temple,
right? These
this
religious
temple,
sites,
and this temple.
Right. Okay.
Because maybe after 2, 3, 4 generations, we don't have any more records, and they can invent whatever they want about those places.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did before. With who knows? Like Eratosthenes, all that guys. For me, it's like a simple invention. They never even exist. But
no. But how are you ever going to prove that?
knows?
Because all they need to do is have one book written about them, then another book written about that person, then another book confirming that book, and all of a sudden it's fact. Boom. You'll never be able to. Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's that easy to make up whatever you want.
You have this actual news, and I believe it's in English. Yeah.
More than 3,000 years of history obliterated in seconds. This video was released by ISIS. CNN cannot independently verify its authenticity, but it purports to show the radicals destroying Nimrud, one of the most important archaeological sites in Iraq. ISIS fighters used power tools to break down ancient statues.
Power tools, hammer. Okay.
Frescoes and walls. These are remnants of the ancient Assyrian civilization. Nimrud used to be its capital. They stood since the 13th century BC and survived many wars, but were destroyed by the militants probably in less than a day. The United Nations called ISIS's destruction of cultural treasures in Iraq and Syria war crimes. Still, videos of the destruction of cultural sites keep emerging. This one, the authenticity of which CNN also cannot verify, allegedly shows ISIS fighters ransacking the museum in Mosul, wrecking ancient statues and other artifacts. But so far, there's virtually nothing stopping ISIS from wreaking havoc on Iraq's rich heritage.
And nobody's stopping.
No.
By God, we will destroy the signs of polytheism, and we will destroy the graves and shrines of the Shiites, the militant says. We will smash the Christian crosses, and we will demolish the White House in the middle of America, the home of the infidels.
With Corona.
Aaron, there are members of the Iraqi government who said they want the U.S. and its allies to conduct more aerial surveillance to make sure that...
Okay, but you catch the idea, right?
Yes.
I mean, this, for me, and I really like this part because this guy is one of the representation of Baal, the Sumerian god, the idea of this ball we live inside Baal. But the idea is, in this document, is start talking about, first of all, destroying all new discoveries of the ancient mythologies, giving another perspective of the religion or the goddess or whatever. And we have in our days, and I present this just like a, 1%. If you start following, articles of archaeological art, you can find a lot of those. But for me, the most important change is not just destroying the temple. You need to destroy the evidence because otherwise it's going to be difficult to came with a new idea or new history behind those, right? So for me, this kind of practice has been all over the time, all over the place in our history. And we can even talk about that supposedly we have add 1,000 years to the original calendar. And, that kind of thing. So that is another thing. That is another way to change history in terms of religion. But for me, the most evidence and related with the alien agenda is this idea of the ancient aliens, because for the regular people that they consume a lot of television and series, and this was like the top one. It's like here, even in Latin America, it's like the most important series for the UFO people.
Yeah,
and even I was brainwashed with this.
Yeah, everybody is. I mean, we have the History Channel here in the States. I don't know about you guys there, but we have a channel called History
here it's
Channel.
The same thing.
Yeah, and that is all that's on 24 hours a day, nonstop, is ancient aliens, over and over again on the History Channel.
Exactly.
So this is history.
The first, I believe, was the first 3 or 4 seasons of this series. I was completely believed. I was a believer. I was completely brainwashing by this series, because at that time I don't even think in terms of the flat Earth.
Right.
So I was like a moonland denier, because my profession, when I see those guys jumping on the moon, immediately my eyes start seeing the puppet behind the curtains. I am a technical director in computer graphics for the people that maybe don't know me, but I never questioned the heliocentric model. And when I start looking at this type of information, immediately it's like everything start making sense. Of course, we didn't come from monkeys. We used to be monkeys, but the aliens start to manipulate our DNA and changes as humans. And of course, Jesus came in the spaceship to the earth. That is why they came from the sky and passed through the heavens and the clouds. And I was completely brainwashing. So these kind of things works very well.
Very, very well. Yeah, it's just you just need to present the story, and people will believe it. So all of a sudden, you can show an ancient astronaut on a stone wall and say, "See, we had astronauts thousands of years ago," even though it's just somebody with a helmet and a cable attached.
Yes, exactly, and of course, one of the important guys, and for me this is an important connection, because one of the guys behind this mainstream story about the Anunnaki was Zecharia Sitchin, and he is a confessed Freemason. And in fact,
and the only one who can actually transcribe these old languages. We have Icy Tubes. I don't know how to pronounce it. He says, "Thanks, Jaron and Iru. I do, in fact, want to see it exactly that way." He's making a comment on my favorite thing that Iru says as well, which is if you want to see it in that way. So thank you very much for the super chat.
Okay.
That's my favorite too. That's my favorite thing too. Everybody has their own favorite. Go ahead.
If you want to see in that situation, you have all these kind. And in fact, I showed this guy at the beginning of the presentation. Let me go back just one here. We have the Jordan Maxwell, and here you have Jordan Maxwell with Zecharia Sitchin making this strange type of handshake. For me, it's not strange, but you have it there. And then you have Zecharia Sitchin here in the Freemasonry Lodge,
trying to cover his face.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, if you go out there and start looking the first chapter, you have all these politicians, historians, UFO researchers. Everything is connected with Freemasonry. So, and Freemasonry trying to debunk or change, not debunk, but trying to change the skin of the religion, bringing the New Age religion, which is the same thing as the old one, but with a new name. And so you start looking, and you have all these connections that referring and point and targeting the same place, which is the church, the heliocentric guy, the Jesuit order, so it's very easy to start make connections. So the idea is that, for example, and I apologize for the Spanish titles, but the thing is, when once I became a flat earther, I'm start looking again into the ancient alien. And in fact, there is a really, and I'm going to upload it to my English channel because I never did in the Spanish channel because it's 3 hours and a half video explaining all the inconsistencies behind the ancient aliens, and you can find it with this name, Ancient Aliens Debunked, and it's an amazing piece of evidence that go, all the statues that supposedly are reference to spaceships and blah blah blah. It's all a lie, and completely lie. So I'm going to upload it to my English channel, but the thing is, there is a lot of things to cover for debunking, a series with 20 seasons, I believe is right now.
Right.
We are not
There's
going
a lot
to
of
do
seasons.
that. But
No.
one of the frescoes that they use in the first season is this one, which is the Annunciation of Mary. I don't know if I pronounce it well.
Annunciation, yeah.
Yeah, Annunciation of Maria, Maria.
Yep.
And they go very quickly with dramatic music in the background, and they're going to say, oh, in the Annunciation of Maria, we can see this spacecraft, passing through the clouds, sending a laser beam to the head of Maria and get pregnant.
Right.
Because that is the official story behind this. But when you go into detail, because you can go on museum online web page where you have this picture, this fresco in high quality, is the sun, and these are the angels,
absolutely,
and that it's just that, and of course
it's not
the
a
sun
spacecraft.
Makes rays, and so and because at that time everyone worshipped the sun, like in our days, so everything happened.
They believe
for
it's
the sun.
They believe it's God's son. It's God's messenger. It's everything. Yeah.
Exactly. It's God's messenger. So the idea is that I don't say everything, but all the things that the ancients, started the ancient astronauts trying to show us is referring to the sun, but it is.
Right.
It's everything is the sun. It's not spacecraft. For example, this is another one that they say this is an antenna. It's a ball with antenna. Communicate with them. This is the Roman Empire icon. This is the cross of the church that is controlling. This is the they refer to this idea of the globe, of course, the globalization, and this is the sun.
Right.
Because the yellow halo behind representing the sun, but also
corona.
For the colors.
Yeah.
The blue and the red is that is why Jesus is presented so many times with these kind of colors. And if you go a little deeper in symbology, supposedly, and I believe it, because the sun is an electromagnetic source, they represent the electric via the blue and the magnetic via the red. So that is why they put these dresses in red and blue for Jesus, because it's a sun and it's an electromagnetic power, right? So, but this is not referring to any kind of antenna or things like that. Then you have this famous, fresco, and supposedly they say that, oh, look at here. This is a spacecraft with the people inside. And this is another spacecraft with the people inside. So maybe in the crucifixion's day, the aliens want to see how the people crucify Jesus, and because and all this kind of I cannot say nonsense, because have sense if you want to read in a religious way, mixing with UFO.
Right.
It's kind of sense. The history behind is a sensical history, but for reality, it doesn't have any sense.
No.
Okay. But the thing is that when they see these kind of shapes with people inside, they forget completely that this is Helios and this is Selene.
Right.
I mean, it's the same thing that if I go to NASA, so this patch of NASA is representing that they go with horses?
No.
Supposedly?
Right.
No. It's the same thing. So in the old days, and in our days too, but
that
in
was
the old days,
that was their
they
story. There
represent
was
Helios.
somebody who rode in the sun. He rode by every day in the sun with his horse and chariot, and that's
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the main topic here, the main core of this is, first of all, if the sun is moving, it's because the sun's moving.
Right. Not because of
the moon is moving.
The globe spinning. Right.
Exactly. No, it's not the globe spinning. If these guys go into the sun, it's because the sun is moving.
No, they go there and they sit there. They just sit there, and we spin around while they just observe.
Yeah, and they sit there and wait till the Earth start rotating. But the thing is that all this kind of thing is this. I mean, we was wrong about the interpretations of the Christian or Muslim or whatever religion.
Mm-hmm.
It's not this way. These are starships or spacecraft,
mm-hmm.
and these are aliens coming in our world and interact with our civilization and things like that. So,
or you've heard them describe the wheel within wheels and Ezekiel and seeing the craft, and it's actually a spaceship coming, but it's a anti-gravitic spaceship. But yeah, it's all an attempt to take what we used to know and say we interpreted it wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everything is wrong. Everything is UFO, and we was wrong about the interpretation. So, and again, they repeat themselves. This is a spacecraft, and these are the beings that lift up people.
Right.
Come on, man. This is a cloudy day, and this is just a hole in the sky with the light of the sun, shining over a special people.
Right.
And this is a piece of propaganda. I mean, this is the equivalent to television at that times.
Absolutely.
It's just that.
They could have painted whatever. It's even easier than TV. You could just paint whatever you want.
Whatever you want, exactly. Yeah. So then you have another one, the sun, of course, with Jesus dressed in red and blue. And this is like if this is a spacecraft or not, or supposedly he came from another dimension, well, this is like a flat Earth. I mean, I see like a disc.
It's just
very
a cloud.
Flat,
you can even
mountain
it's just
hills.
Clouds. Oh boy.
It's just clouds, but no, this is like a spacecraft invasion.
Right.
Well, the idea here is, of course, not just the moon and the sun, or better said, both has rays.
Mm-hmm.
So that is how they depict it. And in fact, and I mentioned this before, but if both have rays, if you're trying to triangulate and make the Eratosthenes and like inversion of the or supposedly these kind of rays are close, but these kind of rays are 93 million miles away.
Right.
This came parallel, but this which one?
Right. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing, man. So the idea behind
we lost Iru for a second. Let's see what's going on. Iru, hold up. I'm not hearing you for a second. Wait. Hold on, Iru. Iru, can you hear me okay or no? Please hold for technical difficulties. Iru.
Television programs.
Hold on. Sorry.
So,
sorry. Go back about a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we lost you. Right. Go ahead and start that slide right there.
Okay.
Go ahead. We just lost you for a second. You're fine now.
Okay. So the sun rays and the moon rays.
No, we got that
one.
Was. Yep. We got that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, the next one. Well, it's this. I mean, all this spacecraft or all this interpretation, if you go and trying to apply like a special eye on it, is referring to the Helios or the moon of the sun or the stars. It's simply as that. There are not spacecraft or that kind of things. We have the same thing with the moon. The moon was personified.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct, the word?
Personified, yeah.
And with a woman. That is why in this kind of fresco you have a woman inside a moon and you have a man inside of the sun. And of course, there is also a very important representation or personification, which is the Aurora Borealis. No much talk about that, but for me, I agree with many researchers out there that represented, all this kind of symbology of the green lion, bite the the sun being bitten by a green dragon or lion. It's representing this idea of the electromagnetic way of interchange energy. You know, the idea of the sun bring the magnetic field, the electrical field to our Earth, and you can see it in these manifestations in the upper atmosphere called the aurora borealis. If you go, and this is not the idea of the presentation, but if you go to Eric Dollar and those guys, they are going to tell you that the sun is charged like 50 millions of volts of electricity every day our atmosphere. So all these kind of things, for me, you can find it in nowadays in a very scientific way, but because the people in the past was more creative and more artistic, maybe they represented in that way. Helios with the red color of the magnetism and the green color of this combination between the sun and the aurora borealis and the moon. Here you can see it with the dark sun, the yellow sun, the visible sun, the moon with the white dress, and the winds, because it's in the sky flying, moving like a serpent, is the aurora borealis. So it's a very interesting thing. But again, the main topic is that we have been wrong about these interpretations. These interpretations, it's referring to UFO. So that is the first step. You can say that the first step of the Blue Beam is accomplished completely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Completely. So the first step is completely.
They've already done that. They've taken away. Look at the difference between what people would believe today than they would have believed 50 years ago or 100 years ago. It's completely 180 degrees difference.
Exactly. So because I presented the U.S. patent for the television, telling us that everything is manipulated in the television, because after all, everything, the sphere world, the spherical world, the UFOs, the ancient aliens, everything, it's presented in the television.
Right.
So I just want to play. I know there is a lot of people that know this part of this documentary, but for the record, I want to leave it in the show, because it's a nice explanation, the importance behind the television, and you can apply it right now in our days with all this crazy thing about the virus and things like that. So I'm gonna play.
Yeah, think about everything going on now.
2 minutes.
Yeah, think about everything going on now and compare it to what he's talking about here. Go ahead.
Exactly. Let me just play it.
People still today think that all entertainment to do with movies, drama, is therefore nothing more than their entertainment. It never ever was that case.
Throughout history, social engineers have refined techniques designed to control large populations.
About 100 years ago, this big organization with many branches wrote about the kind of culture and the changes of culture over a 100-year period that they would actually design, implement, and bring in. H.G. Wells talked about it too. He talked about arenas. He says arenas could be put up across the world for sports, for instance. Now at that time, sports was something that children, school children were into. Adults became adults and got onto adult things. But he said we can do this, and voiced basically a sports culture for the males. Using a tribal system, we're all tribal to an extent. That's why we even bother to vote for a tribal leader. This is well understood. That's why we're supplied with these leaders. And because the average man was to become more disengaged from his own destiny as the expert class arose, it was decided that the males would get their outlet, basically, gradually becoming helpless as males through sports. Therefore, they'd have a tribal team they could identify with. The Soviet Union had a department called the culture industry. Their actors and directors were called the cultural leaders, because they would, like a computer, people are like computers, all you have to do is keep giving them new updates every so often, and you can change an entire country or a nation or a block of nations who are all getting the same upgrades at the same time along certain paths. Today we call it political correctness.
political correctness. And of course, the documentary continues, but I want to just use this part because it's very clear how they use radio, TV, Dolby surround system
and I think
for the virtual reality, augmented reality, etc., etc., etc. Right?
And we talked about it before, but it's exactly what he's saying here, that they've refined these techniques. It's not, okay, we put these techniques in place and we're going to hold to them the whole way. No way. They can refine these techniques to control the population, implementing these things over a period of hundreds of years. And it's definitely true what he said about these tribal leaders, and we're provided with these leaders. Why? So that we feel this whole tribal mentality. Why we provided these sport teams? So that we have a team to get behind, because these are things that they knew people would want, people would need, and they're providing this outlet so that you allow the controlling class to move along without your input, really.
Yeah, and when you see this kind of behavior with tribal behavior, and talking about teams, you have the team SpaceX, the team of Virgin Galactic, the team, and the reaction of the people, for example, in SpaceX, cheering and smelling and yelling all the just because supposedly something that we did 50 years ago, now it's doing again, and
50 years ago we did it with
celebrating like crazy people because we have a payload deployment.
Yeah, it's 50, and we've talked about it before, but 50 years ago they did something with people inside of it, launched it to another body where it landed and people got out. Nowadays, they just launch it comes right back, and people are going crazy like it's the whole new world. Look at what we've done. It's like, no, you did it 50 years ago, yet you launched it 250,000 miles. People got out and drove around in a cart. But it's not, where's that now?
That's right, but like you said before, they are refining all these methodologies, and it's working every day better,
and that's all part of the propaganda
better
too.
every day.
If you put these people, if you put these people on the screen and they're cheering and yelling and jumping up and down, that only feeds into the public's consciousness that we need to be jumping up and down and celebrating Elon Musk and everything he's doing. It's just the same thing. When you see NASA land a spacecraft on Mars and everybody's cheering and hugging and celebrating and crying, it's the same thing. It just passes it off onto the people who watch. That's the point of the TV.
Man.
That's the point. All they need to do is show you a few people being tested and a few people in China being covered with these gurneys and body bags, and that's all they need to do is show you that a few times, and it passes off as if it's happening in your city.
Exactly. And everything is the, I don't know how to pronounce in English, but it's this idea of the shock, doctrine shock. Or
shock doctrine,
yeah, exactly. It's like that. For something there are good things, quote unquote good things, but also with the bad things. It's like prints memories and emotions associated with those memories in your brain.
Absolutely. So all they need to do is show you a crisis actor or some lady saying she lost her daughter in some shooting, and mothers at home that are sitting watching the TV, they feel the same, like as if their daughter was shot, as if they lost their son or daughter. It invokes fear. It invokes so many things that wouldn't be the case if it wasn't for that TV. So it's been a tool that they've used to the full extent and will continue to use, because look what they're able to do. Just go outside today.
Exactly. So then, and from this point and beyond, I'm going to use a few times the Steve Jackson card, because it's very a very representative way in terms of art to see our reality. So of course, in all this idea of the alien invention or the UFO or the reinterpretation of the ancient mythologies and religions, we're going to have all the guys that is representing here like conspiracy theorists, and we can see all day long in the TV talking about what they want to create these ideas because if you History Channel, for example, they present Freemasonry lodge controlling United States, but if you start looking very closely at the end of the series, they present like heroes.
Right.
At the beginning it's like, someone is controlling our country in the shadows, but at the end of the series, like, well, they get us free from the colonies of England and
free from religion, free from exactly.
free from religion and free from this. So you can apply that to the UFO. Is going to be the same thing. Of course, the card of Illuminati University, I interpreted, like I mentioned before at the beginning of this series, that is all this Jesuit order controlling the educational system, the educational institution. Choosing people for be in a position of power, and choosing people just to be workers, and keeping all the technology or the real history encapsulated and in enclosed system, behind the doors of the Vatican and another institution that nobody can reach, simply as that. And rewriting history, we can see in our faces. And the last Friday in your show, I present the Wikipedia, for example, example of the place.
the lighthouse.
The lighthouse, exactly that. It said that supposedly, if you go to 2013, it's going to say that this lighthouse with the twin lighthouse in Buenos Aires, they are connected via light from 200 kilometers. But if you go in our days and trying to reach the same things, it's going to tell you that supposedly they fail. They made bad calculations, and the lighthouse never touched. You can never see the lighthouse between Buenos Aires and Uruguay.
Can you imagine?
I presented this very quickly, but
can you imagine building that entire thing and we just got the calculation wrong? Yeah, right. So stupid.
Yeah, completely stupid. But there is a lot of history behind it.
Right.
That they say we see the light. And we communicate via this light.
Yeah, you said who won a boxing match or something, right?
Yeah, the original idea is formed by the Italian blah blah blah. The bridge of the light, since both places illuminated the night and their beam reached the other coast.
Right.
But when you go to 2019, they say they fail.
Right.
They fail, and they made a bad calculation, so the light never see from the other coast.
Right.
And this is completely in our faces.
Right.
And of course, before.
But imagine if there was no Wayback Machine. I mean, then what you remember is completely wrong. People could just say, "Nope, you're wrong. You read it incorrectly years ago."
Exactly. So here you have it. Finally, due to the calculation error, the light of both headings could never be found. And in fact, if I research and I go to, I believe it was 2016, it said for the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
It's not saying by a calculation error. So they changed 3 times in a period of 8 years. And of course, this has to do with the flat earther community.
Absolutely. That's what happens in a digital, without any doubt. And this is what happens in a digital society, where they're able to change things on the fly and make you believe what they want. It's the same problem with Quora, that site where people go, they ask questions. Well, of course, the people that they promote and they allow to answer those questions are the ones who spit the mainstream propaganda the best. Those are the answers that get promoted. Those are the answers that become the answers for everyone. It becomes the facts. It becomes the truth, just like Wikipedia. Wikipedia is an ever-changing document. Why? So that they can constantly correct and fix any of what they might call mistakes. It's not mistakes. It's history being rewritten.
Political correction.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
It's a political correction. But, the idea behind showing this kind of tiny evidence is that represent all this step perfectly. We are in the first step of the blue beam. We have more than proof to corroborate that.
Yeah.
Without any kind of doubt. And of course, this image here, and like you said before, we live in a digital society, so it's much, much easier than the old times. But in the old times, they burned books. All the books was written by people in the church, because nobody had access to read and write, because everyone out there was, they don't have the education to do that.
So it's all scribes who could have been told to write anything. Just imagine you've got a king breathing down your neck that says you're going to write this and this and change this and this. And if you say no, well, then they'll kill you and they'll get somebody else in there who will write exactly what they want.
Exactly. Like RP12 said, monks did that on 15th century and completely.
Right. And then we don't even have people think that there's books from the year 300 or the books from the year 70 or the books from the year 500 or 900, and there just isn't. Those are all copies of copies. So imagine we don't even have books from 1,000 years ago. You may think we do.
No.
They've taught you that we do, but we don't. They're simply written.
No.
Now, again, there's a book written in 1600 that says it's copying off of a book from 1200 that says it copied off a book from 300, and it copied off a book from 100 BC, and people believe that. They just believe it.
Yeah, and the Inquisition was created for these purposes.
Absolutely.
I mean, to cut off and take out information.
Correct.
And we can see even on movies in 20th centuries, the Inquisition, the modern Inquisition said, no, that movie, it's prohibited, for I don't know how to pronounce, sorry, but because this part and that part is too much for the public, so take away.
Take it out.
So take it out. Yeah, sorry, take it out. So if we keep going in this interpretation that we have been, misled about the interpretation of the original civilization or ancient cultures, of course, now in our days, with the eyes of flat earthers, we have been understood that all the ancient cosmology represent the flat Earth and stationary Earth in a closed system, but supposedly we have been wrong about this interpretation. So then here you can see again that first step completely in our faces being pushed, right? Then you have the modern things that they start changing ideas like the Stonehenge or the crop cycles or these phenomena of the earth magic, this kind of behavior that maybe nature has, and everything is related with this kind of topic all the time. And I mentioned before, but for those who are new to this topic, Robert Plot was an English naturalist, first professor of chemistry in the University of Oxford, and the first keeper of the Ashmolean Museum, and I'm going to show you what that means. And Robert Plot was the guy. This same guy was the guy that presents to the community the idea of this type of dinosaurs and the idea of the crop cycles. But at that time was the devil, a demon, not an alien.
Right.
So that is why in our days
they just changed it, updated it.
They change it. Exactly. They change it. So, and if you go, to a person that research about UFO and do it very seriously, they're going to, because they don't have any exit from this thing, which is the most important crop cycle out there is these two crop cycles, the Chilbon-Ton crop cycles, and then in the same place that the ants were. And this is the direct connection with SETI and with NASA. Because supposedly this message is a response to the disc, the gold disc inside the Voyager 1.
That Sagan sent out, yeah.
Exactly. So the thing is, and I mentioned in this same way so many times before, but it's like who's going to believe that a spacecraft was, traveling at the one-on-one with the Voyager without touching the spacecraft, take the disc, analyze, then put it again without even moving. And why I say that? Because in the daily basis news on televisions, NASA is presenting that after 34 years, the Voyager is still working and sending us messages.
Right.
So they don't report any kind of, hey, the spacecraft is moving.
Somebody
to the
grabbed it.
side. Someone is pulling, trying to take out the disc.
No, they put it back. They put it back in perfect orbit. They just
in perfect orbit, exactly. But the real thing in our real life is that the UFO community need this kind of interpretation, because
absolutely.
Why, otherwise, where the hell this message came from?
Right. They can't be that it's fake. It can't be that it's something else. It's got to be aliens.
It's got to be aliens, exactly. So the guy who presented dinosaurs and the crop cycles was a Freemason. The response in our real life and connected with the blue beam is that we have these two crop cycles, and very convenient because it's at the garden of the Chilbolton Observatory, right? So they are the owners of the crop cycle. They have all the time they need to do it.
Exactly. I was going to say there's nobody even close to there that nobody would even know.
Exactly. So this is this news is in Spanish, but supposedly after 36 years of flying, the Voyager 1 was abandoned our solar system and blah blah blah. But the idea is that someone must go side by side and take that gold disc, analyze, interpret. Of course, because the civilization is much intelligent than us.
Oh, it would have been so cool if we would have had a nice... Why don't we have a video camera on there so we could watch them come and reach out and grab the disc and play it on their record player?
No.
Oh, it'd be so great.
Shannon, please. Why they don't come and present it?
No, it's better. It's better to put it in.
Do this kind of message.
It's better to put it in fields. They got to put it in fields. They can't come too close. Last time they came close, they crashed at Roswell. So they can't get too close. They have to send and crop the fields.
Yes, exactly. So if you make it like a reverse engineering, you can see why dinosaurs are just our regular animals out there that are green and rude and strong, and they make it a little big. Right. They add horns, and this is a dinosaur.
Right.
Simply as that. That is my opinion. But now, how they connect that? Well, this was sent by a guy that is a friend of mine that is a pilot, a commercial pilot. And in one of the airports, there was like a cinema. And now the dinosaurs are alien zoos. It's not just dinosaurs. Now there are dinosaurs mixed with UFO. And of course, you can see this in some kind of shock way or funny way, but this is brainwashing people.
Yeah, absolutely.
They know how important it is to print a message in your brain at certain age, and then triggering when you are an adult. As simply as that.
Well, we talked about it. We already said that all the Jesuits who said it and everybody else that give me a child to the age of 7 and we'll own him for life. So they just need to, and of course they put the children in front of the TV and they've got the cartoons. The cartoons are all about the dinosaurs. Excuse me, alien cartoon. It just puts it in the head at an age, and then it's too hard to get rid of. I mean, it's very difficult for some of us who are at the age we're at. Luckily, we didn't have probably as much TV as the children have today.
Yes, exactly. And for the thing about the crop cycles, I present this so many times before, and there are new ones. But here you can see really, really fine, detailed crop cycles made it by regular people, just 3 guys without any financial agenda behind it, with just good tables and strings, ropes, and do it at night, and they make it very precisely work. Of course, I'm not trying to discredit for those who believe in what they believe. This is just my opinion. I think that in some kind of hoax of this size, you're going to have involved militaries or some kind of technology that we don't use. The important thing here is like if you go to a logical path, it's like saying, hey man, I mean, the UFOs are making better crop cycles along the time. I mean, why they start with so crappy crop cycle in 1600?
Right.
And now they have these perfect, super perfect crop cycles.
Right.
That is because someone
is perfecting it.
It's perfecting, exactly,
right.
Man. I mean, if you are an advanced technology civilization, you are, you are not going to perfect in 300 years. You are superior than that, right?
Right. You should have gotten it right in 1600, of course.
Exactly. So they start like this, and now they have these complex patterns, but you can recreate for yourself. And of course, if you have an agenda behind, and you have money to do that, and maybe you have some kind of technology behind that, it's going to be much easier, of course. And I leave it there. But the thing is that all the
Whoop, we lost you again, Iru. Hold up. Sorry, folks. Please wait a second. For some reason, the sound goes off sometimes here. On Iru's feed. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We are listening to Iru Landucci. And part 2 of his presentation from the Spanish conference on the NASA Bluebeam project. And we'll get him back here shortly. Iru.
You're there?
Okay, there we go. Sorry, you were gone for a little while.
Sorry, maybe my connection is a little low. Sorry for that. But
that's good. Go
what
ahead.
What I was mentioning, it was like Robert Plot, the guy who presents the dinosaurs and the crop cycles, was the first keeper of Ashmolean Museum, and Elias Ashmole, the guy who created the museum, he's considered one of the father of Freemasonry and contributed to this extensive knowledge related to Egyptian and Hermetic symbols. He dealt with astrologers, alchemists, mathematicians. He founded the Royal Society of London and the Philosophical Society of Oxford, and he is the father of the modern Freemasonry. So again, you have the connection. Again. So I believe with these few examples, I believe that the first step is completely probably, and in fact, it's running in our faces right now.
Absolutely, yeah.
As we speak.
They've completed that.
It's getting better.
Quite well.
So the first step for me, without any doubt, they are doing it. The second step, the gigantic space shows. You don't tell me nothing about my pronunciation. It's a little better.
It's good. It's really great. I'm
it's
impressed.
Good. Nobody complain in the chat, at least.
I'm not watching the chat, but I'm sure they are complaining. But that's all right. It's much better.
Okay,
you got so much better in 1 week. It's impressive.
It's the corona, man.
Yeah, you probably got sick.
Start melting my DNA, and
Pretty soon we're all gonna speak one language. Thank goodness.
One language, yeah.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
So the gigantic. See, I can't talk now. The gigantic space show, 3D optical and sound holograms, laser projections of multiple holographic images in different parts of the world, each receiving a different image according to their original default national religious faith. This new image of God will speak in all languages. But again, we'll talk about how they don't really need this, or have already done it, really.
Exactly. But the idea behind the presentation is to say, well, they have it right now, the technology, or at least they are on the way to achieve this kind of technology, or maybe this is too much and they change it completely and they go to another path which is more easily to do, but the main goal still remain. Okay, so that is the idea. But if you go directly to this, the technologies, and I am not an expert on this, so maybe there are people out there that maybe they see this information and they can comment, with links provided, new information or better information that are different that I'm going to present. But the thing, the thing is, in the document, this is literally what is said in the document presenting in the 1980s. So in our days, of course, I'm gonna play this and comment comment over the video. But supposedly in 1972 was released this 3D holographic technology, if you want to see in that way, which is an holographic technology, very standard. Presented. This is a documentary presented by Kodak, and they teach you how you can print an holographic thing into a plane surface. Because what we need to understand behind this is like, if we have some kind of screen up there, we can present like three-dimensional images. Yes, we can do it. At least we can do it here with special surfaces. In this case, there are special films But at the end, you have this perception of depth, but in a plane surface. It could be like a flat paper, or it could be this kind of cylindrical shape to present this 3D holographic thing. Of course, at that time was like a monochrome thing. They show us the Apollo, lander,
Right.
Because in every document, this is blue beam.
Mm-hmm.
And we mentioned this before. I mean, every time you are opening the newspaper and see news about asteroid, comets, SpaceX, is a blue beam. Because, and again, we mentioned this before, but the most easy things to do is to print an holographic image in your brain.
So easy.
So easy. Because after all, if they put just a tiny white point in the sky, the idea is that if they say that tiny white point is a spacecraft,
right,
200 kilometers in the sky, you're going to believe it. Because your brain is going to interpret that a tiny white point is a spacecraft.
Or some sort of sun, 2 billion miles wide or 1 million miles wide. Or you're going to believe that a star, that little dot in the sky, is a sphere. It's a huge sphere.
Exactly. It's a huge sphere. So I put this because the documentary is much longer than 1 minute. I'm resuming 1 minute, but along the documentary, they show so many times the spacecraft and things from Apollo, and because of course at that time, maybe in 1972, there was this massive hysteria about the moon landings and the fans talking about the moon landings, but they put it right there. So if you are just a regular guy studying holography, there's the message.
Mm-hmm.
That is the blue beam thing. So that is how start the holography. And of course, it's much, much older, because I remember when I was at Italy, in Milan, which is a city, and I go there to the film museum, and I believe was in the 18th centuries they created the holographic photos.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the device, the old device. It's like a box of good, and with 2 holes with lenses, and you put the eyes there, and you see like a picture in 3-dimensional, but super 3-dimensional. And we are talking about goods, good box, and
right.
And some old pictures in black and white in the early 18th centuries, and they performed the 3D optics, illusions. So in our days, if you want to transfer this, okay, I understand the idea behind it, but how they going to apply to the Blue Beam project? Well, if you start consider that we have the way to project images on the air right now. It's called laser plasma emission displays and helio displays. And this is all videos, because these videos are from 2016.
Right. Some of the stuff they're doing today is way past that, yeah.
Yeah, way past. So we have this, very poor quality image, which is just tiny point of light. But again, that is a fleet of spacecraft in the sky.
Right.
Your brain
Musk,
makes
Elon Musk
the
put
next
it up there.
step. Exactly. Yeah, the Starlink. Yeah, that is a Starlink fleet of satellite. And then you have another more advanced. This is just full color, and the name is a nice name, because it's helio display.
Mm-hmm.
Life-size mid-earth display system is a machines that drop like
little
vapor.
particles, huh? Yeah, vapor.
Yeah, exactly. And the light make the rest. And the sphere, again, blue beam there in your face, and the heliocentric model. But you have the chance to do that in a small office, okay? Because this is just commercial devices.
Mm-hmm.
It's not intent for hoax the whole world, right? But they make money along the way, just simply as that. So if you go now a little more advanced and a little more big, you have this technology applying to vapor, with a full color in a huge size in comparison to an office size. And if you turn off the light or you wait that the night comes, you're gonna have these super holographic images. You have Albert Einstein, of course, and the atom model right away. But the idea is our sky is made of vapor or gases. So if they need it, if they want to, they can project these kind of things through a drone or a plane.
Look at the Saturn launching there at the end.
Exactly. So for me, I don't know if they have the technology right away to do it, but they are in the good path.
And especially if you believe, which I tend to have to believe sometimes, that maybe they're not 20 years ahead of us, 50 years ahead of us, like some people believe, but they are ahead of what the everyday person has and can afford. So if this is what some company can produce, you have to imagine they have something far superior.
Completely agree. Yeah, and in fact, and let me just add another layer on top. Everything that we see from the ground to the sky, we have this distortion produced by the turbulence of the air, right? So they don't even need to put out there a super, crispy images.
No, it doesn't need
because
to be
after all, so it's simply as that. So, but if you go a next step in terms of, because everything is commercial thing, but there is this paper, and this is for real. I'm not, the things that are presented here, you can find it by yourself and see what I'm talking about. This is not some kind of conspiracy thing, or maybe it's my interpretation, and my interpretation is wrong. But the document, you can find it for yourself.
Right.
So there was this old in terms, because it was presented in February of 1998. So imagine in our days, if you want to, maybe this kind of research was discontinued, and maybe they don't do it anymore. We don't know that, at least yet. But the idea is the Army research, and again, you can see the militaries behind it. They present this idea of 3D holographic display using strontium, barium, and niobate. I don't know if I pronounce it well.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, so here you start, at least my opinion is that you need to start to connect it with the chemtrails and all these, particles released in the upper atmosphere. Maybe they have multiple objectives behind release these kind of particles, because there is no longer a conspiracy theory that there is chemtrails, okay? That was officialized. If you type it in Wikipedia, the first thing is going to appear is a plane, making like a cone type of spread. And they say, we are spreading heavy particles in the upper atmosphere because we need to reflect the sunrise and stop heating the world.
Warming,
so they are doing it in our faces right now. So if you start going into the past and some news, you're going to find that all the time NASA and other space agencies, they are make research with this type of sounding rocket.
Absolutely.
Rocket having barium release system to create ion clouds in the upper atmosphere. NASA rocket produce another barium clouds. The purpose maybe, and I again leave clear, maybe this kind of experiment was intended for other purposes.
Right.
But if you connect this with the military paper, what you're going to find is that specifically the 3D holographic display using strontium and barium is related to produce in real time the resultant. Please read it Can you read it for me, please, the abstract?
Sure. An innovative technique for generating a three-dimensional holographic display using strontium, barium, niobate is discussed. The resultant image is a hologram that can be viewed in real time over a wide perspective or field of view. The holographic image is free from system-induced aberrations and has a uniform high quality over the entire field of view. Keep going.
Can you? Yeah, please.
The enhanced image quality results from using a phase conjugate read beam generated from a second photorefractive crystal acting as a double-pumped phase conjugate mirror. Multiple three-dimensional images have been stored in the crystal via wavelength multiplexing.
Okay, multiplexing. That word is remind me that Scott Kelly.
Multiplexer, demultiplexer.
Maybe they are installing that in the sky.
Yeah, maybe they're installing it up above us. Sure. Yeah.
Exactly. So,
but this tells you right here, and these are
this-
what some of the things we've been saying for a long time of these different launches, of these different views in the sky. You have no idea what is being seen there. But go ahead.
Exactly. So the idea, I put this image as a representation of what I imagine that they can do. If they have a medium and with certain kinds of density and properties in terms of photorefractive, you can produce an image.
Anything,
we see in the water, in the vapor, in the air, in the screen, wherever.
Right.
So if you imagine, for example, this is not intended to compare this with our atmosphere, but is to have the idea. This is just for a gift. This is the face of
Steve Jobs, I think.
Yeah, Steve Jobs. Sorry, Steve Jobs. Presenting inside of a plastic cube, and you can print the holographic view, and then you have the possibility to make the rotation, blah 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 blah. Mm-hmm. The fact is that if you connect this, with this and this is official record, and I need to use the Wayback Machine because they deleted.
Mm-hmm.
Because this was for official web page, and at least it's something that is some kind of interesting information to trying to connect dots. Nothing more than that.
Right.
Why you are laughing?
Because it says it supports PSYOP and strategic deception management.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the point, and I have the document. I have the PDF. This is the web page is www.au.af.mil/blah blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
So the 5.6 Aeron holographic projector, and if you can read it, I'm going to appreciate it.
Sure. It says brief description. The holographic projector displays a three-dimensional visual image in a desired location removed from the display generator. The projector can be used for psychological operations and strategic perception management. It is also useful for optical deception and cloaking, providing a momentary distraction when engaging an unsophisticated adversary. And then for the capabilities, it says precision projection of 3D visual images into a selected area, supports PSYOP and strategic deceptive management, provides deception and cloaking against optical sensors.
And then the rest is something like it is a technological thing, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is that this is 30 years ago that they present this. I don't know the stage, at what stage this is.
So think of where technology is 30 years ago versus now, except for don't look at space travel, because, of course, space travel is the only known technology ever to go backwards and be stalled for 50 years for God knows what reason. But go ahead.
Exactly. So the thing is that at least this second point, that they don't need it because they are using this for me and put this idea through series and media in our heads.
Right.
And then everything that we can see up in the sky, even a balloon, is a UFO.
Right.
So they are reached the point that they don't need it anymore, but maybe they need it. So they have the technology. I believe yes, they have, or at least they are on the way.
They're on the way.
And they are in the very
close. Very close.
Very close, exactly, very close. So the thing is that, of course, and I'm going to, go a little fast in this part because these are all news, and maybe someone could help to add into chemtrails research. But the idea to present this is official news stories and official document that all the time from 70s, 60s, and 50s, NASA was conduct experiments with sounding rockets and releasing all this heavy metal up in the atmosphere to study the electrical field of the Earth, because we are surrounded by electrical type of field. All right, so you have it from the 50s, studying the upper atmosphere and releasing all these type of gases or particles, heavy particles up in the sky. The ones who are interested, they can pause the video and read for yourself, and just type in the title, and you are going to find the official document to read in extensive way. We have our modern experiments that doesn't have anything to do with blue beam. It's just like the study of the electrical and magnetic fields in our Earth upper atmosphere. But at least for me, all these kind of things you have to have in mind. I believe a lot of things they use to cover up some satellite technology, because it's much easier to say, no, that is a UFO, then if you need to start to explain to the people, no, that is a balloon
telecommunications thing, right? Yeah, of course, people would flip out. It's easier to say, oh, we don't know, unidentified.
Exactly. And of course, chemtrails and antenna are very, very related. Again, this is not for a blue beam perspective, but I present it and I leave it there for everyone to want to investigate a little deeper. But the fact is that when the second step in the Blue Beam project talks about the gigantic space show, is this, and it's happening. Right. I mean, we have NASA, the stories about the moon base or Nazis going to the moon because they want control the moon and control the world. The stories behind meteor strike. Every day we have these stories. The idea that NASA use, we can't run out with tape, so we record over. The L4 Society, the killer satellite, the orbiters, the ISS, the science fiction fans all the time, of course. But we have power satellite, spy satellite, nuclear capability, the comet, everything. All this is the gigantic space show, and it's happening.
And people believe it all, without even needing to do a space show. It is a space show.
This is a space show, exactly, and it's completely related to blue beam. That is my point of view. Okay, so if we go more specific to this topic, one of the best.
And the other thing is, don't you think that they could convince people that they're talking about doing this gigantic space show, and then when that doesn't happen, people say, "Oh, it didn't happen," but they don't even need that. It can all take place with just the mental image.
Exactly, but I want to expand a little bit on. We are good in time, or you want to stop here, or?
It's up to you. I mean, we can stop whenever. If you are, so how many more slides do you have? Do you want to do a part 3?
Yeah, maybe we can do a part 3 and attacking the part 3, all that spiritual part behind the New Age and the New World Order. Okay, we can finish this technological part and then stop there.
You tell me when to
stop. Maybe I have like 30 more slices.
Let's do it.
Okay. Perfect. So if we start to divide this in terms of one of the most effective ways to penetrating your mind,
right?
At least in terms of the idea of UFOs, is the meteor strikes and the satellites. It's one of the more effective ways to relate it to the UFO. So if we go to this, you can call this the weaponized space, right?
Right. Yeah.
In some way you can do it that. So how this is related in our real life? Of course, I'm going to play the video from Caroline Rosin. So for live on the record and use this as a starting point, if you allow me.
Great.
Okay, I go.
My name is Carol Rosen. I'm an educator who became the first woman corporate manager of an aerospace company, Fairchild Industries. I'm a space and missile defense consultant. I've consulted to a number of companies, organizations, government departments, even the intelligence community. I was a consultant to TRW, working on the MX missile. So I was part of that strategy, which turned out to be a role model for how to sell space-based weapons to the public. And I founded the Institute for Security and Cooperation in Outer Space, a Washington, D.C.-based think tank. I'm an author and have testified before the Congress, the President's Commission on Space, and to a number of committees of that kind of relevance. When I was a corporate manager of Fairchild Industries in 1974 through 77, I met the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in early 74. But he assured me that he would live a few more years in order to tell me about the game that was being played, that game being the effort to weaponize space, to control the Earth from space and space itself. Von Braun had a history of working with weapon systems. Von Braun's purpose in life during the last years of his life, his dying years, was to educate the public and decision makers about why space-based weapons are a dumb, dangerous, destabilizing, too costly, unnecessary, unworkable, undesirable idea, and about the alternatives that are available. And as practically a deathbed speech, he educated me about those concepts and who the players were in this game. What was most interesting to me was a repetitive sentence that he said to me over and over again during the approximately 4 years that I had the opportunity of working with him, and that was the strategy that was being used to educate the public and decision makers, and the scare tactics, the spin that was being put on a weapon system. And that was how we identify an enemy. The enemy, at first, he said, the enemy against whom we're going to build a space-based weapon system that he thought was a ridiculous idea, unnecessary and very dangerous, not to mention too costly, etc. The strategy that Wernher von Braun taught me was that first the Russians are going to be considered to be the enemy. In fact, when I met him in 74, they were the enemy, the identified enemy. We were told that they had killer satellites. We were told that they were coming to get us and control us, the dirty commies, that whole story. First, the Russians were the enemy against whom we're going to build space-based weapons. Then terrorists would be identified, and that was soon to follow. We heard a lot about terrorism. Then we were going to identify third world country crazies. We now call them nations of concern. But he said that would be the third enemy against whom we would be needing to build space-based weapons. And the funniest one of all was against what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the final card. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him, he would bring up that last card. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens. And all of it, he said, is a lie. A lie. I think I was too naive to know at that time the seriousness of the nature of the spin that was being put on the system. And now the pieces are starting to fall into place. We're building a space-based weapon system based on a premise that is a lie, a spin. I have concluded that it's based on a few people making a lot of money and gaining power. It's about ego. It's not about our essence and who we really are on the planet and loving each other and being at peace and cooperating, using technologies to solve problems and heal people in the planet. It isn't about that. It's about a few people who really are playing an old, dangerous, costly game for their own pocketbooks and power struggle. That's all it is.
Very clearly, right?
One of the most telling interviews, ever. I mean, she just spells it out right there for you. It's a very old game. It's a very dangerous game. It's a lie. It's people in power controlling the masses and taking their freedoms away for nonsense. That's what we've been trying to tell people for 5 years.
Exactly, and nonsense for us, but for them is a magic card.
Absolutely.
At least that is my point of view.
One of the most powerful ones, yeah.
Exactly. In fact, we had Donald Trump saying, sometimes I think how we're going to make it without space, right? Something like that.
Right. Yeah.
So that phrase is completely linked to this moment in time with this kind of thing.
And complete bullshit. It has nothing to do with anything. The whole idea of Space Force and everything to do with space is just nonsense. Even if you look at this whole coronavirus thing, thank goodness space is around, or else what would happen? No, it has nothing to do with that. Space is completely a story in your mind, much like this coronavirus can be.
Exactly. So the thing is that, well, how this start transferring in our real life. Well, right now, you have all these kind of ideas. For example, National Geographic in Spanish said, hide if you can. And they present these super cool images from satellites looking at from the sky, like being gods, looking what you are doing to blame you, and this is a religion. I mean, all the aspect of space, starting from people that use white dresses, coming from the clouds and being heroes, like avatars, to this point of having, these gods of technology looking us to blame us or to persecute us. Everything is based on religion thing. That's my point of view, right?
Mine too. It's all based on either you can use it as an entertainment standpoint, or you can use it as a religious standpoint, or you can. It's an open slate. When you're talking about places, just like Narnia. I mean, I've talked about it before, but once you step through the wardrobe, imagine what's possible for them to convince you of is on the other side of the wardrobe. It's inevitable. It's unending. It can be anything. It can be everything. It can be they can use it for whatever they want, and that's what space is, and they will continue to use it for whatever they want. And like Iru said, it could be from a religious place where that's where the religious people and the gods go and where they live and where they reside and where they come from. It can also be where we're being spied on from, where everything that they want to tell you, and you have no choice but to believe it in today's society.
Yeah, but the ultimate goal is social control. It doesn't matter if you see from entertainment point of view or religious point of view. It's to control you.
Right.
Without any kind of so then you have
with no facts,
for example,
with no facts or reality behind it. It can just be a story. It's
no
like
reality base. Yes.
It's like creating a cartoon and convincing the world that what's going on in maybe it's the Smurfs. The Smurfs will take over one day. The Smurfs do this. The Smurfs do that. Well, of course, we don't believe that because it's a cartoon. The same thing is true of outer space, yet people believe it because it's presented to you as if it's real.
Exactly. And then you have all these ideas transferred into real events for common people, with the MIT, space, the new great war field of humanity. And nobody fight up there.
No, right.
But nobody fight. But because, we have all these satellite grid from China, from United States, from Russia. It's a space scenario, It's a war field of humanity. Then you have, for example, the BBC, how space became the new theater of war. And that, for me, is one of the most coherent and, very telling, title between Russia, China, and United States. So this is part of the gigantic show space. Mm-hmm. So this is happening. With this kind of this is blue beam projecting in your mind. This is and in fact, and I showed this so many times before, but speaking about missiles and things like that, I really love this. Putin lost his supposedly invulnerable nuclear weapon, blah blah blah. But the fact is that supposedly Russia present this nuclear
this is my favorite
crucial missile. Yeah. So they show all real images from the spacecraft being to space, but this is a missile going up into the sky. They use this real footage, but then suddenly they changed to digital, and supposedly, and this was presented for politicians and people that supposedly wanted to put money on this project.
Right.
And supposedly this is the capability of the missile, passing over mountains and and avoiding
radar,
radars, and with unlimited power because it's powering by the nuclear source inside the rocket, and then they drop it into the Pacific Ocean. But this is official news, and they present this as like a marketing thing.
Right.
They presented, and I just played this video. If you go to the official story behind it, they presented like, Russia, we're going to develop this technology. Right. And we can, this was the real event.
Right.
Putin selling this technology.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one weaponized space. This is.
And you talk about scaring people. I mean, of course, we do whatever we need to do. We need to start a space force because look at these rockets are coming from Russia soon.
Yeah, man, it's unbelievable. So that's one way. Other way to weaponize space is, playing with this space weather.
Mm-hmm.
Now we are threat because the solar winds can destroy our magnetic fields and everything's going to go crazy. But, you can take it as just like something to laugh. But the real thing is that they create all these committees and put money and invited scientists and give it orders and make it public, and not just one session. This was the first session, and this was like 2014, something like that. So in our days, we have even created in the 1970s the Earth Day, the Asteroid Day. So all that kind of things is part of the gigantic show space and trying to threat using this is a external threat. That is why for me they start changing things in terms of that maybe the ultimate goal to create the new world order could be and must be related with some kind of messiah. But in the meantime, they start using all these threats.
They can have multiples, and the multiples can be different tests to see what will stick, what won't stick, what are people really afraid of, what are they not afraid of. But yeah, they have many different avenues they can go down.
Exactly. And for example, one of the most important ones was the global warming. That is one of the most important things to weaponize space and use that as a gun for us. Right? So let me just play this short video.
Yep.
Because, sorry for being repetitive, but for me, these kind of videos representing how they manifestate in our dense reality the ideas that they planning into paper. Because sometimes we see a lot of paper or images or documents and people maybe believe that, no, but that is just a document, that doesn't come reality. So how they make reality, how they create an idea to make reality, well, this is the tool that they use. Politicians, televisions, meetings, scientist meetings, all this kind of thing. So let me just play this.
You are part of the first generation of officers to begin your service in a world where the effects of climate change are so clearly upon us. All of which is why the Pentagon calls climate change a threat multiplier.
So the Pentagon called a threat multiplier the weather.
Por eso el Pentágono ha
sorry,
afirmado...
this part is Spanish part, but they are talking because they use these kind of actors like Leonardo DiCaprio, so they make all these document about the global warming and things like that. So right now they are talking, saying Obama is, talk with Leonardo and saying, well, Leonardo, that is why the Pentagon came and said us like the most important threat out there is the weather. It's a climate change, So, and they, from politicians to actors and to actors to common people. Then you have, for example, this other Skull and Bone member, you know, trying to this comparison is for me is one of the most well, you can put a word better than me.
Gracias por su gran labor.
Epidemics, poverty, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The reality is that climate change ranks right up there with every single
one.
Right.
So the climate change right now, it's worse than the nuclear bomb, if you want to believe in that. But what a better way to put fear in people than this way?
Right. And again, it can really be anything. They can, at this point, it's becoming obvious that they can use anything. And it's always these threats that nobody can see. You know,
nobody can see, exactly. Mm-hmm. It's super genius the way that these guys play. And in fact, remember that supposedly all the crazy thing of the space weather is related to the sun, you know, a corona section, because the sun is the god, so it has a corona. It has a corona in top of the head with the rays. And I presented this before, but supposedly this is really funny because in the 50s, 59, in fact, Disney produced a piece of video to, indoctrinate people in their homes, talking about the space, the space things, the space things.
Of course.
Why it's important to go to space and study space. And
just imagine they did that since 1959. In all their videos, they talked about soon man will be on the moon. Soon man will be in space. Soon man. So, of course, they had no choice after 5 years, 6 years, 7 years of that than to tell people that they went there. They couldn't come back and say, oops, we didn't go. Oops, we can't go to space. Oops, there's a barrier there. No, it has to be, we did go to space. We're going to continue going to space. And how do we have evidence of that? Well, we just need to look at now and see that they are no longer going there.
Yes, and before going there is a science factual presentation.
Oh, science factual.
Yeah.
Nice.
So nice. So they present and I compare at the same time. So Disney, without any kind of space telescope like Soho or something like that, they present to the public the mass corona section of the sun. Right? Look at that miniature. I mean, this is a model, man. This is a model, you know, but they combine and they mix with supposedly real footage.
With cartoons.
Blah, blah, blah. So the thing is that... yeah, what can you do?
Yeah.
You need to laugh. But the idea is that this was made here on Earth on Disney Studio. But 20 years later, the Skylab has a telescope mount, and they film through the window with this telescope mount the solar corona section, and it's the fucking same thing.
Yeah, it's so.
And if you compare this with our day's corona section, nothing has to do with this.
No.
So what happened to the sun? I mean, right now it's a super electrical field, going here and going there.
Right.
But supposedly this was real.
Right.
Filming from space.
Yeah, right.
So, well, for me, again, one more time.
Look at the sun on the right.
Yeah. So this is another way to weaponize, weaponize space, use against us, and of course, being part of this idea of the gigantic space show.
And remember, on the left the left is Disney. Please remember that.
Yeah. This Disney.
Yeah,
this Disney and this NASA.
Right. Before anybody ever went in orbit, before there's anything like that.
Yes. So that is the special eyepiece for looking into the sun and film and record the corona of the sun and the mass section. So look at that. Look this part of the video.
Right.
This part, like maybe it's a piece of something in your fireplace, but it's very convincing in terms of if you start to compare this with our day simulation, computer simulation. I believe this is better.
Yeah. And yet that's there when there's
it's more believable.
That's a Donald Duck view or something.
Yeah. So I believe this has some audio. So supposedly these are the phone calls from or the radio call from the Skylab team trying to explain what they see.
Because the light that we see comes from light radiated by hydrogen atoms in the sun's atmosphere. Now, this light is in the visible wavelength range, and you can actually see these pictures on the ground as well. They're about the only instruments that we have of that nature. And we use them here because we see much of the fine detail on the sun at these wavelengths radiated by the hydrogen atoms. For example, we can see sunspots. We can see network. We can see filaments. All of these things.
We can see Mickey Mouse.
Now, the next display that I'd like to discuss briefly is a white light coronagraph. Now, this coronagraph also records or images pictures in the visible part of the wavelength. But it has a very unique feature which makes it something that cannot be observed very often from the ground. And this is it has some occulting discs out in front of the telescope, so that the center of the image, the disk of the sun, is blotted out, and all we see is the very faint light coming in from the solar corona. Now, those of us on the ground can only see this at those very infrequent intervals when we have a total eclipse of the sun. Now up here,
and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And everything is filming from the ground. But the thing is that how is this related to a UFO? Well, first of all, what happened to this sun corona section? I mean, look at that.
Right.
How the sun could change so much from this to this.
Right.
And this is official
The
from
sun
NASA
is always
imaging.
the sun is always changing. I mean, look how much it's changed in the last 50 years.
Yeah, man. Yeah, look at that. It's amazing. And then you have all this kind of story that is related to the public and the UFO community get crazy. I don't know if you remember that this was supposedly, this is a spacecraft, taking
Right.
energy from the sun to
Yeah.
power the,
I've seen all that
turbine,
stuff.
engine, thruster, whatever.
Yeah.
So all the time they are using that to connect with the alien thing.
Mhm.
And I believe you see you watch the video that the NASA former astrophysicist said that, well, all these colors are fake. We make it because
Right.
the reality is that we film in black and white and nobody likes black and white image, so we add all these
We add all the colors.
all the thing that it's related with electro super electrical fields bending by the magnetic surge. Everything of that is CGI. We add it
Right.
to present to the public, because if not, nobody is going to read our news. So right in your face.
Or they could just go even further than that and say, oh, what we film in the outer galaxies is not even in the visual spectrum. So it comes back, it's data, and then we reassemble the data into what our artists think it will look like, of course.
Yes, exactly. So another way to weaponize the space and use against us and use as a blue bean is not use politicians, but use musicians. And we have this type of Newton, Isaac Newton type of haircut.
Yeah, Brian May.
And the guitar leader of
Queen.
Queen. He's an astrophysicist, so right now he's very concerned, and he asked for much and more money to save us, save the world. So
the first asteroid day last year, 2015, was a huge success, and it made a start in raising global awareness of a possible asteroid strike. The next asteroid day is June the 30th, 2016, and we're encouraging people to mount their own events on that day and make Asteroid Day truly global. So schools, universities, museums, we have lots of material on the website, and please get into it and help to raise global awareness.
Global awareness of Asteroid Day.
If you type right now, Brian May and Asteroid Day, you're gonna find tons of articles, videos, money, founding.
Right.
It's crazy thing, but the idea behind that is like a fear,
Right.
threat, external threat coming in our world, and we can.
Again, it's things you can't see, it's things you can't prove, it's things you just have to believe. Believe what you're being told, because it's going to kill you if you don't.
Exactly. So, we have companies that produce artificial meteor shower or artificial comet, artificial light in the skies. That is why we see, not because these companies, but I mean, they can simulate and emulate all the colors that we see in the sky. We discussed this topic so many times before, but
it's just different gases. Yeah, we talked about it on Globebusters many times.
Yeah, exactly. So here you can read it because it's Spanish, but that is a globular light, and if you it's related with from the family of the Sprite, but that is not a comet. That is electrical discharge, and that is why they produce this stream of so-called fire. Nobody found it. Nobody ever, see some of these impact into some kind of building or something like that. So you have you have artificial companies, and then you have like natural phenomena that occurs up in the sky. So you can use the natural phenomena to relate it with the space stories, or you can use a company to produce it for some kind of objectives, explicit objectives, which could be, for example, fake an alien invasion, or some kind of we need to put money to study the sky because look at what happened. We found a meteor strike, and then you have all the meteors related with missiles and these kind of metal balls falling from the sky. That's just for the record, let me just in the other monitor, this kind of things that everyone knows that it's from military ground, because there are just bombs or things that they are testing. But of course, for the alien UFO community, this ball is the same thing of this, ball falling from the sky. So again, you have this related connection. Everything is connected right now with space and UFOs, even meteors. And of course, we have the man-made comets from the 50s, charged by NASA. Experiments conducted by NASA. Artificial comet playing outer space around the clock are man-made and man-launched. They are finding out what our astronauts may run into their walks in space. Special optical equipment is used to film the behavior of this comet, providing a record of the events that are invisible to the human eye. And you can go to the news and there is all over the place. Doesn't matter the year. For example, this was 1984. This is the man-made comet. So trying to connect this with the Halley comet,
right?
All that kind of event that is no more than connect you to the heliocentric model. And if you are a heliocentric believer, you're going to believe in UFOs and all these kind of. So again, this is from Germany and Russia creating artificial comets, using the barium clouds. And they are making all the same thing. So this is of course, one of the most important gigantic show space. But the most important for me, it's of course the moon landing and all these nonsense spacecraft. We discussed this many times before, so I'm going to just go very quickly. But again, this is part of the show. This is part of the once they put these ideas into your head, then they can use for whatever they need. They can use for entertainment. They can use for Blue Beam project. They can use for ask you for money. They can use for threat you.
For scare you, yeah.
It's a white letter. It's a white check. I don't know how you call this.
Well, it's a blank check, or I call it an open slate, or
open slate. Yeah,
anything you want.
It's an open slate.
Yeah.
This picture is amazing because here you can see all the front projection technique and how the real scenario trying to mix with the projection.
Mm-hmm.
And from NASA official pictures, you have this one. This is
Right.
one of the most from projection evidence ever.
It's
you know,
so
I mean,
obvious.
This is a really high
who,
quality image.
Anybody who looks at that and thinks that that is a real background is on another land.
Yes,
Probably on the moon.
completely. And here you can see the other one, and it's the same spot, you know, with the same mountain, and supposedly now the rock's gone, and it's the lamb there with the
Right.
tiny car, you know, things like that. So I really like this. You know, what is the most difficult things to do on the moon? Be on your knees for more than 2 seconds,
Right.
and you know, I mean,
Wonder
who
why.
can explain this? You know, I mean, why? First of all, he hit, you know, the foot with the risk or you know,
Right.
to creating like creating a hole in the boot and die immediately in front of all humanity on
Right.
television. Then why he cannot stand on the knees on the moon? What's the
Right.
problem? I mean,
Should be easier.
so for me, this is the kind of thing that if you are an educated person, you was in university or school, you cannot defend this type of thing. You know, I mean, come on.
No, and
It
I've
is
even heard
amazing.
people starting to talk more and more too about their entire suit is covered in dust and dirt and silt, and that's impossible with no moisture. That dust would come right off. You shouldn't have filthy clothing on the moon. Just another thing I'm hearing.
Yeah.
New things all the time. Look at all that mud is just it's like mud. Well, you need moisture in order to create mud, to create dirt on the pants. Otherwise, it would just fall right off.
Yeah, but the thing is, that is a very technical stuff. If you compare with this simple action,
Right,
I mean,
just getting down on your knees
you know,
should be easy.
For example, exactly. I mean, okay, I need to get on my knees and pick up that tool.
Right.
Okay, do it. Well, but for do that, I need to, you know, start going in circles, take action, more
Right.
speed, and then poop.
Yeah, it's
All
zero
that for
sense.
taking a tool on the ground, man. I mean, come on. Well, you know, it's very funny. Of course, we all seen this.
So funny.
The guy who trying that fly into the stairs. You know, like he's floating and someone is pulling you, and it's an amazing thing. But this is part of the gigantic space show.
Yeah.
Again, that is the second step of the Blue Beam project. This is another one. You know, the
Absolutely.
invisible gods that are, you know, a pulling of the astronaut. This kind of movement is it's sad how people believe these things. Here is the most amazing comparison in real life. You know, they are telling us how they do it, or at least one of the way that they use to fake it at that time. And you mentioned before, and for me it's a great idea to maybe there was connected like a
to a balloon,
gas balloon, to a balloon, exactly. Then you have this type of
Oh,
thing
man,
where
this is-
the antenna is break. This came from Taboo
Did you
Conspiracy.
see it? Here it
Yes,
is
Ben,
cropped.
I see it.
Yes, we see it.
It's
Ding.
amazing, man. I mean, you know, another part of the big show that they are presenting. In fact, it's on Getty Image. I mean, what it's tell you that this is official video.
Right.
It's not, you know, someone that maybe they are doing deep fake videos or something like that. This is for real. Then you have crazy things, but everything is related. For example, at scan level, you have the people that sell terrains on the
Oh
moon.
man, can't believe it. Yep, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Or I've seen
Uh,
watches for sale. I've seen watches that have a little bit of moon dust in them. I've seen bracelets that have moon dust in them. Shoes that have moon dust in them. Now you can buy properties on the moon. What a huge business for nonsense.
Exactly. Yeah. So then you have, for example, at the promise level, you know, they
Mhm.
keep promise us that we are going to get back and put colonies and colonize the
Bases.
moon and
Mhm.
vacation holidays, whatever.
Right.
Then we have a conspiracy level. You know, no, we have moons base
Right.
created from for Nazis or from aliens or whatever.
The Nazis,
and then
or
you have
the aliens live on the other side. Yeah.
Exactly. And then you have, of course, the most efficient political level, which is they use all this to, get money and keep brainwashing and, and so what I mean is all these kind of things, it's part of the Blue Beam project. Simply as that. And then we can go and talk about the SpaceX, how they can make it very easy in just like Hollywood productions, how the spacecraft was changing. It's like the space, like the crop cycles.
Right.
They learn.
It moves with the time, right? 1960s, it looks like this, and then 80s, 90s, right?
Yeah, and the nice thing is that they took so many years, so many decades to add just a simply glow to the atmosphere.
Right. Now we get the yellow glow.
And that is the shadow, man, of the satellite.
Right, on the Earth.
What?
Yeah, what
I don't
is
know
going
if
on?
that is some kind of maybe, splat there, but. And then, like I mentioned before, then you have, suddenly 2015, the first time that we see all the lights, color, because the technology in terms of computer graphic get more powerful.
Right.
So now we have that. And the same thing happened with the crop cycles, and the same thing happened with the space rocket launch and the space fakery.
Mm-hmm.
As long the technology keep growing and keep, become more powerful, they are going to make more believable the deception. That is why NASA asked in their real life event for CGI, for animators.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed this before. Then you have all the Hollywood productions applying to the, space events, all the news, they are selling us like excursion or like a tourist thing, like being in a hotel. After after official video, you can see scuba diver and the bubbles.
Right.
Not just bubble. There are bubbles that are coming back in the same way that supposedly they came. I mean, in space, you are not going to have that. Okay. I mean, if this is a particle and start going in this direction, there is nothing that changed that.
Right.
At least you have another force. So how this bubble or this space particle
change directions,
change velocity, decreasing the velocity, the acceleration, and then go up like if it was a bubble. After these kind of things, it's impossible to get back. Even it doesn't matter if you are a Wayback Machine.
No,
you cannot get back.
You can't go back there. I've tried.
You cannot go back.
I can't do it.
The highest priest of the space, and I keep going, but I prefer to make a stop here, and maybe the third part we can cover the satellite industry and how it's start and how it's related to the Blue Beam, and then give the final part in the same third chapter about the because I have a lot, so many slices to cover. The Space Force, which is another way to bring the real life to real life, this kind of nonsense Blue Beam that if I do it right now, I'm going to make very quickly, and for me this is for going into detail. So if you
do you want to, are you available next Thursday?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
I am available. Yeah. So
I'll put you
after
on the
that
schedule.
we can cover the third part, which is the electronic bidirectional telepathic communication. And let me make some spoiler here, but we have that technology.
Right.
So
here.
We have it, and it's even public. It's
right.
Even you can buy it if you want to right now.
Right.
And then we can go to, like I mentioned before, to the part of the UN and all the symbology behind, and Lucy Trust and all the New Age thing. Because, like I mentioned before, the official document is, you are going to use technology, space, aliens, but the ultimate goal is to insert or create a new world order via a new God and a new Messiah. So that part is also in our present day. So thank you for the time, Sharon.
No, thank you, everybody. That was Iru. So it's so much fun having him on the show, and it'll be good to do another. So I guess we're going to do part 3, so check out that next Thursday. As far as what else is coming up this week, check out tomorrow. We'll be doing a Friday Lounge, which will just be another kickback session. I'm sure we'll be talking about the Coroni Baloney, amongst many other subjects, so definitely tune in for that. That'll be tomorrow at 12 noon. And then we have Globebusters on Sunday. Back to Raw on Monday, and we'll just keep going from there and see what's happening. It certainly is some eye-opening times. It certainly is the age of deception. Thank you so much for the super chat that we got today. It's very much appreciated. I always ask people to support the show if they can. I realize times are tough. I guess realize they're tough for everyone. So if you can, still support, but I understand times are tough. It's going to be tough right now for everybody, but support the show, support Iru. If you scroll down in the description of this video that you're watching right now, I believe I put your stuff there already. Yeah, there we go. So I'll just show this real quick before we go. So there you go. So if you scroll down in the description of this video, you've got links to his English channel, NPT Red Pill. You've got links to his Spanish channel, Nur para Todos. You've got links to his Patreon, Nur para Todos, and to his website, nurparatodos.com.ar. So please support the show. Please support Iru. He's doing great work. And
thank you, man.
Yeah, love to see you guys support him. And if you want to support me, it's very easy to do so. You can do so by going to Patreon. And I always have to say thank you to all my patrons. They make everything I do possible, so I really appreciate their help and their support. You can join them at patreon.com/Jeranism. While you're there, do /Nur para Todos and support Iru as well. Okay.
Thank you so much for the supporters that I already have. For me, it's very right now here, like you said before, of course, around the world, but third countries are really having bad time. That for sure. So thank you so much for the people that help me be a patron, and of course that is if you go to my Spanish channel, and let me just make the comment, but I add like 3 or 4 publicities in a video of about an hour. And I do it because right now one of the, the help that I receive is the publicity that YouTube give me. So thank you everyone that for support me. And of course, it's not obligation. It's just something that maybe if you can do it, $2 here is so much. So thank you everyone.
Yeah, and if you want to mail me a letter, you can do so also at P.O. Box 3044, Merced, California 95344. And to Paul, I'll just say Paul in Washington. I got 2 letters this week, and I will call them out probably tomorrow and a thank you. But just something I noticed for the first time ever, it appears that there was something round in this envelope. I'm not going to guess what it is. I opened the package from Paul. It doesn't look like he says anything was included. But, Paul, if you did include some sort of coin or silver or something, somebody stole it. I can see that they cut out the very corner of this envelope, and it looks like something round was in there that they pressed on. I can kind of see the round shape. Maybe not. Maybe I'm tripping. But if you did send something small and round, it got stolen. So if it looks like the size of like a coin, a silver ounce or something. So just letting people know, don't send that in envelopes because people are stealing it. So just letting you guys know that. Iru, any final words before we go?
No, thank you. Thank you so much for the time, for giving me the opportunity to talk with your audience. It's a very kind, I'm a part of Blockbuster and everyone knows me, but it's not easy to have friends that give us the opportunity to present our material. And even if, not even, but I mean, with the difficulty of my English and things like that, so maybe
it's great.
There are people that doesn't want to, and maybe they prefer to hear you. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
I think you speak better English than some people I see that speak. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And believe me, if I was trying to speak Spanish, oh boy, what a mess that would be. So definitely look up to your skills and appreciate you being on. Thank you for the last second couple super chats. We got one from Haska Sun, said excellent show, and from CMCG says thank you for your work, guys. You are very welcome. We enjoyed doing it, and again, tomorrow should be a fun show to sit back and talk a little Corona and limes. So see you guys tomorrow. I remind you to do your own research because when you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Stay safe out there. This has been Jeranism. Till next time, peace. What's going on, everyone? It's Jaron from Jeranism back with another live video for you today. Thank you so much for joining us. It is Thursday, which means it's time for another presentation. We've got part 3 of Iru Landucci's Spanish conference presentation on the NASA Bluebeam project. So thank you so much for joining us. And we have with us today, I believe for now at least, we'll see how long this lasts, Iru Landucci. Iru, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Thank you for having me on for this part 3. I hope it's going to be a nice show. At least, understand what I'm saying. That is the important thing. And secondly, the image and the videos and the testimony I'm trying to use for speak for myself,
Yeah, and I think everything's working right. I don't know. It's a sad, sad day for us YouTube creators. I believe the YouTube Studio Classic is officially gone. I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, but
maybe this virus take it.
It did. It shut it down. So I had to start with a new way, in a new fashion, if you want to see it in that way. And hopefully we
don't copy me.
Okay, damn. I like that though too much. I don't know if it's working right. It seems like it's working fine, but I can't really tell. So if everybody hears us, then we should be good. And let me check here. And we are on DLive as well. We got people saying they loved part 2. Where is this in podcast form? Well, the Friday Lounge is in podcast form, but I don't believe the Thursday shows have been added yet. So you just have to find them on YouTube under my channel. All right, so if everybody remembers, we already did part 1. We did part 2 the past 2 Thursdays. By the way, if you're looking for what's going to be happening next Thursday we have Josh Brown, author of The Spiral Life. He's going to be joining me to talk a little bit about his book. So that's what's going on next Thursday. Tomorrow we have the Friday Lounge. Hopefully Iru will be there. I don't know. Iru, you thinking of joining us?
Yeah, I hope that too.
Okay. We'll see.
I don't have anything in agenda, so.
All right. And that should be fun. We'll talk a little bit of Corona. Obviously, that's the big topic. Everyone's sheltering in place. Very scared. Fear is running rampant everywhere. Toilet paper, however, is not running rampant, at least where I'm at. It's all right. I got 4 rolls left. We're doing all right. But, no.
Yeah, some media here, and that was really surprise to me because some important media TV channels here in Argentina start talking about the declaration from Ponroll, or that I believe Republican candidate Ron Paul.
Oh yeah.
Ron Paul?
Yes.
Ron Paul saying that, of course, that this pandemic, this virus is a hoax. In terms of there is people that are dying from this disease, blah blah blah, but it's just a business, a geopolitical business, and it's a hoax in the way that supposedly it's happening. So it was very shocking for me because that kind of statement, you never expect to hear in mass media television.
No, you wouldn't expect that, and I was trying to bring it up here, but something we'll talk about tomorrow. Unfortunately, my browser is not completing this dial. It says, checking your browser before accessing offguardian.org. Anyway, there was this article about 12 experts questioning the coronavirus. Great article for anybody to read. I thought we'd cover it tomorrow, go through each of these subject matter experts. Let's see if this thing... Oh, here we go. There we go. Now people can see it. Anyway, it's just 12 experts questioning the coronavirus panic, and you can go down, and there's each of these doctors, and then we can get quotes from them. So here this guy says, we are afraid that 1 million infections with the new virus will lead to 30 deaths per day over the next 100 days, but we do not realize that 20, 30, 40, or 100 patients positive for normal coronaviruses are already dying every day. So it goes through each of these guys, Dr. Wolfgang Wader, Dr. Joel Kettner. Anyway, this will be all stuff that we will cover tomorrow. As it's crazy, but I'm hoping people are at least happy. They're at least not succumbing to the fear. Home with their families. I've played more games of Yahtzee than I care to admit with my wife, but that's been kind of our way to keep off the TV. You play that over there? You ever play Yahtzee?
No Yahtzee. We play other games. I don't even know that game.
Oh man! Next time
I
see you.
We start with Linda. We start to creating like a flatter game. So
really,
Yeah, but very nice one.
You move around.
So maybe in a couple of months, maybe we're going to present it.
I like that idea. That is a great idea.
But it's going to be a very interactive game.
Okay. So Yahtzee's just a game with 5 dice, you throw the dice. You try and Yahtzee would be you throw the dice and you get all the same number. You know. So.
Here we play the same game, but we call Generala, which means something like general. You know, something that
Okay. Well, next
really
time I
bad
see you,
name,
next
but-
time I see you, I guess I'll teach you Yahtzee. But we also play the the simulation game, right? We can play that next time we see each other too. We didn't get to play it in Texas, but maybe next time.
Maybe next time, yeah.
All right, so
well,
let's
this
get.
is not a
oh.
good time for playing synchronized
No.
synchronized walk, right?
No, it's not the best time. You'll get told to.
It's not the best time.
We'd have to
go
stand
outside and
6
start
feet.
walking.
We'd have to stand 6 feet apart from each other. It'd be pretty miserable. So, how are things generally over there in Argentina and upside down land? Okay.
Yeah, well, things are, like I believe it's not so bad as Spain or Italy or so many other places, other countries in Europe. But we must get inside our houses after 8 p.m. Nobody get out. You have, police patrols making rounds on the streets. Of course, there is no dictatorship kind of a scenario, because maybe if you are outside walking at night, smoking a cigarette or whatever, the police maybe just warn you to get inside of your house, but you need to do it. I mean, you cannot just keep walking,
Right.
But you don't need to go outside with government paper to present anytime that you go in to buy food or things like that. But all the mayors, commerce are closed. Everything is buying online. Just few tents are open. So it's a very, very strange and bizarre type of world, like zombie world.
Zombie world, yeah. Well, we are in the age of deception, although I did notice a funny chat here. This person, Crispiracy, asked the question about the Flat Earth board game. He says, what's going to be on the bottom of the board game? What's underneath? What's on the other side?
And it's going to surprise.
All right, good. To look forward to that. Let's see here. The only thing, and I never do this. I'm going to do something I never do. Could somebody maybe send $1 super chat? The reason I'm asking that, I've never asked anybody to send a super chat before, but because it's a new way of setup, I can't bring up I usually bring up a separate screen where I can look at super chats, and now I can't do that because I don't know how. But I do see a screen here that says viewer activity, and underneath it says no super chats. So I'm just wondering if this screen will actually allow me to read super chats. So maybe if somebody's out there, if they want to send $1 just so I can say, okay, yes, I can see super chats and they do work and people can send them. Otherwise, as of right now, I don't know how I would see them unless I bring up I guess I could bring up the video and then, yeah, but then I'm not watching Iru's presentation. So anyway, let's get started. Iru, go ahead and show your screen. Let's see if everything is working correctly.
Okay, I'm sharing right now, so supposedly.
Yep, and we are, boom.
I'm presenting.
Yes, except for you have my little box in the upper right hand corner. I don't know if you can make that go away or maybe.
I don't.
Okay, you don't.
There you have super chats.
Let's see. Oh, I see him now. Thank you guys. Okay, that's good. Commercial sound and video. Thank you for the $1. Oil Bear and G Rocher and R.I. Patriot. Thank you guys so much. Boom, boom. Appreciate that. Now you don't need to do that any further unless you appreciate the content here by Iru or myself. But thank you. So I do have a screen where those will stay up and I can see them. So I do understand the new program now. I guess I'm not afraid of the new studio anymore. Thank you very much, Just Jack, Flat Earth. Thank you. Want to be a member, Bear? Want to be a member? Want to be a member? I like that name. That's good. All right. Very good. Iru, we are showing your screen. We are ready to go.
Okay. So I am not going to make like a resume like I did in the second part, but anyone that was following the Hangouts knows what I'm talking about. Just I'm going to present the main topic slide, which is referring to the 4 steps of the NASA Bluebeam project and the partners that are involved, because maybe NASA it's the director of the operation, quote unquote, because the UN is also there and other agencies. But at least in this paper is NASA and the Soviet Union at that time, the most important actors behind this document. And of course, it's divided in 4 steps. The 4 steps, we cover the first part, and we are now in the second part. It's a lot of cover, because if we're talking about the gigantic space show, I believe that maybe in the 80s, it wasn't so big, so gigantic, but now in our days, the most reality show is based on space. So there is a lot of things to cover, but we at least present some ideas based on papers and research about the 3D optical and sound holograms, the laser projections, and the idea was trying to bring information that to say, well, could be possible that if they're going to fake some kind of alien invasion, they have the technology at that time, how that technology evolved and changed over time until reach our days, right? And if you are following just the things that we as regular and normal people can research, you need to add that special condiment about, well, if that is on the public domain, what is behind that? What is in the military domain, which is in this kind of technological, places that we don't have even access to see. So that was, the kind of idea. So I'm going to continue based on the gigantic space show and trying to cover the next 2 steps. I don't know if I was clear, but that was
very clear. Yes.
Okay, so let me just.
And if you missed section 2, we had some great parts of section 2. I love the video by Dr. Carol Rosen.
Yes.
That was part of section 2. We also looked at the Illuminati cards as part of section 2. There you go. Some of that. So that was good.
This is. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry for my.
No. It's you. Go ahead.
No, but I'm gonna say, because I just start to make something more clear. I use the Steve Jackson's play cards to present because for me it's very
telling,
storytelling in itself, the cards. So it's very you can adapt and fit very well to the Bluebeam NASA project, and trying to bring at least like a starting point based on the images and the cards to the people. So it's everything is part of this gigantic space show. The crop cycles, the alien stories, the satellites, the nuclear capability, the meteor strike. So we cover that in that part. Of course, like you said before, we start talking about the militarization, the space of the space. That is something that the Secretary of Wernher von Braun, this woman, is telling us from the beginning of, or at least the first time that I met this woman, the first thing that I heard from her was the militarization of the space, right? The weaponized of the space. So you have it here right on the way, and how that was translated in real life, based on propaganda, based on TV shows, movies. I also consider the space weather as a weaponized way, or a way to weaponize the space, because everything that produces fear and take money of that is a way to weaponize things. So we also show how Obama it's talking about that supposedly the Pentagon declares that the weather change condition, the climate change condition, is worse than even the most, super big bomb out there. So that right in your face, they are telling you, okay, the big enemy is our Mother Nature. The weather is our enemy. So we need to fight this kind of enemy, and that is, in some way, an alien invasion or an alien enemy,
right?
Because
the outside threat.
Exactly. Supposedly, the solar winds came from outside. So the idea here is trying to present trying to deviate the original maybe alien invasion in terms of, okay, it's going to be some spacecraft coming to the Earth, with little tiny green guys. And I believe, they develop more intelligent ways to use that first topic. And remember that the first guy who proposed that was this Sean Dewey in 1970 in a Japan conference. And that was very shocked me, because I expect that the alien invasion could be something presented in the 1950s, 40s, 60s, but not. This was presented even, with stories about Julio Verne,
Right.
based on the kind of space of this novelist, right?
Right, Jules Verne.
Exactly. So we present also the idea how they use big, big leaders in terms of the entertainment,
Right,
to present
celebrities
ideas like the day of the asteroid. We need to, bring the idea that an asteroid could destroy the Earth to the people. So if you put out there, some random guy in terms of astrophysicists, how are you going to reach the normal people?
Right. So you have to put the celebrities in front of people's faces. You have to put the stars.
Exactly, the stars.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we compare Walt Disney production with Skylab or NASA production, because they show the same kind of solar flares 20 years before. Something that is ridiculous, because this was something that they recreate for educational purpose, and then they use this kind of nonsense images, which is something really crazy. We talk about meteors, artificial meteors, and the pattern that they use, how NASA and Soviet Union and German are creating, even in our days, man-made comets. And more important, there is a company called, a Japanese company called Star Allee that makes meteor showers, debris simulator,
Right.
space debris simulation, etc., etc. So
anybody
I
can
did a
just purchase
resume.
those. Anybody can just buy those. You can just buy a show if you want to.
Yes, $10,000. They start about $10,000. Yes.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So, well, I make the resume. I say I'm not going to do it.
But we did it anyway.
But we did it
The
anyway,
recap.
exactly.
Yeah, we
So-
did a little recap. That's all right. It's good to do a recap.
So, it's exactly. It's something, and thank you for Chuck Flatter. That guy is awesome.
Yeah.
He put that some super chat there. Sorry for. It's
Oh,
not my
thank you.
show. It's not my
Just
channel.
Jack.
But I,
No, that's great. And like I said, now I have 2 monitors, and I used to be able to pull the super chats to another monitor, so I'd be able to watch those at the same time. And now if I'm watching your presentation, I can't see that screen, but I'll figure it out eventually. Anyway, thank you, Just Jack. He said, Creator Skycock, New Year today, renewed moonlight, rising and setting north instead of south, spring harvest ready, setting Virgo, turned grain towards earth, read scripture, kill religion. Happy New Year. Thank you, Just Jack. We
Thank you.
enjoyed hanging out with you there in Dallas, very much so. All right, back
So
to...
keep going.
You can keep going.
The idea now is continue to expose the gigantic space show, but showing the part that maybe the media is creating that gigantic show, because the other topics that I showed before is more related with the real life event in terms of the screen is a sky, right? So that is a really more difficult, but also have much importance in the brains of the people, because if you see in the sky, maybe it's more real than if you see in television. For maybe astronomers or amateurs guys that are looking to the sky. Of course, they never can prove nothing because they cannot go there.
Right.
But in terms of this massive fakery of the or the creation of the scenario, the ideal scenario to present the alien agenda, they need, of course, to use real world scenarios. So the sky is the only way to do that. Of course, you can transfer that to the crop cycle, but we talk I believe was in the first part. So we covered that, and now I want to focus on the most easily for them to present this gigantic space show, which is the television. And of course, if you go to the Steve Jackson cards, you're going to have this idea that is very storytelling in self. I don't know if it's correct, my terms, but yeah. Okay, so we have this idea of NASA faking moon landings, the idea in the science fiction that they trying to transfer associated with the Nazis, that no, the Nazis now are living in the moon, in the dark side of the moon, in bases, or the alien has bases on the moon, they are spying us, and all that kind of stories. And when you start, at least, of course, and take into consideration that we have a finite time to present all this, but if you want to take this as starting point, because this is impossible to cover in all areas. But first of all, I'm going trying to leave clear that we as human race, we have the technology to fake or to present concepts in terms of movies, not just in the 80s, or because everyone saying no, at that time the moon landing was real because we don't have CGI or digital compositing, but we have the regular stuff to do that, which is called matte painting, and that kind of techniques exist from the early 20th century. I mean, 1905. It's already there, the matte painting. It's a very old technique. The difference is that you need to have really good and really talented people to draw the images.
You need really good artists.
Really good artists, exactly. And to recreate that and replicate is very, very, it's going to take you so much time. And of course, in our days, we have computers, so you can do, too much faster. And I don't say better, because now in 2020, 2018, 2017, we have a really good technology. But not so much time ago, George Lucas for Star Wars, they still use matte painters and also miniatures.
Models, right. They use minis all the time. Yep. Just like in Space Odyssey and other films. But even today.
Yeah, exactly, because it's really hard to fake, the real life behavior, even in computers. Of course, we have now a really good technology, but still is very hard to do. It's very expensive. It's not for everyone, out there to create movies at that quality. And now we are talking, there is not so much people that maybe want to get involved in so, this massive deceiving strategy for the regular public. I mean, you must take that into consideration. It's not something that we put on the, on the paper news. Well, who wants to join to fake the moon landings?
Right.
So you need to have very close people, very
compartmentalization.
Very exactly. So maybe sometimes in this kind of condition, it's better to have the right people in terms of the secrecy than the artist himself.
Right.
At least that is my opinion for other topics that I research. So the important thing here is we have the technology. Mm-hmm. The technology is the hand of a human being. And, just that. Right. And the palette with colors and the techniques to put in front of the glass, the things that this artist paint and compose it. And that is why it's so fake, and you can really, really easily tell where is the connection behind the front projection and the real foreground, right? So there is even, a university in Russia that in 2017, this university is a filmography university. It's not a science in terms of astrophysics university.
Right.
So here is the mix. And this is not using our, modern technology. This is just a regular projector and foreground, real foreground, and the combination between two.
Right.
And nothing more than that. I mean, it's not even something that you can say no, because at that time they don't have the ability to do this or to do that. And
they
that
certainly did.
So it's very perfectly well done. And of course, I believe the moon landing has a lot of objectives behind it. I don't think that the moon here is one of the most clear examples of this technique, where they use real scenarios with a mix of the projection mapping, because you can clearly see how the light is behave differently between the foreground and the background. So again, this is not, you know me, a lot of people out there know me that I have my research, very deep research in terms of the visual effects behind the moon landing and the ISS. This is not the kind of presentation for, going deep in that sense, because it's going to take forever. But with this simple example, you can really see how they use this really old technique. Here is another clear moment, picture to see that technique. And of course, on top of that, you need to put the idea of the CBS, which was, I believe, one of the most important partners in terms of doing that, because it's not only the Disney who helped people to fake that, but also CBS, supposedly they present these tiny models to give like a light cover of the event, showing to the people the type of simulation between what they, because they put the audio from the mission itself. So they trying to, show the audio, show the people in their homes the idea of, what the astronaut is saying is this representation. But they create all these models just for television. So I believe they share this kind of technology, quote unquote technology, to NASA, or vice versa. We have all these. This is the guy in Hollywood that is known as the guy who created the moon. And this guy was a Freemason. He was employed by Disney, one of the most important, in fact, guy behind a lot of projects of Disney, not just this idea of create the moon for doing television. But if you transfer this to the actual techniques that NASA use, it's perfectly compatible, because we know that NASA has the Renderbus projector, which is exactly the same kind of techniques. I'm talking about this kind of techniques. This is from NASA, and this is official from NASA. So you have the same kind of techniques, maybe with a little more precisely, more more technical, more specific, but it's the same principle. So we have all these agencies working together for making this big hoax. And I like I said before, maybe this is not something that was put on the way of creating this fake alien invasion, because maybe they have other objectives at that time. But for, without any doubt, they are using right now for the Bluebeam project, because how many stories are created in these moon landing conditions?
All their stories.
Well, I don't want to say all, but yes, all conditions, exactly. So this is a official patent that they have from 1905, and I showed this so many times before, but you can clearly see that supposedly the only evidence of a spherical Earth in the history of humankind is the 1972 Apollo 17 picture. And when you start looking into detail, you can clearly see that this is just a photograph, but from a painting object. And, very, very convenient. They have that patent from 1905, which is exactly the same thing that they present as a real picture.
I love that it's the device for producing illusionary effects. It's very illusionary.
Exactly. So they have it. They have all the pieces to put together. I mean, like I told you before, we can do a whole presentation based on VFX applying to the moon landing and ISS. But this is not the case. But it's part of the gigantic space show, without any doubt. And then I make all the time, I make the same joke, but for me it's very, it's very shocking, because if you are an educated person, how is going to defend that the astronaut, you have these kind of moments where the astronaut cannot just simply, stay on the ground, and how the hammer hitting the boot. I mean, what? Boom! You could die immediately if you broke the suit, supposedly. What that? It's like a child, playing on the
with a little wooden hammer. Yeah.
And I mean, what is the explanation? The technical explanation that this guy needs to make so hard to just get
there
on
is
your
no
knees?
Explanation. Nope.
And then turn around.
Right.
And why you cannot get the tool? I mean, how many tries you need? But again, this is for the educated people out there that are trying to defend with math and trying to say no because I mean, if you believe this, nobody can help you.
No, it's just something you want to believe so badly that you're literally, they could show you anything on the screen right now and you're going to make an excuse for why it's real because you want so desperately for it to be real.
This is one of the no, and then you can clearly see that these bags are empty.
Right.
They move so in some way that you can clearly, if you start to analyze all the movement and the physics involved behind, you can clearly see that, of course, they are hanging on wires. They are pulling. There are people out there or balloons that are pulling or helping to make this move and give these restrictions about that I cannot go on my knees because I have the setup is for certain kind of
it's for walking. Right.
Exactly, and then you can see that everything is empty. I mean, there is no the official suit using, and then you have this kind of time to time, this kind of official videos that they are showing you how supposedly they train. But when you compare with a real life moment, you say, man, I mean, it's the same thing. And that cannot be, for me, it's impossible to match, something that you never go before. And then when you go out there, it's the same thing as you are hanging on wires.
Did you see it?
So,
yeah.
And then you have this kind of thing. But the important thing here is, this is part of the gigantic space show. This is another classic when you start looking into this, side by side between the years, between the decades, you can clearly see how they develop these techniques in terms of matte painting. This is matte painting. And then suddenly when the digital compositing technology start to make more available, and more quickly, they start using videos, real video, filming for upper, stratosphere from satellite balloons or planes, and they start using that as digital compositing.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why you never see, this is a clear picture.
I love the one with the shadow. The shadow of the thing is on there.
Yeah, the shadow of the satellite down here.
There you go.
I mean, what the? Wow. The thing is, then you have, this is, and this is very clear. This is, for me, is a drawing, and this is a real video. And if you are in the, in the video
industry,
thank you. You have that sense. You have that eye to say, no, man, this is a digital compositing. I mean, this is. That is why the clouds never morph and we don't have any depth. in terms of the velocity and in the distance. This is a miniature, put in front of a green screen, or just simply a front projection technique, which is more easy. And then suddenly, boom, aurora borealis, lightning storms, city lights, but the clouds never morph. We have it. The people must understand that here is a super time lapse.
Right.
So this is not the ISS going at speed of light. This is supposedly the ISS going very fast, 17 miles per hour, but you need to do this in the time lapse.
Right.
And how can you explain that you have lighting, which only could be captured in terms of the time lapse, but the clouds never morph?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have any, live element on this. It's just like a mapping sphere, 3D sphere.
And there's no live views at night like that at all. It can't be found anywhere. And we did get a super chat from Commercial Sound and Video who says, Iruism, New Potatoto. He says, peace, brother. We need your professionally trained CGI. And that's why Iru is awesome, is because he does this for a living and can easily spot when these things are not legit, or are a fabric of CGI, or are they models, or many other things that they use, because they don't fool us in just one way. They use many different ways.
No. Yes, and in fact, I need to recognize that they have a really good techniques in our days, because they when they are in the ISS, they have some tricks that really blow my mind. I mean, they are not so full as we think, but they have errors, like any industry out there, simply as that. And I remember when I get this, and this is for the people that they don't believe that they have layering composition in the 50s, but remember that Disney patented the multi-layer composite technique in the 50s, and they used to create all their movies. So I mean, the connect.
Oops. Oh, we might have lost Iru real quick. Hold on a second. All right, you're back.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
What I'm telling you was like, we know the connection between Disney and NASA. We can see in the picture when Wernher von Braun is with Walt Disney, or JFK is with Walt Disney and Wernher von Braun. I mean, this kind of family, of course, they are all over the place. So this was the technique that they developed.
Sorry, folks. Iru is having a little bit of a poor connection. You're back. Go ahead.
I'm back. Sorry for this connection problem. Sometimes at this time, we have like the same problems. I was doing a hangout yesterday, and the same thing happened, and is in this particular moment in time. So what I'm telling you is that along the way, they develop a lot of techniques for
all right. I just keep getting a reconnecting. There is a poor network connection on my side, so hang with us here. Maybe. All right, you're back again.
Okay. Yeah, I heard the sound when Skype disconnect. Okay. Sorry, guys. Maybe it's going to be like this. Maybe 10 minutes from now. I have the same problem yesterday, so
okay,
I'm still presenting.
Yep. Or maybe not. Wonder what's going on here. Let me check this thing here.
Man.
Okay, now you're back again. Just keeps doing that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm going to maybe disconnect some things that are, taking me internet connection. Now I'm presenting.
Yes. Maybe
yes,
stop.
okay.
Maybe stop that video from playing. Maybe that's what's hurting it. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. But okay.
Okay.
What I'm saying to close the topic is that at that time they have this kind of techniques that are really impressive and really convincing. And but now in our days, with our modern eyes, we can clearly see the tricks behind. But the important thing is that they use matte painting from the 1920s, 1910. So when it's reached, something like NASA in the 70s, of course we have the opportunity to do all they do. And at that moment was really impressive. I mean, if you see the moon landings in the way of how they produce these kind of images at that time was really impressive. So, I mean, it's right now that we can detect the problems, because we have, everyone out there have technology to play with, and trying to recreate the same thing. But like I tell you, it was a really good job for me, at least from NASA. Of course, they must be destroyed, all the data, all the videos, all the images, if they want to keep the secret. Right. But they don't. So we have that. And I believe that with this statement came from the infamous Elon Musk. You can start see how important the media becomes to fake all these gigantic space shows. So I'm going to play that.
Okay.
Join me in welcoming Elon Musk.
All right, so thank you very much for having me. Look forward to talking about the SpaceX Mars architecture, and what I really want to try to achieve here is to make Mars seem possible. I think there are really two fundamental paths. History is going to bifurcate along two directions. One path is we stay on Earth forever, and then there will be some eventual extinction event. I don't have an immediate doomsday prophecy, but it's eventually, history suggests there will be some doomsday event. The alternative is to...
And this kind of idea is the only idea that they use, I mean, it's hilarious.
Makes you wonder about things going on right now, around. So I see a lot of people in the chat talking about thinking that the internet will go down. I've heard a few other people say that there's going to be a loss of internet soon. Through April.
I heard that. Yes, I heard that. No, in fact, here in Argentina was an official news that, for example, Netflix, they degrade the quality of the streaming because there is so much people right now using Netflix that they need to get down the quality of the service, because if not, it's going to overload.
Right.
So yesterday I have the same kind of internet connection problems at the same time, between the 7 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry for that, man.
No, it's okay. And if we do get cut off, if Eru leaves, then we will. I'll still be here, but we'll rework this to another time to get the rest of this out. But let's see how much we can get in today.
Okay, so if you are hearing what this guy said, I mean, they use, all these guys use the same narrative, so that we are a finite species, that maybe someday some asteroid is going to come to the Earth and destroy everything, so we need to put money. And if you link this guy with Brian May, which proposed, is the guy using from the media to present the idea of asteroids, so they cover every type of person, and that is very, very, geoengineering society, because they don't leave things to random kind of ideas, or no, they go really in detail. So
in a multi-planet species, which I hope you would agree that is the right way to go. Yes?
It's embarrassing.
That's what we want.
Yeah. That's what we want.
Yeah, we want to go there.
You really want to create the dream of Mars in people's minds, and I like the fact that it's driven by infinite improbability, because I think our ship is also extremely improbable. This is where the entertainment industry can play a huge role in just imagine, Putting that dream in people's heads.
Put it in their heads.
And that's
Put it in their heads.
that is the key. I mean,
Right.
we need to put this in the the media and the entertainment is where you're going to get the magic wand and put these dreams in people's head. And then if you live and you are a taxpayer and you hear this kind I know that a lot of this video maybe the people already know, but for me it's important to recap. But if you're a taxpayer in the United States and you hear this kind of press conference of the Curiosity Mars rover, you need to go immediately with torch and get fired on NASA, man, because it's like it's one of the most.
This one where he talks about the contingency plan. We don't need the contingency.
Yeah, no, but this is in your face. I mean,
Yeah.
let's take a look.
Money, $2.5 billion. The money, $2.5 billion. We don't put it in the rover and send it to Mars. We spend it here on Earth. That this whole enterprise, if you divide it by every woman, child, man in this country, comes out to be the cost of the movie. I know, I speak on behalf of all my colleagues in science. That's a movie I want to see.
Well, tonight was a great drama that was played. I felt like an adventure movie, but in reality, I kept telling myself, this is real. This is real, what's happening, and what a fantastic demonstration. This movie costed you less than $7 per American citizen. And next week, and next month, and next year, we'll be bringing new discovery.
And that it's because this is an all press conference,
Right.
but that's
how they
key.
look at it. Yeah, that's how they look at it. And that's how people need to recognize it. That's what I've always said. I said if people paid out of their own pockets, like they go to a movie, they decide to support that movie. If that's how NASA worked, and I wouldn't have anything to say about it. If people want to go, just like Star Trek, just like Star Wars, if they want to pay their own money to watch those programs, that's fine. But when you're passing it off as real, teaching it in schools, that's where you have a problem. Taking tax money to do it, and not just a little, but $58 million a day.
Exactly. And I mean, and I know there is a lot of people that they like me to say exactly. I don't know why, but the thing is,
I love it too. So hey,
I will say thank you. So they are telling your face, next day, next week, next month, we're gonna bring new discovery.
Right.
And that is what's happened today. You turn on your television, your phone, and all the news. Every day is a news about some kind of astrophysics discovery.
Right.
So it's insane the amount of supposedly discoveries that we are made in terms of cosmological background.
Oh yeah, what new planet did they find? Exoplanet. What is it made of? What rain? Is it diamonds that rains? Is it iron rain? Is it sideways rain? What is it that their telescopes have pulled out of the infinite sky vacuum today?
Exactly, and remember that Elon Musk, he received he was elected as a fellow of the Royal Society.
Mm-hmm.
He created a school called Ad Astra,
Mm-hmm.
which is like a surrounding of secrecy and all kind of nonsense. And that is, in fact, that is official things. I mean, there is not even something hiding from regular people. I mean, there is on the news. There is on the news that this guy created Ad Astra for receiving the kids receiving alternative education, and
Right.
the logo is a pyramid. So he's completely inside of all this kind of secret society, or at least he's driven by these societies. Maybe he is not even so intelligent to participate on that. Maybe this guy is an asshole, complete asshole. So maybe they just use him to, putting out there some kind of guy to, if everything gets wrong, well, this is a guilty guy.
Right, we can blame him.
But
yeah,
exactly. But they receive this kind of condecorations, medals or titles, to in some way give credibility and say, hey, man, you are one of us.
Mm-hmm.
So then you have, in our days, everything that we see on space is just through media, television. Is not so hard to do if you are an independent artist. and you are a motion grapher or some kind of guy behind.
And things like shadows and reflections are all figured in now to the CGI software. It's all very easy. It's all part of it.
Yes, all automatic,
Mm-hmm.
complete automatic. And in fact, and that is why this is not the objective of the presentation, but you have all the techniques that are used in the Hollywood with super cranes, just really high cranes in terms of they reproduce certain movement. They repeat exactly the same movement once, 1, 2, 3 times, and then they put all the how can I tell you? They create they use real objects mixed with CGI computers,
right,
but not with the motion tracker techniques. They repeat the movement based on robotic arms.
Mm-hmm.
So this kind of video that we saw, this is even in real time. So we assume that this is happening in real time,
right,
but this could be made 3 weeks early.
Sure.
And
yeah, that's what I've said about that stuff all the time. That just because they tell you it's live, if there's no independent verification, if there's no secondary verification, there's nobody else up there that can say, yes, this is taking place in real time. It's just their word against your eyes.
Exactly. So, this is very funny for me because in real life event of NASA, they are asking for, but the way that they say, at first I want to be an astronaut, but now I want to be an animator.
Right.
So it's
we need all the skills, right in your face.
Yeah, it's exactly, man. So they have all these kind of miniature all over the place. This is just a representation, but the idea, I covered this so many times, and there is out there a lot of video for those who want to see the real things behind it. Of course, after you show a scuba diver, you lose all respect. I mean, there is no any way back. There is no way back machine to bring the honor of NASA again. After you see a scuba diver there and you see hundreds of thousands of bubbles, even bubbles that are stopping in the middle air and get back to the seeking the orientation to go up there again to the surface. So I mean, after this only one video, it must be enough to wake up in terms of that this is just a movie, no more than that. I mean, and that's is enough. This is the school that Elon create a different type of education for their children, is surrounding by a halo of mystery and secrecy. I mean, right in your face,
The Son of Light, of course, too.
The Son of Light, this kind of really good. They born with these really amazing names,
Right.
They mention, this idea that Wernher von Braun predicts this type of things or this type of ideas related with this modern Elon Musk being the government in Mars. Of course, the spacecraft that now Elon is created, that there is, the same kind of
reusable aircraft that comes back down and lands and can take off again. And Bob, I see your post there. Bob saying that we should cover this as a public service announcement. I saw that New York Post article. We'll talk about it tomorrow. New York Post article, Iru, that said that we shouldn't be licking each other's anuses at this time because of coronavirus. But we'll talk about that tomorrow.
No.
It's the kind of news going around here, okay? This is what they call news. Is we've got to have no more rim jobs. All right. Keep going. Sorry.
And continuing. Well, of course, something that at least must be taken into consideration is that all the guys behind the space industry, beside the government, it's all, part of special families, special bloodlines, or there are millionaires and, this connection between...
Billionaires,
I mean, it's, of course, you can think in terms of logical thing, because of course, man, you need a lot of money to create these kind of companies and blah blah blah, but they are all linked directly to the government and the agencies in the government. So you want to believe that Bill Gates was a regular guy who invented the Microsoft, stealing ideas from Steve Jobs, go ahead and believe that. I mean, if you start going back and see who was the father, who was the family, and I tell you before, and I'm going to present here, but even a regular guy, supposedly regular guy, as Shane Blunt, the musician, he was connected with the royal family of the Queen from his grandfather, and he gives a lecture, a speech inside of Oxford, and the first thing that he said was, my family, I am a military pilot, my father is a military pilot, my grandfather is a military pilot, and my family is connected from the 10th century with the royal bloodlines of the Queen.
Right.
And now he's singing from the You Are Beautiful. Now he's singing for endorsing and bring the idea of the moon landing was real.
Right.
That was the last album is called Moon Landing. So it's all is stage, like Russian Beat always said. And of course, and maybe my English is very bad, and I heard this is not exactly what he said, but this guy is telling that we in the space mafia, that is what...
I can't stand that guy either. That's the guy from Moon Express.
Yes, the Moon Express. So I'm going to play the video and tell me if I'm wrong, or he said space mafia.
Okay.
I think we're really on the verge of reaching all the dreams that we've been working on for so hard in our collective space mafia, space mafia throughout the world. No matter where we're working, whether it's in government.
You said space mafia?
Yep. And what he's talking about is all those guys together, they have these dreams, even though these dreams are going nowhere. And if we went to the moon in 1969, 70, 71, 72, all these dreams would be manifesting in 75 and 78 and 80 and 82 and 83 and 87. Not talking about it now and kicking the can down the road constantly. And again, it just happened just the other day that NASA came out with an article that they closed their McLeod facility and Stennis Center after employee contracts the coronavirus, and because of that, now they've pushed it down the road again.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yes,
so they're just going to keep kicking the can, and this is what we've been talking about forever. And nobody will ever say, "Oh, you were right." But we've been saying this forever, since 2015, when they were saying, remember that I think it was Elon Musk who came out and said that he would have people circulating the moon, in orbit of the moon, in 2018. And we laughed and said, folks, it'll never happen. And now that story goes away. It's just stories to keep people moving on, to keep people thinking these things are coming. So just like we heard that we're going to go to the moon in 2024, if you think that we're going to the moon in 2024, man, I got a bridge to sell you. It's just going to continue to be kicked down the road. And now with coronavirus, it's just the same thing. It'll be able to kick this down the road. Everything that we heard of, the entire telescope that's supposed to come out now. What's the name of the telescope? The Space Webb James Webb telescope, right? Which is already tens of billions of dollars over budget and was supposed to be launched in 2016, then 18, then 20, and it just allows them to kick it down the road again, and they'll be behind budget, and they'll be able to go to the Senate, and they'll be able to ask for more money, and they'll get it, and it's just a continued storyline, and people either can wake up to it or they can continue to be fooled by it. It's one or the other. There's no way for us to tell, we've proven this. We've proven it by telling you. It will just be continued to be kicked down the road. And this is all that keeps happening. And when you can wake up to that and stop holding them in such high regard, that's the question.
Okay, calm down, man.
Sorry.
Calm down.
I get upset about that.
No, and again, this Moonexpress, of course, the logo of Moonexpress is referring to the 33. You can go really deep inside that. But he used the same argument that the idea of a space, multiplanetary species, and because someday an asteroid is going to hit the Earth, and
for academia or the commercial space, this is a very exciting time. And if we all pull together, I think we're really just about on the verge of creating that multi-world species that really drives our heart and our passion.
Yeah, and blah blah blah. Then you have the 33. All the symbology that at least you need to take into consideration because they use it all the time. And then this is a very famous interview of the Arthur C. Clarke, the guy who works with all these elites, with Disney, with NASA. He was a novelist, writing stories and stealing stories from others.
Right.
And when he was asked about the idea of a communication satellite, he laughed, but he said something that if you apply right now with this pandemia, or if you apply with the 9/11 situation, is the doctrine of the shock, or shock doctrine. I don't know how to say.
Yep, shock doctrine.
But it's the same thing that when you create a huge stress in the society, they're going to accept wherever. Mm-hmm. They're going to, let me just play the video.
Well, it's like what's going on now.
When you first came up with the concept of communication satellites, didn't many scientists think this was a pretty far out and unreasonable idea?
Well, it was far out. It was 36,000 kilometers out. But no, not at that time. This was 1945, and the V2 rockets had arrived. And when my paper was published, the atomic bomb had been dropped. So at that time, people were prepared to accept almost anything. And I don't remember any negative criticisms. In fact, I don't remember any comments at all, to tell the truth. But there's certainly no feeling this was nonsense. And 10 years before, there would have been, but 1945, no.
And the guy who supposedly, create all this fantasy of the satellites and all the orbits that supposedly you can park for having the geostationary satellites and all that kind of things. And the only thing that they used was the microwaves radiation, through the ionosphere and other bouncing equipment, and they put the history behind of the satellite. And of course, that is why we start this presentation in the first part talking about the Sputnik, and the Sputnik be the first false flag in the era of the space,
right,
to make the people that believe that space is real, and we can put out there things that can spy you, watching you, attack you / defense you, and blah 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 blah. But all these layers are one on top of each other to create this false illusion of the space.
Right. And it's been constant. It's been so constant since they started this that it's a surprise anybody was able to get away from it.
Exactly. And one of the most insulting to the intelligence of the human was this, and I showed this so many times before, but it's hilarious. I mean, this is a university in Peru. And maybe if you do this in some developed country, you're going to get killed immediately, but not in Peru, because Peru, as we in Argentina not at this level, but Peru is a very poor country, and the official media has a lot of they talked with scientists, satellite scientists in their countries, and they are very criticized the money that Peru puts in terms of satellite, because they make the same show. They go into politicians, the politicians present an idea. The idea is a new satellite that is going to bring new ways to communicate and transmit television and have more access to data that we can use to predict the weather and avoid floods. How you say when water start to
flows,
and all these kind of marketing process. They put the money, and then when supposedly the satellite needs to start working, never works. And they say, well, right now we are using the GOES satellite from United States because we need to wait until the satellite get on the park orbit and start working. And after that the government changed, the politicians changed, so the new ones came and presented the same idea. So the guys from Peru start saying, hey, stop putting money in things that never work. Well, beside that, we have from the university, they contract NASA to put a nano satellite, So you expect that a nano satellite, dropping by NASA was in some kind of more nice show. At least if you're going to lie me well, don't exactly. because I need to convince the other guys that put the body.
Peruvian science satellite as he gets ready to cast it away for its science mission in orbiting the Earth.
Oh, look at that.
And this part is for burning all the complete world. 1, 2, 3, and Penny Whitson said, "We." She said "we" when she drops the satellite.
Right.
Find the result. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
That's it. When it enters orbit.
So when are you gonna stop spinning? I mean,
Never.
This is never, man. I mean, it's gonna be like 3 seconds working, 10 seconds not. 3 seconds working like my internet right now.
Right. That is actually supplying your internet down there, I think. In South America
Maybe,
right now.
man. Maybe. And of course, the authorities behind this. Well, you can see here the old one.
No, it's really hard.
With the wire attached. Because when you see the complete video from the Peruvian
Pause it right there so
university,
people can see that. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, when the Peruvian satellite was dropped into space, if you see complete, you see the faces of the authorities of the universities, and there is two guys that look each other like saying, "Man, I see well." That astronaut dropped our satellite with the hand, by hand. I mean, we lost our shot right now. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's all part of the gigantic space show.
Right.
I showed this many times before. The only difference is that I add the images because I always came with this list of technologies that are used for the real GPS and the real communication method.
And of course, people ask, well, how does GPS work? How does GPS work without satellites? And it's so easy.
Yes, when you have this list,
Right.
even more easy.
Right.
So not much time ago, I'm start typing this in Google and say, well, let me check if all this technology really exists today.
Right.
So I'm start typing the first one, the second one, the third one, and everyone exists.
Mm-hmm.
and not just exist, they get better from the last 20 years. So all this list is related with all this picture, and this is our telecommunication and GPS technology. No more than that. I mean, you have everything. You have the big balloons, the small balloons, the zeppelins, the drones, the cables, the antenna, the radar, the ionospheric bounds, and I assume many more that there is not inside the list that they still use.
I saw something great the other day. I forgot who was talking about it. Maybe it was Ben from Taboo Conspiracy. But, Sirius Radio only works in the 48 continental United States, as if the satellites flying above your head providing, Sirius Radio don't want to work for Alaska or for Hawaii. They don't work in Puerto Rico. They only work in the 48 continental United States. It makes no sense at all. But again, people always want to believe that these that your phones are communicating with these satellites 23,000 miles away. Believe what you want. Have fun.
Believe what you want, exactly. And I have here a lot of videos that I've been researched and found because I type all these things. And one of that, I don't have the time to, of course, to play everything. We can do that in another show. But one that really surprised me, that this was one of those that was a balloon launched in Sweden and taken to Canada in 3 months. It was 3 months up there in the upper atmosphere, traveling and controlling by the winds. The guy was, with they drive this satellite balloon as they wish. They know the currents, the wind currents, the temperature currents, so they know how to move from here, from that, make the ocean cross. Look the clouds.
Right.
Why we never see that in the ISS?
No, yeah, you can tell. You can tell when something's legit and when it's not. Thank you very much, Dan Tran, for the super chat. He says, I don't know how to spell his name, but can you give $25 to the guy that's not good with English? He is good with English.
Hey, man, come on.
I love the work he puts in, especially on the rocket that was stuck in the atmosphere. Thank you. Yes, I will send it to Bob. Bob will send it to you. But anyway.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. Continue on.
So, I mean, one of the balloons that really caught my attention was this one, because in terms of the capability, the technology capability that these guys have. Another one was the Worldview, and I downloaded all the videos that they provide as free in the YouTube channel and the web page. It's called the Stratolite. What these guys was helping, for example, to Felix Mangartner, and then Alan, the guy from Google that
the guy who went up there in his little spacesuit.
Exactly. So they are all connected, and they make this live event when they drop the new Worldview. Let me just go in very quickly. This one is about 1 hour. We are not going to show the 1 hour. Sorry, not that one. I believe it was this one. Let me see. Yeah, 2 hours and a half. They give all the presentation about how they created the guys who work behind all the equipment, all the blah blah blah, all the things, until they drop the balloon. But one of the most important things that they are telling us is that, and I cannot play right now because I don't remember the minute, exactly the minute in the video, but they say that we can leave a balloon satellite around an area the time that we want. We can stack in the middle of the earth a balloon covering one area in particular the time that we want. So if you start to put that, and this is like a private company without, they just provide satellite images, for the big data in terms of the agriculture and things like that. So, and then they use, primary figures, politicians, to bring his credibility. But that is one way to see that. And the other way is to see how everyone is connected. The companies are very, very precisely with people that they want to. That is my perspective, to see this kind of thing. But the technology to fake, quote unquote, the satellite is already there. I believe here is where they say that capability.
Into a lot of the same markets that already exist.
Worldview deploys state-of-the-art navigable Stratolites, a vehicle that operates in the stratosphere and can stay aloft for 45 to 60 days. Stay aloft for 45 in the stratosphere and can stay aloft for 45 to 60 days. Not only can a Stratolite stay up longer, but it's navigable. We can go where we need to be.
It's actually using the ambient wind to move back and forth. The layers going in different directions create winds that go...
What happened with the Coriolis effect?
Right, that's out the window.
Go in all directions, and by moving up and the layers going in different directions create winds that go in all directions, and by moving up and down we can essentially choose which directions that we're going, and by doing so you then can kind of just zigzag in an area and stay where you want to stay.
The product is not the flying of the payload, it is the data products that come from that flight. Really the value to our customers is actually the information that's inside that data, actionable information.
Worldview operates a fleet of Stratolites. That means access to information that was never available before Worldview existed, ultimately leading to higher quality decisions faster.
One of the areas that we're most excited about is how we are influencing...
Hey. Director of Business, Operation, and Government Relations.
Imagine that.
Hey, there you have it. So, if you extrapolate this information, you can clearly see how satellite communications are made from the,
Right.
So I want to present this because it's related in this space fakery. And of course, they give a presentation to the investors, sorry for my pronunciation, but one of the guys that they bring And this is for brainwashing people because there is no other explanation. They bring your best friend, Sharon, your best friend. And that best friend is not me, of course, is this astronaut, but not this. This one.
Boy.
I know.
I don't know. You haven't been in the States, but all over the radio and news, they've been playing an interview he did. He wrote a piece, I don't know what newspaper, but he told Americans how to handle being quarantined at home because he had to be quarantined, for a year on the space station. And he told how important it was to get outside, even though he couldn't get outside. So ridiculous.
Well, the only thing that this guy is going to tell the people is how tiny we are. Let me just play. It's about 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Boy, I do miss that.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. And I missed...
Supposedly, he missed the ISS because they give the presentation with astronauts talking about space, right?
Go into space, and probably one of the reasons I'm here today is to have that opportunity once again. But let me back up for a second. If you go back about 114 years or so, a couple brothers named Orville and Wilbur Wright took to the skies for the first time in their Wright Flyer from Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. And we've been flying very successfully in the atmosphere for over a century now. And we've done incredible things. And each year, around the world, we probably generate more than $1 trillion of revenue in the atmosphere. And that's from the ground up to about 55,000 feet or so. And since 1961, here in the United States, when we flew Alan Shepard for the first time, we've had a lot of success in space. And each year, rockets launch from this planet with people and payloads. And companies around the world do about $300 billion worth of business in orbit around the Earth. So that's from about 100 miles and above. But the space in the middle, the stratosphere above 55,000 feet and up to about 100 miles, nothing. Really, pretty much nothing. And that's for a number of reasons. It's pretty obvious to, I think, the technical people in here that airplanes don't like to fly without air. So you get mostly above...
And what other things can fly without pushing air,
Right. His pretend space rockets, of course.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me just skip forward because I want to...
But I got to tell you, one of the things I'm really excited about is flying people again. Get to climb in our Voyager spacecraft and get lifted up by a balloon, something like this, but a lot bigger, with hopefully a lot more helium in it, and go into the stratosphere and then get a chance to look at the Earth once again as a ball floating in the blackness of space.
I love it.
Before my first flight on as a ball floating in the blackness of space.
Through helmets, through the curved glass.
And he's keeping talking about that we are insignificant in the black of space. And sorry for deviate the show.
No,
I didn't expect that, but it's...
Ever deviations are great.
Yeah, so thank you so much, man. So after researching all these kind of things, one that caught my attention was this dual balloon deployment. I never saw this kind of configuration. Of course, I am not an expert in these kind of things, but these guys, launch this dual kind of setup, very, very impressive things, at least for me, with some fan there to control the spacecraft, because this is like maybe it's more advanced than NASA. And 35 kilometers up, completely flat. Of course, we know that, but I just want to present this as a picture because you have the official video, the complete video, to see the flatness of space, not the blackness of space. So keep, getting back to the presentation, and really sorry for that deviation. all the space industry is a Hollywood-based industry, and there is just science fiction from the beginning to the end. There is no much more than that. You can see how they share concepts and ideas, and they stolen from one of each other, from different countries, different agencies, but everything is the same thing, you know. I mean, if you have money and you have the media, you can, you know, get more diffusion, get more promotion, and it's just simply as that.
Somebody in the chat, Unite and Create for Life, said something very important. She said, propaganda is how lies become truth. Ain't that the truth? Yeah.
Exactly. No, not he said very well. Of course, if you go to this, you know, because the first guy that started talking about space, at least in the modern age, was all was from Europe, from Russia, from Polonia, you know, from these kind of countries. Of course, maybe because they have to lead with the World War and the space and the rockets and, you know, the missiles, things like that. And maybe they say, okay, maybe we can reach the sky with this kind of technology, you know, who knows. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is, if you see the models that Elon Musk present today, or how the Walt Disney helped NASA to present the idea to go to Mars in the, you know, in the time of Wernher von Braun, it's all these kind of concepts. Even in the Odyssey 2001, and you know, this idea to even in our supposedly hotel that we're gonna have in space in a short period of time. They present this idea of the cylindrical shape, you know, spinning to, you know, overcome gravity, or create our own gravity based on the centrifugal force. And it's all, yeah, there is very nice ideas, very nice concepts, but it's not based on reality.
No.
It's just that,
and that's
you know?
a big problem.
That's a big problem. And then this is like something that maybe here in Argentina we used to say that a word, but I don't know what is the equivalent in the United States, but it's like are fucking with you, man. I mean, how many chances are that this guy present this idea of rocket based on the Project Mars writing by Wernher von Braun? I mean,
it's like they haven't come up with anything new. They're just stuck on this whole idea of these upright phallic symbols.
Yeah, exactly. So even Julio Verne write about the straight line of the horizon in the 8 days around the world, something like that. I don't know which is the title in English. And then
80
you
days
have
around the Earth,
so in fact, it's something that is very known. That Julio Verne participate in the Masonic lodges,
of course,
and especially in one which is called, in Spanish, called niebla. I know that word in English is fog. It's like saying the fog society, which is, you know, all these kind of everything is surrounding by this kind of halo of secrecy and occultism and, you know, these kind of things. So that is space, but of course it's part of the gigantic space show. And the space show is based on televisions that they put in real life event through the militaries or the space agencies, or you know, it's all related, it's all connected. But the main point here, the core point here, is that they are doing it. I mean, it's in the document of the UN, and they have been doing science, you know, from the Copernicus time, if you want to see in that way. Of course, we have all the symbology and the relationship between Disney with the educational media company and all the space, the paperclip operation that bring Nazis to America, even here in Argentina. Supposedly Hitler dies here in Argentina, and we have a really high-rank retired military guys that wrote books about, you know,
and you
conversation.
You have entire cities that are German, right?
A lot of a lot of cities we have that, and I mean that type of things are completely real. Are real at the same things that you have Wernher von Braun working in NASA.
Right. Yep.
But some way this is the most, top, how can you say, top ridiculous thing ever.
Space communities or space civilizations like Asgardia is coming.
But this is a way to bring to real life. It's the same thing as Sputnik. It's the same thing as Elon Musk. It's the same thing as NASA. It's just for cover that huge amount of people that are super fan of science fiction and aliens and that kind of thing. So you bring this idea, and how many people is going to again reinforce the idea of space with this type of brainwashing? And again, you have people came from Russia because this guy is from Russia. If you go to the bloodlines, you're gonna see that this is not a regular guy. He came with this type of name. They use all this symbology that every space agency use, like the Egyptian symbology. The money that they use is called the sun. That is the name of the currency up there. But more important, that's they start working, of course, with NASA and other space agencies. And they say that we will be launching our first satellite Asgardia 1 from NASA Wallop flight facilities on blah, 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 or yada, yada, yada. And the fact is the milestone. It's like the milestone of the Freemasons, that they put the first stone and then start to creating everything. And they say us that, I mean, this satellite represent our first stone in the construction, in the idea to construct our own spaceship.
It's the cornerstone.
Exactly, the cornerstone. Thank you for correcting me. And how you bring to, again, how you present as real? Well, you put a Russian astronaut, celebrating the Asgardia.
Asgardia is a united supranational space state open to all people on Earth.
Asgardia will possess a space fleet to defend humanity and planet Earth from threats emanating from outer space. It will open its embassies on all continents. We are not the best, but we are the future. I hug each and every one of you.
One humanity, one unity.
Of course, one world order, and that is the main topic in the NASA Bluebeam project. Everything is made for create the the new world order that we are seeing today. But again, you need to take this like, how from science fictions it's bring to reality, false reality. Well, this is the way. You use politicians, you use astronauts, everything is linked to, all together. There are all the same families, the same type of bloodlines, the same companies, the same mafia. The same mafia. So they have even another, I don't know.
The national anthem of Asgardia is played.
Funniest thing I've ever seen.
Please, everyone in their houses,
please stand up. Please stand up.
Stand up.
Put your hand on your
heart.
And they take seriously, man.
Yes. And then isn't there a song here? I remember hearing this. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
no, it's very, very important.
There we go.
But that is the real lyrics.
Pale blue dot hanging in the sky. Let's keep going.
Oh man, you are sure?
Yes.
Maybe we lost like 100 spectators.
Yeah, they probably don't want to hear this anymore, but we'll see. Oh my goodness! Somebody says they're shitting.
Oh
okay,
yes.
toilet paper for that. The pale blue dot hanging in the sky.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's from the Beatles. you know.
People asking, what is this? It's the space society.
Nation.
Space nation
Yes.
of Asgardia.
But the important thing is the UN recognized Asgardia as
Right.
the first space nation. This is for real.
Yeah, and they have their own currency, the solar currency.
The solar, which means the sun, they have the own constitution. You know, the UN said this is the first space nation.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a space nation. So this is the same thing as Sputnik.
And you
Everything
can
is
join
part
them
of.
for $25 a month. You can join them. It's easy.
You can join them, exactly. And the same thing is the Space Force.
Right.
Again, this is targeting another public, another sector of the society. But the idea of bringing everyone together in the same concept of the space,
Right.
this is how you do it.
It's a
In terms
gigantic
of the-
space show.
It's a really, and the word gigantic means gigantic, means millions of trillions of dollars, and ideas and corporations work together to cover every corner in the world.
Bob said it's not Asgardia, it's Retardia. I didn't know that. Good joke, Bob. Good joke, Bob. It's good. All right.
It's good. Yeah, we approve it.
We approve that one.
One of the most important shows made out there for real life is how important it is to take the space shuttle from one hangar to the other one and show all the people. You know, I mean, yeah, we're going to translate the spacecraft. Yeah, please look
Into
at
the
us.
street,
Yeah, we are-
close down
yeah,
the
we are-
streets.
We are important. We are important. Look at that.
Look at our big
at
blimp.
that. Yeah.
Push it down over
And-
here.
Yeah.
Oh man, look at this.
And
Oh,
that-
everybody out
this
cheering
part,
on
this
the
part is amazing. Yeah.
everybody on the patio, on the balconies.
I mean,
Everybody
well,
come out and clap. Close down the
Of course.
streets. Oh, there
Yeah.
you go.
a little subtle symbology, you
She
know.
ruled the men who ruled the world.
Yeah, Cleopatra. But this is a gigantic space show. I mean, they bring to one side to the other just for be presence in
Right.
the society.
That was really
And-
necessary.
Okay. Yeah. Then you have, for example, this is from 2018, and if you take this symbol here, you came with the telema symbol of Aleister Crowley, and you know the double. It's
right there.
Yeah, exactly right there. Exactly right there. But this is a fashion show from a very important signature, which is Chanel.
Oh, okay.
So why Chanel in France use a rocket space to make a fashion show? Because they are brainwashing, and they come
Talk about
out from a
gigantic
dome.
space show.
Gigantic space show. You have here the symbol of the womb, of feminist, drawing on the symbol of the masculine, which is a rocket. The people came out from the gigantic white Antarctic dome to the stage through the telema symbology. Everything is
Oh boy,
dressed
space
with black
gear.
and white. Yeah, and in fact, I don't put here, but one of the clothes that the models present here, it has all tiny square and compounds
Oh,
inside of the of the cloth. So no,
Wow.
and they of course when finish the fashion mode, they launch the rocket
oh boy.
with all the they make complete show. But this is just brainwashing. This is brainwashing, and you have the same thing, of course, Netflix
All
and
over.
all these. Yeah, no, the original Men in Blacks, the Jesuits, the alien agenda all over the place, all the movies, all the entertainment, the documentaries, you know, the science behind the things that you present, you know, like
Ancient
they
aliens.
go.
Oh yeah, this show I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is all part of the same agenda. Then you have all the rituals that Hollywood use, again, all over the place. I don't want to be redundant, but I mean, you need to present at least because every symbol out there came from this, occultist knowledge.
Right.
Of course, we still have the Emmy Awards being an astronaut.
Right.
Why?
The MTV Awards of the astronaut.
Why? I mean, they are all musicians,
right?
But the trophy is an astronaut.
Right. For what reason other than to sell you more space, to sell you more fraud?
Exactly. Of course, the first video on MTV or Masonic television was based on the moon landing.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the false McCartney, with NASA suits and all these kind of things, all these kind of related behind the scenes with the occultist, again, being their managers. Then you have Paul McCartney, stopping the show for talking with astronauts in the ISS.
The ISS, right.
Yeah. Then you have, I don't know, Elvis Presley, via satellite. What?
Right. Oh boy.
Again. That is why when you and I said at the beginning, we need like 3 weeks to cover the gigantic space show. But
right.
I think with this kind of thing, you can, make an idea how gigantic is, how much money they put on space.
Yeah, because it's the easiest deception. We talked about it in part 1 and part 2, that it's the easiest thing to sell you is the invisible, the thing you can't see. It's just like Narnia.
But you need to put out there every single second of the life of human being.
Right. Otherwise, people might catch on to it, but it's constant. It's a barrage everywhere. Once you wake up to this, too, you can't watch a television program anymore without seeing how the globe is used as the number one artifact on every TV show. It's got to be in every scene. And you may not believe it unless you start waking up to it and paying attention, that it's everywhere. It signifies scientific prowess or intelligence. As if this person's a smart person, they have a globe in their bedroom. If these are good parents, they have a globe in the child's nursery. If this is a good school, they've got globes all around the room and pictures of Saturn on the wall. Can you imagine?
Can you imagine? Exactly. And this is an official album, graphics album from Coldplay. A head full of dreams. You have the serpent, you have the rockets, the Saturn, the moon with the guy upside down, the mirror here. If you just put the mirror here, you're gonna see a lot of hidden message. All the rainbow colors. A head full of dreams, being a monkey in space with the moon, more explicit, I believe that you cannot be, right?
The kid hanging from the Saturn ball there.
Everything. It's everything that's simply cover. And in fact, and this is not copyright because it's a cover, but you have the song. Of course, Coldplay make that song called Scientist, which is like too much love for scientists. Right. No, please take, to read the lyrics of the Scientist music from Coldplay. And
yeah, I remember we listened. We listened to it in the car, didn't we?
I believe that.
Yeah.
And we listened this one, which is Politic.
Yeah.
And the first phrase is very. Let me just play it.
Mm-hmm.
I made the video clip, of course, to reinforce the concept behind Politic.
Right.
Everyone must find a place. Give me time, give me space. Give me real, don't give me fake. Give me strength, reserve control. Give me heart and give me soul. Give me time, give us a kiss. Tell me your own politic.
And I stop right there. If you want to see complete in my English channel, is available. But like someone said here in the comment section, but why is all yellow? I don't know. I don't know. But give me something real. Don't give me fake. If you are go outside and look the Earth from outer space, I mean, give me time, give me space, give me Albert Einstein, everyone. It's in complete nonsense. No ever in the history of music, ever nobody's going to write a song about that. Nobody.
No, unless they're writing it for a reason. It's part of the club.
Exactly. Then you have Shane Blunt, as I mentioned, and I encourage everyone to look into the Oxford University lecture that this guy gave. Of course, with the lighting bulb representing the fallen ones, you know. But how you are made or make an album called Moon Landing when your most famous song was about love and you are beautiful?
Right.
I mean, how you change to this to that? It's impossible. And the first, but let me just go a little more deep. The first two songs. The first one is called Face the Sun. The second is called Satellites.
Give me a break.
And the 7 is called Sun on Sunday. And the number 12 is called I Love Jesuit Order.
That's the hidden track.
The hidden tracks, exactly. So, I mean, it's ridiculous, man. And this, I present this, but this is part of the presentation. I'm just getting to the finish part, okay? I don't know how we are in terms of the time.
We're not worried about time. You're doing good. Go.
Okay. But here you can clearly see how they use, because you cannot even compare how much reach people with entertainment. There is a lot of people really fan of science, but in comparison with the entertainment, with the music, it's just a really tiny percentage of that. I mean, you need to cover more wide range of people. So the music is the perfect arena. And I believe it's even perfect than football or soccer, which is the one most important sport out there to brainwash people. But in sport, all the people are focused on the match itself, and they don't pay so much attention because everyone is singing whatever they want, is just talking about how the match goes and things like that. But when you are to listen a concert, you are entering like in hypnotized state. So whatever the leader, the tribal leader said on stage, you're going to pay attention.
Yeah.
And most important,
and if it keeps being said over and over again, and if it keeps being said in every aspect of your life, eventually you buy it.
Exactly. And the most important thing is that the music create a resonance, a vibration that low down your emotion, and it's open, opens you in terms of the, they use emotion to open your brain, your heart, to put a message there. That is why Disney, all the movies of Disney, in the first part of the movie, someone important die and create this trauma, and they use trauma to bring the message in. So the music is the most important thing. And of course, U2 with all the symbology behind, and Bono being like this leader of the ecologists and blah, blah, blah. Everyone knows that, how he promotes every agenda out there. Every agenda is Bono behind it.
Right, Bono's
so
big.
Exactly. And of course, when you talk even space, they create like space tour with NASA. So he's singing this in a little while, very, very sad song with space shuttle in the background. And the Apollo missions. What?
I'll be there.
And the crowd loves it. Crowds waving their lighters.
I just played 3 seconds to don't have any copyright things.
Okay.
But why in the middle of the concert you're gonna play a very, very sad song with that emotion, and the boys are even broke, and the space shuttle or the Apollo mission in the background with the ISS? Why you're going to participate in this kind of creating this type of tour? Because you are desperate to brainwash people.
We have Reese Burns in the chat is asking about your opinion on crop circles. Did we talk about that in part 1 or part 2?
Part 2.
Yeah, part 2. Reese, check out this video by the same title from a week ago on my channel for part 2, and we also talk about it a little bit in part 1, but I think part 2 is where we covered
a little
crop
more.
circles. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more deep than we present in that presentation, but at least you can have the main topic. Yeah, the idea. But look at how they talk. Remember, a few moments ago I showed Shane Blunt talking about the moon landing.
Right.
I showed the Beatles, or more specific, the Paul McCartney talking with an astronaut. So this is the same thing as this. And they keep and they repeat all over the place. Here the guy talking with the astronaut, not live, of course. Stop the people. Hearing our astronaut, our heroes.
We gotta listen. Wave your lighters.
A man. But why the astronaut is acting? I mean,
right. He's been paid to say something. Imagine that.
Imagine that, man. I mean, he's acting and trying to know. And this is an idiot person. Sorry for that, but I mean, when you hear how he talks, I mean, what?
Thank you, Hiram, by the way.
Into the skies. He lives on a star.
Oh.
It's dying in the night.
No, but look, Bono, looking like in love.
like he's doing a flag salute to the flag. Oh.
He follows in the trail.
Wow.
The scatter of light.
No, what? He's extended his arm to the stars.
Like he's worshiping.
Sorry, no.
He's worshiping the Lord now. He's at church. He's being compelled by the Spirit.
Yeah. Exactly. But he's representing the crowd. That is what the thing is simple as that. He's trying to put that message into the crowd.
Yep. So that they feel the same way. Oh.
Commander Frank DeWitt.
Commander. Nobody in his family called Commander. I mean, that was the most respectable word I've ever heard.
Commander.
Commander.
Oh, great. You might as well say Savior. Savior, pray for us down here.
Yeah. Let me just play this.
International Space Station. Thank you for joining us this evening. Safe home.
Oh boy. What is he crying?
2009.
So I'm going to try and see if we can get in touch now.
Hello, Dublin. What's the crack? You all having a good night?
Space crack.
And I asked them also for if they have one special message for us.
Yes, one special message. Really special message. Let me play.
Broke Park tonight. Future needs a big kiss. Thank you all.
Tampa. All over the place.
Yeah.
This is one of the best, the clown.
Oh, you are the first clown.
Of course, fits right in, doesn't it? Oops, we lost Iro for a moment. 1 second.
It's a great idea.
We lost you for a quick second.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh,
no, I saying that we used to laugh about this because Bono said that you are the first clown space, but everyone is a clown space.
Right, exactly.
So, but
Clown.
Oh, we keep losing you.
On our. Oh, sorry.
That's right. You're back.
Okay, I'm back. We know how to lead with these technical issues. These guys are connected with the ISS without any problems, but we lost signal here in our homes. But the thing is that the message that Bono is downloaded from for the crowd is like telling you, Commander, you up there in your perspective about our tiny world.
To give us your perspective on our little planet,
while you're not on our little planet and instead looking down on it? And how do we look from here? How does our little planet look, Keith?
How many times said little planet, little planet,
30,
little planet?
33 times.
Yeah, exactly. You count.
Well, I will tell you, every time that I look downstairs, I see a fantastic planet. The blue of it, when there's cloud, sunrise, sunset, there's amazing image. Sometimes you see the moon and earth at the same time in the perspective that we cannot see. And I'm looking...
All that we see from down here as well.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean,
and his shirt too, the poetic social mission with the sun and the moon and the little blue earth.
Yeah. Yes.
Looking all around me, I see stars.
I see stars. They never show the stars.
No.
How many times they say, no, the blackness of space, no, we see stars, no, everything is white, no, now it's stars.
That's the thing. They'll be forever messed up on that one because they've got too many answers. They can never get it right now.
Exactly.
I see darkness.
Darkness. I see darkness.
I see darkness. I see emptiness. And you know
I think
what?
see stars.
Planet Earth looks so great, but also so fragile. So today is a tribute to Earth, and I'm telling you, you're looking great, and we should not forget that we have a great privilege to live on planet Earth. That's for sure.
Amen.
Thank you, Guy. Vive la liberté, first clown in space. Safe trip, safe home, Guy. So let's get for liftoff here.
And now a very emotional, high vibration in terms of the frequency that song I'm not going to play. But you need to take. I know that I really fucked the show with my laugh and trying to explain this, but the idea is you need to take this as social engineering.
Right.
It's perfect.
That's what his shirt said.
It's perfect. They use sad songs, very high songs in terms of emotion songs. They stop in the middle. They make the crowd paying attention to screen, talk with astronauts, so bring that message to home. You know, maybe that part is most important than the complete show. Maybe when the people get back to home, say, no, and in the middle of the show, they start talking with the astronaut.
Oh, it was
and
beautiful. You should have been there. We felt the energy.
We felt the energy, exactly. Exactly. You know, so, and that's, you know, if you start, that is more danger than the contagious rate of the corona.
Yeah, exactly.
It's simply as that, man.
It's the same.
It's simply as that. They also use trauma to deliver the space message with the 2001. Look at that image, man. This is
so
a complete garbage.
Yeah.
2001.
What is
and the third expedition to the International Space Station.
If you buy this, get out of here.
And look at that.
Yeah, and that's supposed to be real, folks.
Not even the perspective match.
Mm-mm.
Had no clue of what was really going on. And he began to describe to me what had happened with the World Trade Center, the plane that had crashed into the Pentagon. And then as we were talking, he said another plane has just crashed in Pennsylvania. We don't know what that's all about.
Again, the music.
I raced around.
You know, I'm not going to play, you know, because I don't know about that song. But the astronaut, you know, is talking about how they look into the smoke of the you know, World Trade Center. Yeah. Never live. You know, they showed this
after
3 years later, and how everything was concerned about, of course, this tragedy. But again, they use for creating trauma and make this relation between the 9/11, which is a very memorial day, very important day in terms of the nation identity, to connect with the space. That is all about. Look at this garbage, man. I mean, what is this? But at that time, this is the best that you can get.
Right.
And for that time, this was impressive. But now, with our new eyes...
Oh, now we got lights, and we've got storms, and we've got the yellow hue
you have
of
the
the
PlayStation
atmosphere.
4 in your living room.
Right.
So how are you going to compete with that?
goodness.
They have trumpet, piano, violins, guitars,
Whatever
flutes.
they need.
They have like
Monkey
they have more.
suits.
They have more instrument than here on Earth, man.
Football.
It's amazing. So in Spain, for example, in Europe, this is from 2019. This is a very festive day. Remember when the people get out to the street and celebrate things?
Yeah.
Well, they celebrate the Earth. I don't know which
Back
is
in
the
the
name
day.
of that celebration in Spain, but look how it ends with the spherical world and the sun on top. Camouflage as a smiling arrow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to pronounce. Then you have
with the corona.
all with the corona. Yeah, man. Maybe that's the crown there. Yeah, the corona. Then you have all the toys for the kids. You have the pillow made by NASA, and that is official.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, you can sleep well. Then you can keep sleeping. You have the jacket. You have it's all over the place. But for me, I see this as a way of creating this Bluebeam project, because like we said before, it's more easy to create in your mind than create it out there in the sky. That
Right.
is the first ground that they need to cover.
Right. You need to build the foundations on your way up, and the start of it is to build it in your mind. This whole idea, this whole fabrication.
Exactly. And
Illusion.
of course, the game industry.
Oh yeah, that's huge there.
It's huge. I cannot put, of course, I just put Game Over for the Globe, but I mean, if you go to the game industry, it's endless. Or I don't know how to pronounce, but I mean,
No,
you can go
endlessness. If you
weeks and
go-
weeks and weeks and weeks.
You can go Kerbal. Kerbal has orbital dynamics, orbital mechanics, and if it has it, why can't the Earth have it?
Yeah, and then you have like San Andrea, Grand Theft Auto with all the message from inside the game with the CIA, and they have another games talking about the flat Earth, another one talking about this and about that, and it's all over the place. It's one of the best, more fertile grounds to brainwash people,
Oh, yeah.
young people.
Absolutely, and it starts so young. You can't
Exactly.
even calculate how young it starts with babies lying in cribs with the planets above their head and their little mobiles.
Exactly. And I know you saw, because you are a good researcher, and you saw everything in terms of connection between media and brands and marketing with space. I know out there we have people in the chat that they really have this wide consciousness about the fakery of space. But I bet you that you never see something like this. This is in Spanish. This is a Spanish publicity of a cream for your face.
Okay.
If you are a woman, an old age woman, and you want to be more beauty, you need to use cream. And it's in Spanish, but I translated just subtitle. But I don't know. But right now we have a new type of cream that is going to solve all your age problems.
Sometimes your videos knock you off. Let's see if you come back.
Okay, I know we lost the connection.
It's okay, we're back. I think it seems like when you do
Okay.
videos is when it happens, but let's try again.
Okay, could be the bitrate transferring via Skype.
try it.
Let me just play and pay attention to the subtitle, please, and take a good day. With this, we finish, I think, the week.
Okay. No, it does not like the play button for you.
Yes, could be the video. I know that.
Maybe.
I know that. Could be the video, the video with the sound.
So tell us what happens, just to walk us through it.
Yes. It's walking and saying, she said, Cicatricure present its new finding.
Mm-hmm.
Cicatricure Gold Lift. Over the time, gravitational rightness appear.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the main topic of to sell the cream. We have gravitational wrinkles
Right.
in our face,
Pulling us down.
So this cream pulls it down. Yes, it's not just gravity pulling you down. It's the gravitational waves creating. No, but that is the main topic of the product.
Right.
I mean, when the firmness of the facial contour is lost, gravitational wrinkles arise. What?
Yes.
So the fact is, this is how far they can get. They can go.
Yeah, it's
Because
everywhere.
What is reducing? I want to a certificate that in 6 weeks you can reducing the gravitational wrinkles.
Oh boy.
It's insane. And I remember the days when this publicity was delivered in our local television. I mean, this is white nationwide. I don't know how to say, but it's all over the place in the Argentina television, because this is one of the most important top model in Argentina. So the fact is that they use every single idea
possible
to brainwash with the space religion, without any doubt of that. I know that maybe we present so many type of backgrounds that we lost the main topic of the gigantic space show, but maybe we just covered 20%.
Right. We could do hours on it.
Yeah, but the main concept is, before projecting images in the sky, they have done it in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
For you, maybe the alien invasion has already started. That is the main topic behind all these presentation that I really enjoyed it. And, before going to the spiritual part that we can, if you want to, we can make another one, the last part, the fourth.
Okay.
Because there are 4 steps, so maybe fourth video is the most correct thing. But I want to finish with this one, which is we see that the fall of all archaeological knowledge is possible, and in fact it happened.
It's complete.
It's complete. The gigantic space show, it's super complete, and even more than that. And of course they have the 3D optical images to produce images in the sky. That we covered in the second part of this presentation. The rest is the idea that they need to put in your mind before they put in the sky.
Right.
And the third one that is on the document is about the electronic bidirectional telepathic communication, which, if you want to read it.
Sure. Waves, ELF, extra low frequency, VLF, very low frequency, and LF, low frequency, will locate people on Earth through the interiors of their brains, making each person believe that their own God is speaking to them from within its own soul.
Exactly. So that is possible. And remember, they wrote this document in the 1980s.
And I think they can already do that. You think that they can mess with people's minds?
Completely.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to show you right now, because this is from 2004. I don't know if you saw this technology.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it?
No, go ahead, play it.
Oh, okay. I hope.
Oh wait, maybe it won't work, huh? We'll try it.
Yeah, wait, let's try to. Okay.
Bob said if you turn off everything else connected to the internet, maybe it'll work. I don't know. If you have
yes, I disconnect all the cell phones. I turn off the notebook. I don't have even someone playing Netflix, nothing like that. So I have bad connection here. That's simply, and in fact, it's that this kind of issue with the bit rate is always happening when I use Skype.
Yeah. Weird.
If I don't use Skype, everything goes right. But it's like Skype is taking me all the connection. I don't know. So let me just play and see what's going on. Okay.
Became an inventor by accident.
And sorry, I'm going to say a few things. First of all, this is a nice video to analyze in terms of the education, because like we mentioned before, we have so many theoretical scientists out there, but we start losing inventors.
Right. Those are all gone. Because those are the
There are
people.
some
Who,
of them.
those are the people who think outside the box, and you don't make it through school if you think outside the box. You don't move up, become a scientist, get into these professions unless you simply repeat what you've been taught. In which case, how are you ever going to invent a damn thing?
Exactly. And this guy is saying that at the beginning, because he left the first area, no, the first. Well, let me just play the video and leave.
Became an inventor by accident.
I became an inventor by accident, because you need to leave school to do that, of course.
I was out of the Air Force in 1956. No, that's not true. I went in 1956. Came out in 1959. There's a mix an inventor has to have. You have to be kind of smart. And though I did not graduate from college.
And that is the first key.
Right. Absolutely.
I never graduate from school, from the
Look
university.
at history. Look at all these people, all the greats of all time, all didn't make it through.
Exactly.
And they became great.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean I'm stupid, because you cannot be stupid and do very much in the world today. Too many other smart people out there. So I just happen to get my education in a little different way. I'm not at all against education. I think it's wonderful. I think sometimes people, when they get educated, lose it.
And that is another key. You know, when you get educated, we lose you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay. I'm going to. I make this post for Skype recover and leave more buffer to transmit the video.
I want to talk to you about an invention I brought with me today. I call this hypersonic sound. I'm going to play it for you in a couple of minutes, but I want to make an analogy before I do to this. I usually show this hypersonic sound and people will say, that's really cool, but what's it good for? And I say, what is the light bulb good for? Sound, light. I'm going to draw the analogy. Light came out of it in every direction. Before the light bulb was invented, people had figured out how to put a reflector behind it, focus it a little bit, put lenses in front of it, focus it a little bit better. Ultimately, we figured out how to make things like lasers that were totally focused. What the importance is of being able to focus light. Now, after almost 80 years of having sound, I thought it was about time we figure out a way to put sound where you want to. What if I could aim sound the way I aim light?
And maybe you don't notice, but when he turned on this, the camera started making some kind of strange sound fail. And let me just, I'm going to continue that, but I want to just make this disclaimer. This is just a brief part of the complete presentation. The complete presentation is about 12 minutes, and I'm going to upload it into my YouTube English channel to everyone to want to see it, because it's a really very, very extensive presentation in terms of the main idea. I just take the important parts for this presentation to not make very long, but it's amazing the analogies that this guy talks about the speed of light being nonsense and the speed of sounds and blah blah blah, and it has, you know, just tiny parts of for people that are really wake up in terms of the cosmology that we study today via Flat Earth. Is a really nice TED talk, but I'm going to leave as it is right now.
I got this waterfall I recorded in my backyard. Now, you're not going to hear a thing unless it hits you. Maybe if I hit the sidewall, it bounces around the room. The sound is being made right next to your ears.
Do you catch that?
Mm-hmm.
When the guy is moving this, he's making a sound, and the people are hearing that sound. But only hear it the ones who have been focused in this area.
Right, they're the ones that are being aimed to.
Exactly. You don't listen nothing into the camera because you don't have ears in the camera. So the guy make the sounds bounce on the wall, and now when it's bounce on the wall, all the audience start hearing the sound at the same time. But before that, it's just only the person that this guy aimed with the with this so-called speaker. But let me just continue.
Unless it hits you. Maybe if I hit the sidewall, it bounces around the room. The sound is being made right next to your ears. Is that cool? Because the sound is made in the air along this column, it does not follow the inverse square law, which says it drops off about 2/3 every time you double the distance. 6 dB every time you go from 1 meter, for instance, to 2 meters. So again, this idea of being able to put sound anywhere you want to is really starting to catch on. It also works for transmitting and communicating data. It also works 5 times better underwater. We've got the military had just...
And this is the part that is completely related with the Bluebeam NASA project, because we have the militaries that are...
deployed some of these into Iraq, where you can put fake troop movements 1/4 of a mile away on a hillside. Or you can whisper in the ear of a supposed terrorist some biblical verse. Or you can whisper in the ear of a supposed terrorist some biblical verse.
And the audience believe that maybe he's joking about that statement, but it's not.
Not a joke.
I'm serious.
Or you can whisper in the ear of a supposed terrorist some biblical verse. I'm serious.
And they have these infrared devices that can look at their countenance and see a fraction of a degree Kelvin in temperature shift from 100 yards away when they play this thing. We make a version of this which puts out 155 decibels. Pain is 120. So it allows you to go nearly a mile away and communicate with people, and there can be a public beach just off to the side and they don't even know it's turned on. We sell those to the military presently for about $70,000, and they're buying them as fast as we can make them. We put it on a turret with a camera so that when they shoot at you, you're over there and it's there. So I've been really lucky as an inventor. I'm the happiest guy you're ever going to meet.
And sounds familiar, that technology?
Absolutely. And you wonder about some of these patsies and these other operatives who are basically activated, and they go out and do insane shit, and even they don't remember doing it. And these are the same guys that we never see go to trial, of course. I wonder why.
Exactly. So that technology that the Space Busters show as a 5G and all the radiation, it came from that guy. And that guy invented this technology that they use for hitting you directly via sound, because the sound is a vibration. So they change your vibration, and that is what is going to happen to you. But also they can use that to aim directly to your ear a sound where the message with the message that they want to, even like he explicit said,
like a Bible verse,
a biblical verse directly to the. So if you ask to me that if this technology that is presented 40 years ago, 50 years ago in the Bluebeam NASA project, it's possible completely.
I think they were doing it with the Germans and the testing on civilians in the early 40s, 50s, 60s.
Exactly, man. So it's complete perfectly. It's complete. It's perfectly
complete. Yeah.
Complete. Yeah. I mean, so we have all these. We have the technology to fake our alien invasion. Another thing is if they're going to do in this explicit way or not. I believe that in 90% is the only thing that we are waiting for is the image on the sky. The rest is complete.
Right.
It's complete.
And they may not even need the image in the sky anymore.
No.
They've built it up so well in your mind, they don't need the actuality of it anymore. People are already infected.
Exactly. It's already infected, like you said. So the thing is that the universal supernatural manifestation using technology and digital media, of course, is related with all that we that we showed before. And just another topic that for me is very, on the it's a nice topic to discuss. I am not confirming nothing about that, but you know that we have the hum sounds that, of course, for me at least, is related with cranes and just, companies that are making holes in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But
it could be other things. Could be harp. Could be a lot of things.
Exactly, yeah. Could be harp, could be earthquakes, could be friction of the earth, whatever. But the fact is that the UFO community takes that to say, no, these are, not only the UFO community, also the religious community is taking that to make that, saying, no, that sound is the final trumpet of the end of the days, and others say, no, it's a super spacecraft, or no, there is the hollow earth that we have inside of the people. The thing is that in our days, everything that is out of our, daily basis stuff is related to God again, to a religious, not to God, to a religion, or to the new religion, which is the UFO and space. That is my, simply way to look at it. It's just... This is the type of sounds that we are talking about. Of
Seen
course,
a lot of videos. Yeah,
I just play it for the people. You have this all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there are very strange and scary sounds. We have here on Chile, when supposedly the 33 people that get side of 33, and there is movie, Antonio Banderas is one of the main character, but things like that. The Chile government called the NASA guys to make the hole, and they bring the machines, and the same type of sounds was
heard.
Listened there.
So they could be just digging into the ground, more tunnels, more underground bases.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I mean, that part I just want to bring into the presentation in the way, like you said before. We know there is technology, maybe not, to do this kind of oscillation on the ground. We have even, just big machines to do that for creating tunnels and bridges and, make holes on mountains. We have harps, of course. Mm-hmm. But the main idea here is that those sounds, again, a lot of people make a direct relationship with religious events, with supernatural manifestations.
Right.
That is the main key behind that topic. That is why I bring that. I mean, everything for me on this document is possible in our days. Everything. We don't have any inconvenient in terms of the technology that they use. Maybe they don't have to project the UFO invention in the sky. Maybe they don't need to camouflage planes or drones faking alien spacecraft, whatever. But we have that in our minds. We have the asteroid, the meteor, the comet, the Hollywood, the alien agenda. We have everything, all the condiments to make this possible in our days.
Absolutely.
And I just finished with for me, one of the most important thing is that the ultimate goal is to insert the New World Order via this thing, and it has a really spiritual war behind. So the next, the last presentation, if you want, we can make the spiritual connection with the UFOs and the false alien agenda.
Good, yeah, let's do that, and I'll see if I can bump the guy from next Thursday so we can do this in order. If not, we'll do it the Thursday after.
Okay, no problem. I know that I maybe take more.
No, it's good.
More steps that we talk about it.
It's good. Somebody in the chat, I'm just reading some chat. Somebody says if they cut the FE channels, we go to DLive. Yes, I would agree with that, because they already got rid of Mountain Bear. I saw is gone today. Owen Benjamin's backup channel is gone today, so they're definitely doing a little cleanup, and we'll be
I
here
lost
as long as we
3
can.
videos.
Yeah, luckily you didn't get any strikes though, right? Just the straight removal.
No, they just deleted because all my last 8 video was about this pandemic and a solution, and based on the chloride
MMS,
dioxide gas, and so they take out all these 3 videos.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. So we're going to be here as long as we can. We're going to be giving you the topics we want to cover and try and get people through this crazy time. But if you don't like the info that's presented, I mean, if you don't like the show topics, well, you can always watch something else. That's the great thing about YouTube. If you, if you think of another topic should be being covered, make a YouTube channel and do a show. Cover the topics. And if it's good and people like it, people will watch. People will subscribe. So do that. But otherwise, good. Shadow Mind Bear says Mountain Bear has a new channel. Good. I'll try and find that because I couldn't find it today. Somebody talking about QAnon and Trump are not legit. Yeah, and I think tomorrow, if I can, I still haven't asked him yet, but I'm going to see if Joe will come on with us tomorrow for the Friday Lounge, Joe Imbriano. But I'm not sure he'll be able to since I'm going to be asking him a day before. But eventually I'll have him on because he's got the same kind of idea. He doesn't believe in Q, doesn't believe in Trump.
Me either, man.
Right.
We have a very, very, very important researcher here in the Spanish community, which is an historian, that present all the paper document that Donald Trump was recruited by Jesuits. He was with the University of Jesuit, and I mean,
well, you don't become the, as big as he is in real estate in New York unless you're playing the game.
No.
And anybody who thinks we elect presidents, in my mind, is out of their mind anyway. It's basically give you these 2 people and I give you the illusion of choice. Everything that they do, whether it's the NASA Bluebeam project, whether it's the coronavirus, whatever they're doing is always a mission of control. And they're just proving to themselves more and more that they have complete control. Look at what people have done. Look at the freedoms that they've given up just in these past 2 weeks. It's insane.
Yeah, man.
Somebody says, check out bearvibe.com for updates from Coddington Bear. Good. Glad to know that website. Everyone, that's bearvibe.com. Dublix Flow Airship says, thank you, Jaronism. Thank you very much for that, guys. Owen's on a channel called Brave Bear. Yes. And the great thing is, DLive is got Owen. That's why I like DLive, and it feels good to have that channel in case anything goes on. That's why I simulcast there, just because you never know. And again, join us tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the Friday Lounge, and it should be fun. We'll talk a little bit more about Corona. We'll get into that a little bit more than we did today. But I think it's good to have other topics too, because this is just insane. And for somebody like me, I hate the news. Why would you watch the news? You know that they're lying to you. So in this time of fear, I feel like everybody wants to talk about everything going on in the news. The news says this, the news says that. Well, I don't like to discuss things like that. Like I said, my wife and I have been playing Yahtzee. So maybe it's hard to make videos about, all right, what happened yesterday in the Yahtzee game? I scored 240. And what am I going to do? I'm just not going to talk about that. But people are saying that it's buffering. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that, but we will have part 4, which will finish up the topic on the NASA Bluebeam project. Of course, we've got the lounge tomorrow, which should be fun. We'll talk a lot of things. We'll also discuss the article I was telling you about, the one that has the 12 doctors that have a different opinion, because that's what this show is about. It's about other opinions than the mainstream, and that's what's great. Here's 12 experts questioning the coronavirus panic, and of course it is a panic, and it is insane, and people have lost their minds, and they have succumbed to the media and to the TV. And whatever the TV says, whatever NBC News says, this is what people believe. This is what they've accepted. What you have to imagine is, where would your life be today if it wasn't for the media? Think about if you hadn't any connection to the media or to the news in the last month, how different would your life be today? Unfortunately, that has become reality for people. That has become the most important source for them, is what's going on in the media. The media is telling us these people are dying. The media is telling me I need to stay home. The media is telling me I need to fear. Now the media is telling me I'm going to get a check in the mail. When is my check coming? How much is my check going to be? This is what people are worried about. For me, I'd rather worry about other things like, what am I going to have for dinner? What nutritious thing am I going to eat today? And how am I going to spend time with my family and my wife? So anyway, that's just me. But people are free to believe whatever they want. So, Iru, any final words before we head out?
No, if you don't understand my English, active the subtitle, automatic subtitle in the YouTube.
I don't know if it'd be
but
much
no,
better.
no, I don't think even Google understand my English.
Probably not.
But
it's good. Nobody can say they don't understand you. I mean, yeah, you just
I
got to
know
listen
that.
a little carefuler.
I complain more than is necessary, but I know maybe some people, don't like my English, and I understand that. But who cares?
There you go.
Change the channel and see other.
That's all
other
I'm saying.
presentations.
Now you're getting to my line of thinking. Yeah, no, that's how I think.
Yeah, exactly.
If people tune in and they're like, "Oh, it's Iru. I don't understand Iru." Well, if I ever tuned into a channel and there was somebody I didn't understand, I would just go to something else. That's just me. So we can police ourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, yes.
We can easily
but
do it.
I am in your line of thought too, man. I mean, this ultimate 2 weeks. I even have this issue with my own family. I mean,
Right.
Linda, my girlfriend, is here. She came from Europe 2 weeks ago, almost 2 weeks ago.
Right.
And I cannot even go to my mother's house because my mother is an old woman and she is afraid, and she knows that this is all kind of not fake in terms of the virus itself. For me, the virus doesn't exist.
Right.
I'm not going to go deep in that, but I mean,
Well,
my
we can
mother
talk. We can talk
wants
about it
to
tomorrow.
wait the 2 weeks before start taking contact with us because she is 65 years old, so he's a very special type of patient. If she contract that, and it's crazy, man, it's crazy. But
Well, that's the scary thing for those people, and again, this is why their indoctrination works so well, is that it puts fear into people. And I'm the same way. I don't think the virus exists as we've been told at all. I don't think viruses exist like we've been taught. Again, so what I do is I just stay positive and I eat healthy and I build my immune system. Now, a lot of people think 5G is the coronavirus. I'm not in that camp completely either. I think 5G, though, can damage your immune system. And if it, kind of creates a bad if it kind of creates a bad feeling for you, if it makes a negative feeling, then it just helps them even more. And so that's why I try and be strong, be healthy, and not worry, not have fear, because fear is the biggest detriment to our ease, right? And that's what disease is caused of the dis-ease. So if you start worrying and you start fretting and you're afraid, that's when I think you're most vulnerable. And I'd hate to say, my mom passed away in November, and I would hate to say ever that I'm happy about that. But I mean, really, in this time, she was somebody who really paid a lot of attention to the news, and she would be filled with anxiety and fear, and
like my mother.
Yeah, and I'm happy that she's not. Now, again, I wish she was here, and I would take her being here and being in disease and worried about that more than her being gone. But at the same time, I look at it and I'm like, well. I think she's in a better place. I know she's in a better place. I know that she doesn't have those fears right now. And that makes me feel, good inside, that I'm glad that she's not part of this fear that's going around, because everybody has it. I mean, I drive around this town and it's insanity. What's going on? People are so worried. People are afraid to be next to each other. People are afraid to touch. I mean, that's the worst thing you can imagine. That's scary.
Yeah, no, things, the things here is the same.
Right.
It's the same.
Yeah, and I just don't want to be part of it. So, again, we'll talk about it a little bit tomorrow, see what everybody's got to say about it. So join us for the Friday Lounge. That's at 12 noon tomorrow. Hopefully Iru's here, Rodrigo, a couple other people, and I'll see if Joe and Brianna wants to join us, because he's somebody who's out there saying that, of course, the virus is fake. Another person who believes viruses aren't what we've been taught. And, again, we live in an age of deception, and it shouldn't shock you when you're hearing these things. And it's just like Flat Earth, or it's just like, we didn't go to the moon. Anything else, when you hear these things for the first time, they shock you. Why? Because you've been conditioned to feel otherwise. And we just have to learn to hear it and say, okay, I don't necessarily believe that, but let me look into it, do my own research. And when you do that, you come out the other side a much smarter person, more knowledgeable than you were before. I think we lost Iru. Or Iru, are you back?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Any final words before we go?
No, thank you, everyone, for being the show. I'm still with you.
Okay, yep, you're still here.
Okay, because I have my internet supposedly icon from Windows that supposedly I not
Well, you keep dropping, but that's okay. We'll just say goodbye, and we'll tell everybody we'll be back for part 4 either next week or next week we'll have Josh Brown on. There he goes again.
my presentation. No, I know. No, right now it's okay, right?
Now you're back again.
Okay, so thank you so much, everyone, to have the patience to, take into consideration my information.
Good.
Thank to you to invite me to your channel. For me, it's a really huge opportunity to meet new people and have, new connections. A lot of people write me after this type of presentation. So thank you so much.
And
thank you so much for
Iru.
the guys that support me.
Yeah, I was going to say support Iru. You can definitely do so on Patreon. If you want to support me and join my Patreon, that's patreon.com/Jeranism. For Iru, just change the slash to Nur para Todos, NURPARATODOS. Sorry. Jesus. He didn't get that out quite right. Nur para Todos. The links to his English and Spanish channel are both in the description of this video. And if you want to send me something in the mail, the good old Pony Express, you can do so. P.O. Box 3044, Merced, California, 95344. Haven't gotten a lot of mail lately, but if you want to send something, go ahead and do so. But that's about it. This has been Jeran and Iru. I remind you guys to do your own research, because when you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Please stay healthy, stay sane. Do not watch the news. It is the worst thing that you can possibly do. And, like I said, stay healthy. Let's flatten the curve. But as I've been asking myself lately, and for the last 5 years, where the hell's the curve? That's the problem.
Exactly.
Till next time, this has been... Go ahead.
I said the same here in
where
Spanish.
is it? Yeah. Nice. Bob says if you can't be an athlete, be an athletic supporter. Thanks, Bob. All right. See you guys tomorrow for the Jeranism Friday Lounge. Till then, this has been Jeran and Iru. Peace. What's going on, everyone? It's Jeran from Jeranism back with another live video for you today. It's Thursday, so it's time for another presentation, and today we have part 4 of Iru's presentation on the NASA Bluebeam project. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Let's welcome to the show from the land of the upside down, Iru Landucci. Iru, how are you, my friend? Welcome to the show.
Hello, Jeran. Hello, everyone. I'm still alive. I recovered my YouTube channel. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy to give the last part of the presentation. I hope it's the last part of the presentation.
Well, let's go until we're done today. So
no, of course.
We'll see.
Of course.
No, it should be part 4, should be the final part. And yeah, like Iru just said, if people don't know, Iru, I guess you can tell them a little bit about what happened. But yesterday, Iru woke up and his channel was gone. So we were all worried about that for a little while. But to our surprise, today he woke up and it's back. So you can kind of tell everybody what happened a little bit.
Yes, apparently YouTube is not so bad like we think. Sometimes, at least sometimes. But yeah, but the real thing was like yesterday in the afternoon. I just doing things in my home. I trying to enter into my YouTube channel, and it's my account was suspended, which is a different word than close.
Right.
The first time that they closed my YouTube channel was based on 4 strikes.
Right.
And they closed every product from Google, not just the YouTube, but also the email and the rest of the thing. So this time they put suspended, but I cannot, it's really hard to comprehend when YouTube said suspended or closed or whatever, because in the meantime, from the first time to these days, maybe the policy changed and maybe the word suspended is the same thing as closed.
Right.
So,
but your channel was
really
gone.
Worried.
I mean, when we searched for it, there was no Nur para Todos. The whole channel was just gone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the most, bad thing is that you cannot enter even to download some videos or do something. No, it's even suspended for you as owner of the account.
Wow.
So that is it's not a nice feeling.
No.
And in fact, and I talk about so many times, part of my life economy is based on what I receive from YouTube and from Patreon.
Right.
So for me, it was also like a pain in the ass, because I'm start thinking, immediately you start thinking especially in this quarantine days, you start
Right.
thinking, well, what am I going to do for survive? If I receive not so much, but here in Argentina, $200 is really, make difference,
Right.
at least in my personal life. So I'm start thinking about that too. So I'm start getting worried. I appeal, the suspender of the channel. I entered, fill a form with my, complain about the suspension of the channel.
Right.
And 24 hours later, they give me back the channel, and supposedly they accuse me for phishing.
Phishing, yeah.
Identity from, I don't know what exactly, video that I share, because they don't specify that. So apparently they get wrong, and they give me back the YouTube channel with all the videos, all the memberships, all the account, YouTube
Everything came
channel
back,
that
basically.
I am subscribed. Everything get back as was before.
Good.
And that is the only thing that really matters for me.
Right. Yeah, no, it's great that you're back. Happy about that. And yeah, so today we'll be doing part 4, and tomorrow hopefully you join the lounge. We'll get into a lot more of the corona stuff. Of course, this is the age of deception, and we're certainly in some crazy times. I mean, the whole world is locked down over basically a mild flu, but yeah, tomorrow in the lounge we'll discuss the mega inflation of all the numbers. I'll even show that doctors are now on record admitting that they've been told to list deaths as COVID-19 even if they're not, admitting that fear is the best way to control people. It's just really how the media has run with this non-story and caused panic, desperation, job loss. It's definitely a changing of the times, and it's a removal of our God-given rights, and people have all but invited it. They've actually cheered it on.
Yes.
And,
yes.
Asked for it. How are things over there now? Getting worse as we speak, or?
Yes, it's getting worse in terms of not in the, when you go out to the street, there is no police or military guys on the street. Of course there are, but not so many. It's not like
Right.
living in Italy or maybe Spain.
Or New York.
But
yeah.
for example, or New York, exactly. But for example, the newspapers here in Argentina start talking about that Argentina must be going to digital currency.
Right.
So you start thinking, well, we know that this kind of thing's gonna happen, but not so quickly, not so fast, maybe. And everyone is, it's insane, because here, for example, maybe different from you, living in Europe or United States, here we don't have access with, fair treatment in terms of the digital currency. In fact, here, for example, when you use PayPal, if you want to use that money, the government and all the institutions in the middle,
They charge you a
left you
percentage,
only
huh?
with the 60% of what you.
Yeah, that's
what
crazy
you
to hear. I don't know if people know that, but if Euro wants to use, I can't send him PayPal anymore, but if somebody sends him PayPal and he wants to use it, he has to incur a tax on that. His government takes some of that, so that's
But
insanity.
here it's not only the government; it's also the agencies in the middle, the bank agencies in the middle. And if you have $1 and you want to convert to the peso, Argentinian currency, from $1 is like you receive 60 cents.
Right. So who gets that
Oh, it's
other?
too much.
Who gets that other percentage? You're talking about the middlemen get that?
Yeah, the banks,
Right.
the other agency in the middle, and the government, and then the taxes from the government, because you receive dollars and blah 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 blah. So 40% is gone to the taxes.
Insane.
So it's insane. So that is why I what I'm trying to say is, okay, they want to change to a digital currency, but the infrastructure and all the agencies in the middle, we are not prepared to do that in the fair way. So I don't know what's going to happen, but here we talk the same things as you talk in your country, as the guys talking in Europe. There is a lot of situations, people speculating about if the dollar is going to become a digital dollar, or or the euro is going to go down or up, or what was going to happen, and that kind of thing.
Right. Well, definitely support Iru if you can. Like he said, he's doing great work and he could really use your support. So if you scroll down in this video, you'll see links to his English channel, to his Spanish channel, to his Patreon at patreon.com/NeuroParaTodos, and then also his website. So we're going to be checking this out. Like I said, if you want to talk more about Corona and what's going on with all that, definitely tune into the lounge tomorrow. We'll have a bunch of people on the show and talk about all the fun things like the PCR test that's flawed. I mean, the false positives are of a ridiculous number at this point. So obviously, surprise, surprise, we all, again, shouldn't be believing what's coming from the news. They are propaganda. They are false. They're destroying lives right now, and they are liars. Hospitals are empty. Medical centers are laying off nurses. I know of several nurses that I've talked to that are getting less hours. Here locally, they're going to be removing like 33% of the workforce because there's just nobody in these medical centers, nobody in the hospitals. So what you're hearing on the news is not at all what's going on in reality. And sure, are they setting up tents everywhere? And are these, well, they're getting ready for what they believe is a pandemic coming. But again, that's based off of faulty information and completely incorrect numbers. So
yeah, here is the same thing. And in fact, the government is talking about like we are waiting for the worst because now it's going winter here.
Oh, that's true. You guys are going the opposite way where we're going to summer where we should be coming out of the flu season.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen. But from now and for close the topic, until 23 of April, we must go inside. We must stay inside of our houses.
Yeah, that's the same here. I think through the end of April is what they've said so far. And let's hope things get back to normal after that point. Who knows how far they're going to take this. But it really depends on people standing up for what's right and get outside and do the things that you need to do in your life. Have a good time. I was talking to Playing Permaculture, is a channel that wants to do a presentation soon on my channel, and he was talking today on Skype with me about how important it is for people to get back to the important things, family, planting, getting back in touch with nature, doing all the nature things that we've been talking about forever that people just forget about, and stop watching that black screen in your house that's scaring the living daylights out of you. Thank you so much for Gobeki T, who sent a super chat, says looking forward to part 4, guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, as am I. So go ahead, Iru, go ahead and share your screen. Let's see if we can get it set up here.
Let me just touch the buttons.
Yeah, touch the buttons.
Yes, I say buttons. I know that is a funny word, but I'm going to change it.
Oh, you have funny ones. Don't worry. That's that's not even the funniest one.
So supposedly right now.
Boom. Yeah, you're on.
I'm sharing, and let me just for check as like NASA checking sound. Let me see if there is sound.
Different
modes sound there.
Okay.
I watched I don't know if you watched NASA launched to the space station today. Did you watch any of that?
No, because I woke up really late in the morning because I was a little depressed about my my channel, so I sleep. Yesterday, last night I didn't sleep, so everything was confused. So I don't see so much on the news.
Well, we'll look at it tomorrow. It's nonsense. They had this, so of course they tell everybody they're going to be live streaming the entire thing. And it was nothing like it always is. You watch the launch, it gets out over the water, it disappears from your sight. All of a sudden, they switch the camera to the space view, and then they have some nonsense views of the docking. Just really hilarious.
Yeah, the same thing. So, continue with the presentation. Of course, everyone maybe see the 3 parts, but in the first 3 parts, we tackle the topic about if there is any possibilities in terms of the technology to cover or to make the so-called NASA Bluebeam project, which is using sounds directly to your head, using holographic technology, using all these kind of tactics like destroying the archaeologists, history
records, right,
and replace it or reinterpret it. So everything of that, at least in this just tiny presentation, we cover that is not just possible, but they are doing it.
Right.
And they have all the pieces on the table to do it. Of course, something that we discussed along the presentation was the possibility to change, few pieces in terms of maybe they don't need to project any kind of supernatural manifestation in the sky, because maybe they can use the main goal behind this is to present some kind of invisible enemy.
Right.
And we are really, really seeing that how displays in real life, with, for example, with the corona.
Absolutely. We've talked about that the last 3 episodes, basically, so people can go back if you haven't seen part 1, 2, and 3. And we talked about how the coronavirus itself could be this invisible enemy that brings the world together under one world order, basically fulfilling the prophecies of the NWO.
Exactly. And it's also really interesting because here in the main document, they talk about one political government, one economic currency, and that is also what is getting off this coronavirus. Because yes, there is the coronavirus and all the things that concern to the health of the people, but after all, they are using this for, start talking about we need burn the paper because could be have the virus on the paper, so we need to transfer to a digital currency. So it's also that is happening. It's also another topic that is happening in our faces.
Like Iru has said, this document, they could have changed since this document came out. They could have changed their direction. They could have seen an easier path to their end goal, and it could be this whole idea of a virus or a pandemic. So we're just really pointing things out and showing you how easy it is for them to subjugate the citizens to whatever they want.
Exactly. And something that start, and we discussed this topic in our chat here in Skype, but the new Messiah, and at the first glance in your head when you heard the word Messiah, immediately you think in this kind of Messiah, someone who came from the sky, dressed in white, floating in the density of the earth, not in the anti-gravity propulsion, nothing like that. It's just levitating and coming to the ground and start speaking with echo, because all the Messiah has like echo in the voice. And this kind of, characteristic that are present in religion. But maybe they change to our modern times kind of Messiah, and maybe there could be some kind of scientist or politician, because we are know that there is this not new, but this for many of us new thing about endorsing the figure of some politicians like Putin or Donald Trump or whatever it comes. I am not saying that the guy is not making things that it's good for the humanity, but at least my opinion is I like to open both eyes, because the Jesuits are super specialist in showing one hand, and the other hand is doing another different thing.
Right.
So of course they're going to give you a lot of good things to keep you on that track, but at the same time they're also doing what they need, and what they need is, for example, implementing wireless technology like the 5G, to the complain the biometrics and all the stuff related with this technocracy, the tracking system. And of course Donald Trump talks about in his government implement the tracking system visa for the people that came from Mexico and blah blah blah, but also from their own citizens. And again, I don't want to bring that topic, but we need to think differently when we read new Messiah, because maybe it's not someone came in from the sky.
Right.
It's maybe someone that there is, here on earth, and could be a scientist or an institution or a politician or something like that.
Right. They're very good at this whole act or art of subterfuge, which is deception, showing you one thing and actually it being another completely.
Exactly. So talking about universal supernatural manifestation, well, the last days we have a few of them. I don't know you guys in the north, but here in Argentina and some part of Europe, a lot of people reporting, big noises again. That we cover that also, the hums, the styling of these sounds, coming from the.
Right.
I'm not going to play all the video, but we know that could be something related with tunnel constructions, or maybe some movement on the ground, natural movement, or earthquakes, things like that. But here on Argentina, there is a lot of people recording again this type of sounds, and like I tell you, for me, it's like we need to reinterpret some of the main topics in this document, but the majority it's completely on track, and they have everything in place to do it. And the last part that I want to cover is related with the part of the religious part of this document, because of course United Nations has a really occultist part in terms of its foundations, how the people involved at the beginning of this institution. And the speech from George Bush talking about that we have the opportunity to forge for us and our generations, next generations, a newer order based on the ideals from the UN founders. And the UN founders are occultists. So
absolutely,
we need to take that into consideration.
No different than those who started NASA. So, all the same groups.
And in fact, if you read these 17 topics or items from the Sustainable Development Goals, it's the same thing if you read the Georgia Guidestones. It's the same kind of thing, because you can interpret it, a lot of these things like, the health, or for example, the gender equality being the controlling the guide the reproduction, which is, I believe, the 4 or 5 point in the item in the exactly. So everything is in place, and it's like have like one point that converge everything what is happening in our days. So that maybe is the scary part. And if you go directly to the UN, the first thing that maybe call the attention is the place for this religious room that you can go there to meditate or pray, or just breathe deep, make a deep breath, whatever you want to interpret it as a meditation or as a prayer. But the shape is very, very, storytelling, because of course we have this type of pyramid shape with the upper part cut off.
Right.
We have the
capstone missing.
Again, sorry.
Yeah, from the capstone or the top of the pyramid missing, of course, like the dollar bill.
We have this black monolith in the middle. I don't know if monolith is the correct word.
Monolith, you got it.
Monolith, exactly. We have the shining light, one source of shining light, and of course, we understand what that means in terms of all the idea to bring light to the darkness, which is a nice concept, of course, but you must understand who is saying that, because for me it's not the same. If I say it, okay, I'm a regular guy, but if you're an occultist and you start talking about this bring light into the darkness, could have another complete different meaning.
Absolutely. And it could mean Lucifer. They think of Lucifer as the light, so it's a much different kind of light than we might be talking about.
Exactly. And in fact, it's called the Stone of the Light, given by Sweden in 1957. Then you have this picture in the back of the wall, and if you analyze, it has 13 triangles, which represent the 13 steps in the pyramid of the $1 bill. It also has 33 quadrants, which also represent the 33 quadrants in the UN logo. It has 72 figures, geometric figures. So you have, if you can interpret this as a symbol or equivalent to have directly the $1 bill symbology. Camouflage in this kind of sun and moon and, you know, dark and white concept, which also belong to the occultists, especially in the Freemasonry. They use a lot of the duality interpreted in these two colors. But for, you know, maybe if the press go there and take a picture, it's just a simple room. But if you are initiated in these occultic things, you're going to see this as a pyramid with the eye. You know, it's something like that what I want to present. But this is, for fact, inside of the UN. And that's the important thing. Then you must go, of course, directly to Lucy Trust, because one of the main characters behind all the foundation of the UN and also the books that are publishing, and, you know, if you go back to the early times, you're going to came across with Lucy Trust. I don't know if you know about it a little bit.
A little bit, yep.
Okay. And, well, they changed the name after a few things, because it's changed for Lucy Publishing Company. But the first name was Lucifer Publishing Company. So right away, you know, if they are talking about, I mean, this is the institution that's controlled the whole world, occidental part of the world, the West world. Because from the UN, it's the branches is the OTAN. I don't know if NATO, I think is in English. NATO, yeah, UNESCO, you know, the UNICEF, which is from the kids, for kids. I mean, everything came from this main institution, and this main institution is completely an occultist institution. Right in your faces, and they are telling you that's, you know, simple right away. So if you go to, I leave this for everyone to research from themselves, but I mean, if you want to, you know, maybe read a little bit, which is in red, so.
Sure, yeah, it says the objectives of the Lucis Trust are stated in its charter as to encourage the study of comparative religion, philosophy, science, and art, to encourage every line of thought tending to the broadening of human sympathies and interests and to the expansion of ethical, religious, and educational literature, to assist or to engage in activities for the relief of suffering for the human betterment, and in general to further worthy efforts for humanitarian and educational goals or ends.
Or ends. Of course, you know, if you read it right away, you say, oh, well, that.
Oh, great. They're
nice.
Fantastic.
Great. You know, it's fantastic.
I want to invite them over for dinner.
Exactly. But educational ends is for their educational goals, which is like an indoctrination for us. So you need to, you know, read very carefully. And of course, every time you know, access to this kind of tiny breadcrumbs, you're going to find esoteric philosophy, arcane school, you know, all this, which is esoteric training. So that is not what they teach openly in our schools.
Right, exactly.
So there is, you know, like this dichotomy, or I don't know how to pronounce, but this is the main, you know, when Bush said the New World Order is based on the UN founders, well, this is part of the UN founders.
Right.
So then the husband of this woman, it was... We're
talking about Alice Bailey, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, even in Wikipedia, you have like Valley was initiated into the Charles W. Moore Lodge of Freemason. He rose to 33 degrees and wrote The Spirit of Masonry. And I bring this just, you know, for, you know, wake up people and saying, again, we have the Freemasonry right in the way, you know, in our faces, controlling, or not controlling, but be part of this institution.
Right.
You know?
At the core, you always find this.
In the core, you always find, and if you go to NASA, because if we take the main goal of and we don't change everything, and we don't change nothing from the original document. Well, the final goal is this alien invasion. So you have all these occultist lodges behind NASA, behind the UN, behind the media, behind the schools, the education. So of course the end goal and the final result is gonna be what they want, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So all this is also related, of course, with Madame Blavatsky, which is a very controversial character and topic in itself, because I believe if you read something, I am not a specialist of Madame Blavatsky, but I read a few texts, and of course it gives you some kind of, you know, main topics to at least, I don't say wake up, but be aware of what the people use with, you know, the tools that they are using in these, you know, rituals and you know, ceremonies, and trying to what they trying to achieve. I don't know if this woman is, you know, what supposedly is for us, which is like a demonic, the quote unquote demonic or bad influence, because you have another part, you know, like Rudolf Steiner, which also is related with this woman, and they say like they take our knowledge and, you know, change it and use for them, and there is all the time this kind of discussion if they are good or bad, and maybe there was, you know, a good person trying to get free from your spirit, but the main lodges and the main occultists take that and change it, and so
you kind of cut out there.
Again, sorry.
There you go. You cut out for a second, but you're back.
Okay. No, what I'm trying to say is, for me, for example, something that really changed my understanding of the spiritual, you know, so-called spiritual world was when I have my first astral projection at 21 years old. But I didn't do it based on nothing of this knowledge. I'm just was something naturally, and then I started to research about that, and because I was like a, you know, super heliocentric scientist type of guy, you know, believing that nothing is beyond our material life, and I have that first experience. I'm start research, make research, and trying to get practice, and I came across with this page that I always show, which is the out of body experience, which is a really, you know, it's free and really easy book to read, and it's not involved with any kind of avatar or a doctrine. That for me, it's the most important thing. I don't like, you know, any kind. I don't want to, you know, name any kind of avatar or religions, you know, doctrine, nothing like that. And of course, all these people named Lucifer. So that is the part that I don't like behind that. But like always, they're gonna give you some truth, and then, you know, trying to change it for their own convenience. So that is what I'm trying to say. Maybe, you know, for my English, I give a little kind of twist, strange twist to explain myself.
She's a very
I am
strange...
not supporting this.
Right, no. She's a very strange person, an occultist, a pantheist, kind of like Aleister Crowley. You know, she was like a spirit medium. And I guess a lot of her stuff was even deemed to be fraudulent, of course. But, you know, she would say that she was in certain areas of the world at certain times, and it was found out later that she wasn't. Of course, she said she talked to the... No, I don't think she said afterlife. It was more like she's talking to the masters of ancient wisdom or something.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is there is a warfare in terms of the spiritual thing. It's not just that is my opinion, of course. I see my body in my bed a lot of times, and I trying to practice that. So for me, nobody can tell me, hey, after that everything is, you know, gone and you are dead forever and ever. Okay, if you want to think in that way, think in that way. For me, it's impossible to think in that way because I have the experience. So I cannot, you know, I mean, I have experience that show me completely other thing. So the thing, what I'm trying to say is this kind of knowledge has part of that kind of experience. But like you said, it's also have a lot of science fiction and fantasy and things like it's maybe, out of track. But the main goal is, like you mentioned before, these people is related with Aleister Crowley, and not with only with them, but also was the pivot for the basic spiritual character in terms of the UN. I mean, this woman was, part of the UN in some way. So again, we have all these families and all these people behind, and supposedly like a, universal institution or one world institution.
I believe that she was the creator of the Theosophical Society.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
And not just that, but he also has a close relation with the Freemasonry.
Of course. Yeah.
And of course, she was part of the UN. And I read this book, ISIS Without Veil. I don't know how to is the original name in English, which is a very nice book to read. But again, it's going to try to put you in worship to Lucifer.
Right. It's ISIS Unveiled. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
That was her whole theosophical worldview, basically describing theosophy as a bringing together of science, religion, and philosophy.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's the ancient wisdom behind all the world religions is what she was trying to teach. But it's communicating with these ancient spirits.
Yeah. In fact, here in Spanish said that supposedly this woman was in contact with ascended masters.
Right. So the difference between that and like a spirit realm is a lot of people say that they communicate with the dead, and she was saying it's not so much the dead, but it is this ancient wisdom. Yeah. Yeah,
exactly. So, for example, but because maybe I talked so much, but the thing is, all these characters are behind the UN, and the document from the Blue Beam NASA project came from UN. So we have all these branches that came together in some point. And for example, I don't know how to pronounce Wilmshire. He wrote in the sense of Freemasonry. I'm going to try to translate it live, but it said, in this new age of Aquarius, when a lot of individuals and groups are working in different way to eventually bring back the old mysteries, a number of growing people or initiated are start waking to recognize that the Freemasonry could be very well a very well vehicle to obtain our goals. And that is why I believe we are seeing so much the growing and the infiltration behind the Freemasonry, because on top of the Freemasonry are the Jesuit order. And if you it's 1 + 1 is 2. I mean, if you go to the records and history and start reading who created the Freemasonry and blah blah blah, why the Freemasons construct all the cathedrals, and supposedly it's your enemy and you build the temples, is a really strange thing. But the Jesuit order is behind the Freemasonry, at least in my opinion, for what I'm read. But they cannot use directly the Jesuit order. It's like because even in their own oath, it's called the word, the oath to, they say they cannot take political places, they cannot, go public in terms of political relationship or economic relationships, in terms of international relationship. So they are always behind the curtain, because that is the main oath behind the Jesuit order. So they use this layer called Freemasonry to infiltrate, all the institutions. And that is what we're seeing. I mean, the big pharma, the big companies, the bankers, even if you are a Jewish or a Zionist, you also have connection with Freemasonry. So it's like, the Rothschild was also, at least, let me just very quickly show you the picture, but you can find it, of course, online, because it's, in our days, it's like nothing is a secret.
Right.
So let me just show you. But for example, I believe it's here. This was one of the Rothschilds, and I don't say that all the family is Freemasonry, but is related.
Right.
And here in Argentina, so I mean, there is this mixture, behind, like, you could be a Jesuit, you could be, a communist, or you could be a Jewish, whatever. But at the end, they all belong to this. This is the Pope Francis. All belong to this main institution that controls everything, at least in the public eyes, not behind, but on public. That is what they call Freemasonry right now.
Right. Do you think that she was trying to bring out some of the hidden information from those organizations and factions, or was she still trying to hide it?
It's very difficult. I mean, there is 50-50 if you want to, and I know there is a not so
well, I've heard
good response.
But you hear both ends of it. I was just wondering. Yeah, I've heard both sides of the story. Of course, there's the people who think Aleister Crowley was trying to bring truth and trying to bring a love for all and love being the highest order, and there's those people, and then there's the people that see it the opposite way. Same thing with Blavatsky.
Yeah, exactly. And this depiction of Freemasonry, for me, it's very storytelling, because this is the Jesuit order. For me, this is my interpretation.
Right.
But we have, all these people that, it's very suspicious that all the politicians, even Donald Trump, study in the Jesuit order.
Right.
And of course, I can go to, I didn't, but I can go to a Jesuit school, but I am not selected to do that. I just go there because my family thinks that maybe it's a better education and they pay.
Right.
And
that's what happened to me. Right. I mean, that's my parents tried to get me into a school that played, that had high sports. I was a basketball player, and so that's the thing that we selected to go to that school. Of course, I go there and become disillusioned with education and religion altogether. But there's those that are selected that must go through that education and move on and ascend from there.
Exactly, because it's just marketing for our parent. It's the marketing of, no, this school is so one expensive. Of the best school, and
right, so expensive too.
Exactly. Yeah. So that is one thing, but the other thing is like, and I showed that at the beginning of the presentation. But let me just get back to the Bernard Russell that say, I believe the education in the scientific society could be described like with an analogy of the education that the Jesuit order gives. The Jesuit give a class of education to the child which become workers, and the other for the child that become selected to develop, or be members of the Jesuit of the Jesus company,
totally.
to develop like governance, scientifics. Not that I know there is right in Spanish, but you can find it in English too. So I mean, we can be in the same school with Obama, but we are not Obama, because they doesn't choose us to develop that role in society. But it's very suspicious that all the presidents here in Argentina happen the same thing. They all belong to these institutions and they are put on power. So everyone is like, they need to give back some favors, if you want to see in that way, right?
Absolutely.
And then what they did was brilliant in terms of first of all, with all this heliocentric model, they take out our spirits. And I don't say that we become all atheists, because nobody's an atheist. You can believe in some goddess or some prophet, and if not, you believe in the sun God. So you're never gonna be like not believing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
The people, maybe they don't think when athos, it's also referred to a Greek god of the sun. So when you are an atheist, it's like saying, okay, I am not believe in this or that prophet or God, but I believe in the sun God. So after all, you are believing in some kind of God, in this, and always is the sun, because for me, a lot of prophets in the religions, it's all a straight comparison or analogy to the sun God. But that is my opinion. But in our days, what we are seeing is all these, super master, ascended master, and you have all the colors, all the tastes, so nobody gets out. You have everything is like, became like a sport league of spiritual masters. So they did it. They create all these kind of things, so they can bring, maybe they can pick one or choose another to bring as a messiah, or who knows which is the plan behind it. And the relationship between all this that I'm talking and the UN and the NASA Bluebeam project is what you referred before. I mean, there is all this connection to Aleister Crowley.
Of course.
And maybe because I'm showing at the beginning of the presentation, the first part, but it really changed our depiction of the UFO. Because before Aleister Crowley, the idea of beings coming out of our planet was more like big insect, or maybe some metallic robot,
right,
and things like that. But nobody thinks in these terms, like a human being, tiny with black big eyes and this big head and things like that. Until at least, I don't gonna say the only one, but Aleister Crowley with his a ritual or ceremony in the Central Park, invoking this being called Lam.
It definitely started around that time, yeah.
Yeah, and if you pronounce this backwards in Latin, the word mal instead of lam, mal means bad.
Mm-hmm.
So had this maybe they love to write in backwards, read in backwards, walk in backwards, and all that kind of stuff. So it's very convenient that just if you read it backwards in Latin means something bad, So again, I put this picture because this picture is you can find it there. Is Friedrich Nietzsche, of course, belong also to Freemasonry, and all these guys are behind the idea to kill our spiritual knowledge. For me, the church was the first institution to control it, presenting false prophets and false idea, false history, false books. Everything is super mixed between a lot of things to control us. And then they change to this next level, which is even confuses more and trying to kill every aspect of a creation. And all the guys behind it, even Nietzsche is also Freemasonry, of course. And again, all these guys are trying to, first of all, empty our soul of that knowledge, and following the idea of if you are empty, now we can put you wherever we want. And when you start, for example, hearing about the science of our days, and I'm going to play this video that I know many of you already know about this video. But this is a clearly, for me at least, depiction of what's going on, because now we are empty as spiritual beings in the west part of the world, and now the scientists controlling the narrative of the reinterpretation of the antiquity and the ancient myth, now we are created by aliens.
Right.
So they first confuse us with a lot of part of true and part of lie, of religious or connection with the creation, with a creator, and then in the last 100 years they go forward and they directly rip apart of that. So now we are empty. So they are ready to put inside us the new idea that our creator came from the start and is an alien and that kind of thing.
Is this the Richard Dawkins interview?
Yeah, exactly. Boy. So I'm going to play it just for the record, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
I really love that this guy said, we know the event that must be happened. Oh, of course, man, you was there in the beginning of time.
Our mathematics says so.
Exactly.
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right, how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe,
I really like how he touched the nose, when they say, well because he's preparing to lie. That's my opinion, of course. You can see all the body language that he's not comfortable.
That guy's one of the biggest jokes there is.
Totally agree.
Civilization evolved as a...
No, and this is the worst part. And all civilization evolved by a Darwinian's method. Of course, I mean...
Civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. Well, but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
And you can replace the word God for your preference word. I am not believe in that kind of God that this guy is referring. But what I'm trying to show behind this is that how they start changing the narrative, and how they trying to, because of course we talk about this in the first presentation, but this is Ancient Alien, but instead of doing in some kind of entertainment way, is a very prestigious writer talking, in this kind of intellectual discussion, saying, well, could be some intelligent design behind but for no, you can be sure that we don't shop into existence.
Right. So they always go back to Darwin because Darwin is their god. So they'll always go back to there could be many different things, but they must have come about in a Darwinian way.
Exactly. And even in all this symbology behind the idea of pan, even the word, if you're trying to, for example, if you put the Lawrence Krauss idea behind, how they start changing the narrative again, and make this relationship between the stars and Jesus, which is a hilarious clip. So let me just play and then analyze it, because they are, trying to, change things.
I take it
in
back
this way.
to when I said that Darwin or Dawkins was the most ridiculous person. I think Krauss pretty much.
You forget this.
I forgot about
yeah.
Krauss. How dare I?
Exactly.
The amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today, okay? And anyway.
And I really love this guy, in the World Science Festival, presenting the idea of the Star Trek space-time travel with a condom. And that's for real.
That's
man.
real, yeah.
Yeah. So this, the feminist is going to take it very bad, this situation. And me too. And, but, if you, and I know, and I'm really sorry, because maybe my English doesn't allow me to express more deeply in terms of what I'm trying to say. But if you take this discussion, this kind of idea, they are replacing just the relation from one to the other, right. And they are transferring concepts between physical characters to stars, right, to aliens, even like I said before, if you ask to this guy one of the theories behind, how that first replicated cellular replication or whatever it said, how became to the earth, how enter into the earth.
And they know that people that have become disillusioned with religion will love to hear that, right? Forget Jesus dying for you. Stars have died for you. Stars have made the ultimate sacrifice for you to be here today. And then he gets a huge uproar, and he's very excited and gets a hard on and all that.
Exactly. And like I mentioned before, I mean, let me just make the background for explaining this part. But in the ancient cultures, the world, the planet, if you want to know the planet, the world, it's a woman. Because it's fertile, it can give lives, and it's called, for example, if you came to Latin America, they're gonna talk about Pachamama, like Big Mother, and this is the representation of Mother Earth, right? And everyone calls Mother Earth, mm-hmm. But for certain group of people, which was occultists, they changed the concept for nature to be a woman that can give birth and have childs, mm-hmm. With the picture of this, which is the God Pan. Mm-hmm. This is the representation of nature for the occultist.
Right.
There is, if you go to the official records in our day, it's going to tell you, well, Pan is just a super sympathetic guy which represents nature. But what they are doing is, this is a really nice guy.
No,
well, I mean, and this is official. Man,
it's a hermaphrodite demon, really.
Yeah, I don't want this guy to have a conversation,
No, I'd rather not.
And of course, everyone knows the relationship with Peter Pan and pandemia, panacea, panic. Everything is with Pan, mm-hmm. At the beginning. In fact, here, because you guys in your language, you call bread, right? Bread, what you eat,
Yeah, bread.
Make it, yeah, bread. But here, in the Spanish language, it's called pan. And the church when you pray, you use the word, Lord, bring me the pan to my home.
Oh, wow.
And, and for example, here, if I type for example, if I want to say, when you go to, how you call panaderia? Bakery?
Mm-hmm.
Bakery?
Yeah,
in Spanish is called panaderia.
Yeah, we have those in this country, yeah.
Well, the famous, the famous item inside of panaderia is the pan called flute. So this is the pan flute. This is what you buy, which has the shape of a penis, and you are eating the penis of pan.
Wow.
And that is the thing that it talks inside church. Give me the pan of every day,
Right, yeah.
So it's very, very perverted thing. And how is this
right.
related?
And he is supposed to be the god of sexuality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This object, how I don't know how to pronounce well, is representing this part of the body.
Phallic symbol.
This is the pan flute. It's not just this type of flute. This is not the flute of Pan. The flute of Pan is this one.
Right.
So they changed, the Mother Earth to the Father Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And the Father Earth is this one. And I see a lot of this Pan representation in Europe, in the goods, in church, in castles, in everywhere. Because this is their god, the great god Pan. And, everything is related, and how we could relate it with the NASA Bluebeam project. Well, one of the biggest theory behind the idea of how life came to Earth is the panspermia. So it's the sperma of Pan, because the Earth is infertile. So the Earth needs the sperma of Pan. So it's insane. I mean,
and that's where it came from, pandemonia.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But even the theory behind, how the life developed in our world, panspermia, some bacteria or some kind of
outside,
came from outside, enter in our Earth, and make fertile.
Mm-hmm.
So again, even when you read panspermia, immediately in your head is going to appear the idea of asteroid, comets, meteors, space debris, space dust, because you need that to enter into the world coming from outside, but of course with the word pan at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Even our first type of world was called Pangea.
Right.
The earth of Pan. Which is, and in fact, the word Pan is literally demon.
Yep. And it's a half goat, half human. People don't know that. I don't know if they know that. Of course, with the horns.
Exactly. So that is, at least in my opinion, how everything is related. Of course, we know Chuck Parson, we know Aleister Crowley. So maybe. I don't know if I make some kind of Pandora, like it's saying here in the chat. I don't want to be, to confuse people with my goals and back to the slices, but I believe like you can see everything that is related with space, even the famous telescope called Lucifer, but supposedly it means large binocular telescope near infrared. So there you have 4 words, but use 1 letter.
And you talked about you talked about Pan being Peter Pan, right?
Yes, and I show here.
Yeah, and then there's the one from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and then you have the Pied Piper. Many people know about the Pied Piper, which can be called the Pan Piper if you want. He has the same kind of little flute, and they all lead children into a magical world. The magical world of beyond.
Yeah, it's like exactly to beyond. So you never come back. If you are a child and you go with Pan, and like they say here, you have the equivalent because you eat pancakes.
Right. Or pandemic.
Or pandemic, pansexual. Mm-hmm. So it's everywhere. But it's also related with the space, with the word panspermia. So this is the type of hypnosis we are in terms of this insane people behind the curtains using everything they can to brainwash us, simply as that. So for me, the last part that I want to present is the idea, because like we mentioned before, maybe they change, they present, they split this type of final goal in terms of the new Messiah, the new God. Of course, could be right now, like I said before, a scientist or a politician or an institution itself, but also because for being God, for being a Messiah, you really needs to, answer everything. No, if not, it's like a very poor type of God. So something that fit perfectly in our days with that is the idea of the artificial intelligence. Because that could be the one language that is in the items of the Georgia Guidestones that said unify the world, the races, with the race with one language. And people believe that maybe we are going to talk one language in terms of the English is going to be the official language. But for me, it's more.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, for me, it's going to be more like in this kind of way of thinking. Maybe the artificial intelligence is going to replace. It's going to be one language because it's going to be consultant every time. This could talk. You can talk in Chinese, and it's going to translate and to your language, and you can ask question, and you can, using for everything. It's going to be there. The technology with this kind of technology behind it. We are, of course, everybody knows which is a smartphone. And that is the beginning of the really artificial intelligence behind it. So they present maybe this kind of thing, and this is complete speculation. I just, dropping ideas because nobody has the final end of the NASA Bluebeam project, but could be that kind of thing. Also, Elon Musk, because Elon Musk talk about everything. You can have it, giving lectures talking about with artificial intelligence we are calling demons. Then the same guy said we live in a holographic universe. And then the same guy said we live in computer simulation. So he covered everything, Right. And then they're going to see.
He says there's one in a billion chance that we're a base society, which is just ridiculous. It's basically saying that we were created by some other being. So we are basically a computer simulation or created by some other more advanced beings.
Yeah. So they have aliens that design us via a Darwinian evolution method. Then they have the idea of we are in computer simulation. No, we are in a holographic universe. So, Hawkins was right. And if doesn't of that works, well, we are, using the artificial intelligence, and we are calling demons with quantum computers and quantum computers.
We're reaching into other existences, other universes to pull out this information. Quantum computing.
Exactly. But the real thing is we are speculating about this, but in real life, they are giving this kind of idea to society. Oh, yeah. And let me just play that clip from through more Strange Than Fiction, which is, I really like his, not his religious part, but his research.
No, he does great stuff, yeah. I've talked
it's
to him
a
few times.
a great researcher. So I'm going to play this tiny clip.
You're inventing different modes of thinking, entirely new modes of thinking, and entirely new kinds of minds. And these minds are very, very valuable because there are probably certain difficult problems in business and in science that may exceed our human capability of solving, where we actually may need to solve it in a two-step process of first inventing a different kind of thinking that can work with us to solve these very difficult problems. So there may be things like quantum gravity, dark energy, things like that. The unification of the different fields in physics may require us to actually invent other types of thinking so that together we can work together to solve those kind of problems. Even in business, there may be lots of new uses and new kinds of minds that we will develop and invent in order to solve certain problems. So what we're kind of doing is filling the possibility space with all these different types of minds. And we may have hundreds of different species of thinking as we go forward. What we get out of this is really kind of like alien intelligences. You might even think about these AIs as not artificial intelligences, but alien intelligences, or artificial aliens for that matter, in the sense that they are thinking different. And of course, thinking different is the foundation of innovation and wealth in the new economy, thinking different. How can you think different while remain connected to 7 billion people? It's a really big challenge because AIs think differently. They are actually going to be an asset to us as we go forward.
So I know this is a very selective piece that I choose. This is not the main concern or I don't know how to say, the main idea behind all this. There is other people that think different, using his words. But it came out there, the idea of maybe quantum computer can take from another dimension ideas. And that is official.
That's official. That's what they say.
That's official.
It's getting its answers from a place that exists where all the answers are. It's basically able to reach into that and pull it out.
Exactly. So, we have all these concepts that are on the table. It's very difficult, at least for me, to comprehend and trying to give final opinion. I am not capable to do something like that. But after all, they have all the technology, all the pieces, all the guys behind it. Everything is in place to give maybe the final touch to this idea of the NASA Bluebeam project and achieve what they want to, which is then one government, one economy, one politic, one currency, one religion, etc., etc., etc. And for finish the presentation, and I don't know why I left these slides here, but what we think in terms of alien, because I don't want to discredit or avoid the idea that maybe we have other civilizations.
But
that
they would come
like
from the extraterrestrial, the extra land, not from light years away in spaceships.
Exactly. Yeah, and maybe they have our same body. They are not tall and fit and thin and things that kind of concept. We don't know that. Of course, there is literally how you pronounce
literally?
No, literatura. How you say? Literature. Sorry for my English. Books. You have books.
Right.
Science fiction books. Mixed with maybe some kind of reality behind it. There is a lot of text that talks about this idea of another civilization beyond the poles. But in real, even I really like when the music industry gives some hints, about the idea of another kind of infinity from Deep Purple, and it's the Antarctic world. But the real fact is we don't know what's going on in the South Pole or in Antarctic.
And they don't want us to.
And they don't want us to. So that is for real fact. Then if it's the end of the world, if there is some kind of cupola that encloses everything or not, or it's more land beyond and whatever, in our times, we cannot prove or disprove. So, you have another reference to that. And I know, and I'm going just to present this talk, and maybe it doesn't, maybe it's not a good moment for playing this this radio show. But you remember the so-called frenetic phone call from a guy that supposedly worked in Area 51 to this radio show, saying that what we believe as alien, there are interdimensional beings.
Mm-hmm.
So, supposedly the same guy a few weeks later called to the show, Art Bell show, and say, well, it was all a joke. I make the call and want to, give you like a prank thing.
Right.
And they start, so the host asked for the guy to make the same kind of thing again, well, make it again. And if you listen, yeah, it could be, everything could be, in the same way. It could be, like a prank thing.
Right.
But the idea behind it in 1997, talking about, well, what we call as an alien are intradimensional beings, at least it's something to take into consideration, because 20 years later, that is what we're talking about too. I mean, for me, the spiritual world, it's I don't say undeniable, but I have that experience, and I cannot deny that, for me at least, that something has happened out of the body in that kind of astral world, So, and you have this idea in so many books, so many texts, and of course,
it's everywhere. Yeah,
it's everywhere. And the elite, I believe, what they made all these ceremonies and rituals and used all these symbols and talks about demons or so-called demons. So something must be there, that is my opinion. And this is the part of the show that is just speculation, because it's not something that you can put on the table like a scientific way, presenting evidence.
No, you just have to look at the preponderance of it and how many people have reported such and make your own mind up from there.
Exactly. So I really recommend everyone that maybe doesn't hear. It's about 4 or 5 minutes. And the main thing is, this guy talks about that, being like a so what we call alien are like intradimensional being. And of course, and Bob knows about this, there is, this kind of observation in the sky that this is what they record. I don't know what it is. I don't know if there is object out of focus and nothing more or whatever. But the guy behind this Santilli telescope and this kind of observation, they say like there are some kind of energy out there floating into the sky, and who knows what it is. Of course, you're going to find a lot of video debunking.
Of course.
And then debunkers of the debunkers of the debunkers, so it's a complete mess.
Right.
It's a complete mess. But if you set up a telescope like this and you point into the sky, these things you are going to see. So, I just live there because, like I said before, it's very difficult, at least for me, give a, some kind of final opinion about what's going on in the sky, what is
It's
real.
very difficult. And in today's world, too, with how much they can fake. You sent that video the other day of the moon. What do you think of that video?
No, that video from the moon, I believe, is more some CGI than a real thing. I don't see like a real thing, and that is the problem in nowadays. I mean,
you can never anything. I mean, I could make that. You could make that.
That's exactly.
You could take a video of the moon and then add some 3D software to it and add shadows and crafts, and I guess we can look at that tomorrow on the lounge if people want to see that. I don't need to bring it up now since you're.
Yeah, but it's for me it's like Bill Cooper said. I mean, we live in the edge of deception, and if you for believing something, I really need in our days with our experience and knowing how they lie to us.
I need to see it right here.
Go, see it, go touch it, and split in half, and see that the blood is not red.
No, I do too, because I see so many videos out there, and here's these birds dying of 5G. Okay, I've seen that. Here's these locusts taking over the earth. Okay, I've seen that. That might be in a square mile. I need to see more than just video at this point. That's what that's the age we live in.
Exactly. But after all, I present this how you call in English when it's belong to the Bible, this verse, something like that.
Yep.
It's a poetic interpretation that we have to live with some kind of a spiritual thing. It's not everything materialistic, world that we live. That, at least my opinion, is what they use all these kind of ceremony, ritual, occultist lodges and institutions that trying to, in some way, because when they hypnotize you, when they make you believe false stories, all that kind of things, because it's just in your head.
Right.
It's not in reality.
That's what they're so good at, is they, have learned to control the world with ideas.
Exactly. So that is why we present this slice to say the heliocentric model is math that your brain interpreted as this kind of picture if you are a good mathematician. But in our days, they convert this into final images.
Right.
So everything is in your head. And with the NASA Bluebeam
and you'll
project,
never see it. You'll never see it. It's not like, eventually I'll get to see it. You just believe in the fairy tales that are presented as real.
Exactly. So the same thing happened with the space. With the NASA Bluebeam project. They could use the technology, yes, of course. But before using that, they make the most, biggest thing with all this show of the space, and they put you that into your head. So you have been brainwashed with the idea of aliens right now.
And nobody can say that they haven't.
Nobody.
Nobody, yeah.
Nobody. So the final thing is that supposedly this is our, pale blue dot in the sky,
very hard.
In the space. And I have the official video, and they say that in the raw images, they don't see nothing. But one girl start to contrast and brightness and contrast and she found like this tiny white point,
right?
Not even blue, and they say, okay, this must be Earth.
And then they bring in their messiah, Carl Sagan, to tell us all about it.
Yes, exactly. And we talk about the Voyager and the crop cycles and that things. But the final touch is that no dot, no line, and without line there is no beam. And I translate this literally from Spanish, because Spanish is no point and no dot, sin punto, no line. And here we call beam, we call line. So, maybe this translated is not accurate, but the thing is that if we don't have a spinning ball, we don't have any of this concept of the NASA Bluebeam project like they tell. So it must be all a deception,
No, it makes sense.
And that is the final part of the presentation.
All right. Well, hopefully people got to enjoy that. Witsit Gets It sent a super chat. He says, Eero, you're crushing, bro. So thank you, Austin.
Man. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's really up for people to make up their own minds on this one, but it is possible. Eero went through the 4 steps, and all 4 things are here, and we know that they can convince the world based on ideas. So whether or not they actually need to put objects in the sky at this point doesn't really seem to be needed. I mean, they've made people lock themselves in their houses and lose their jobs over a flu. So, they can do a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's an invisible enemy that bring the world together. All the governments, all the institutions supposedly are working behind it to solve, the problem of the virus, and they're gonna bring one world currency. They wanna bring one, after all, they're gonna bring one religion, because the first time that a Jesuit came to the church, to the Vatican, is this one. So they have everything in place. Could be super special production like Hollywood up in the sky, maybe could be, but they don't need it. They test it right now with this corona thing, and they, at least I believe they know that there is not even worth it to expend, so much effort to convince and bring the new world order, because with the virus it's more easy.
Yeah, no, if it was a test, we failed miserably. If it was just a test to see, well, how far can we take it? They've realized they can go as far as they want with this. I mean, anything said on the news, it's so funny how quickly it turned that one day in the news this week they announced that everybody should wear masks. And now if you go out in public and you don't have a mask, you're the one who gets looked at as crazy. And it happened overnight. Before that, I was looking at people like, look at these guys, they're crazy with masks. And then overnight, now they're looking at you like, how dare you? How dare you not listen to daddy government and the news media? Haven't you watched the news? Haven't you watched the liars read from the script yet? It's like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, completely agree. So, for me, everything is very, related in nowadays with all these ancient orders and the same guys behind it, and everything is in place. Of course, depend on us to change it.
Right.
I am not. I don't like to be like, how you said. I am not
advocating for
upheaval. Yeah, exactly. I am not surrender and say, okay, everything is done, so let it go. We lose. No, and absolutely. No. I am the ones who thinks that we can change things. Of course. The tools are right there for me, at least. We must be bring information, share information, trying to wake up the guy next to you. In terms of health, I really recommend, like always, the new shamanic medicine, the uses of alternative medicines, trying to grow your own food. I mean, don't wait to a messiah to came to save you. You have everything you need. You have it right there, So,
yeah, absolutely. Stop being moved by fear in the way that they want you to. It's absolutely a tool. And like I said, I'll show some videos tomorrow of even doctors saying, oh, fear is a great use at controlling people, and this is why they're racking up the numbers of the corona. And you just have to realize once they've taken it as far as they can, it's not like they can just go back to everything tomorrow. It would look like a total joke. So they have to kind of let this play out. They have to let it keep going. But yeah, stop being, stop having your rights removed. Stop having your life dictated to you, and do the important things. And like you said, share information. If you don't have a YouTube channel, make a YouTube channel. Share the information that you find and let people take it in and share it from there. And hopefully we can come out the other side better. But it's going to take everybody standing up for their rights. Number one.
Yeah, and I like to play.
I can't stand up for everybody else's rights. I can stand up for mine, and you can stand up for yours, and George can stand up for George's, and Paul. And by doing that, we'll be fine. But if everyone just sits back and lets the media dictate their lives, we're in trouble.
Yeah. And remember that this is official article. A former Google founded a church based on artificial intelligence, because I forget to show this. Yeah. But I mean, that is, the kind of things that maybe the Messiah is going to be, And if you use this analogy with all the Sophia robots that represent and supposedly is connected with the quantum computer, so how much left to present like a humanoid robot with the artificial intelligence inside, give all the answer like you ask Google. I'm going to ask you this question, and it's the same thing, but as long you ask to a phone, the humans needs a character to make compatible feelings, emotions. You need another type of human in front of you. So what they need is just change the technology from a cell phone to a humanoid robot, and it's your God.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. And I'm reading the articles right now that we weren't joking earlier when we were talking about it. It says quantum computation is nothing less than a distinctly new way of harnessing nature. It will be the first technology that allows useful tasks to be performed in collaboration between parallel universes and then sharing the results. So, I mean, this is what quantum computation will be the first technology that allows useful tasks to be performed in collaboration between parallel universes. And again, I just showed, and I showed the other day, the new video by Veritasium where, parallel worlds most likely exist. Here's why. I mean, this is what science is selling now.
Yeah, completely, man, completely. So I like to finish, play again one more time the Bill Cooper short clip. So for me, it's very storytelling, and with that, if you want to, we can close.
Okay.
So let me know if we are online. So I'm sharing the screen.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna play it.
But over the years, I've done a lot of research. What I've discovered is there's no proof existing anywhere that extraterrestrials are real, or that have ever visited this planet. Or that they exist anywhere in the universe. There is not one shred of evidence anywhere. There is lots of evidence, tons of it in fact, that there are a group of people collectively known as the Illuminati who want us to believe in some extraterrestrial threat from space so that they can cause a world government, bringing together of all the people to resist that external threat. And the first time that I saw any reference to that, I was reading some papers from the Carnegie Endowment Fund, and there was a record of a speech. It was a dinner for Viscount Ishii of the Japanese delegation, the Japanese imperial delegation, in 1917. And John Dewey was one of the speakers. And the first sentence out of his mouth as I was reading this, I almost fell out of my chair, because this was in 1917, and he said the best way to cause all the people of the world to come together in one world government and end war forever would be if we were attacked by some other species from some other planet. And boy, that just clicked with me, and I knew that that this is just another scam. This is the age of deception. There's no doubt about it. And then 8 times during Reagan's administration, he inserted almost the exact same phrase into 8 of his speeches. And it's a scam. That's what I can tell you. What they call UFOs, these craft that fly around the sky, are real. But they're not piloted by some little green guy from some other planet.
So with that, I think it's very clear. At least I share completely that opinion.
Yeah, as do I. I certainly have not seen any evidence of it myself. So, I can't say, like I said, until I see it. Show it me, as somebody would say. By the way, I know coming up, and thank you, Eero, very much. Is there any other slides you need to show, or is that it?
Well, no, because I have a lot of slides, but like I mentioned before, maybe we can do, when you are available, a special show with the new things that I research about all the Hollywood-based fakery of the moon and space. And maybe this last chapter is going to be nice if we leave here in 1 hour and a half, something like that, and don't...
I like that, and then we can do another show about all the other things. I want to see that, and I know we've done bits and pieces of it before, but it would be nice to bring it all together with some of the stuff I have as well.
And I never give the complete presentation of the electrical universe, so that maybe could be the next type of presentation that we can give.
Okay, I love it. That's great. All right, and for people looking for something else to watch, I know, well, actually I don't know if it's going to be live. I think Dave Weiss is going to be on Tinfoil Hat in about an hour, but I don't know if that's live. I think it's live for people on Patreon, but it might be a couple days till it's loaded. But anyway, keep an eye out for Tinfoil Hat. Dave Weiss will be on it. And we have the lounge tomorrow. Eero's going to be here. You said Eero, yeah? We'll get to see it?
Yeah.
Cool. So we'll talk a little bit more about the hot topic of the times, of course, and I'm sure Rodrigo will be here and many others, maybe Bob, maybe Karen, we'll see, possibly Austin. So it'd be great to have a show tomorrow where we can talk about that. So appreciate you guys tuning in for this. Thank you for the super chats. Let me make sure there wasn't any more. Oh, there was more. Thank you. Icy Tube said, "Thanks, guys. That was a great series." Exactly. They love the hero exactly. And Commercial Sound and Video says, "How is there no cure for a virus you can wash off with soap or Lysol?" Seen on an FE meme. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane what's going on around us. And the best advice I can give is just stay positive and live your life and don't let them dictate to you. That's how I'm living. So it's not weighing on me. You could totally let this destroy you if you let it. But just trying to stay positive, and I think sickness comes from fear, and sickness comes from that doubt. And you were talking about it. You were with the whole Germanic medicine, saying that the problem with the breathing and problems in your lungs comes directly from fear.
Yeah, exactly. The fear to death goes directly to your lungs. Yeah. And by the way, I'm really happy because the guy that I shared the email, remember when we talked in the last Friday lunch, talking about the therapy with the mineral solution of he's still alive and he has still the lungs are completely clear. Good. He wrote me yesterday to confirm, the treatment. So I'm very happy he is still alive, no poison.
Good. Awesome to hear. All right. Well, I think that's it. So that's part 4 of the NASA Bluebeam project. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that. Thank you, Iru, for presenting that. And hopefully everybody tunes in tomorrow for Lounge. And then we've got Glowbusters. Actually, I'm not sure we're doing Glowbusters because it's Easter. I'll have to check with Bob on that. I don't know. So thank you to all my patrons who make this all possible. Patreon.com/Jeranism. While you're there, make sure you sign up for Iru. Patreon.com/NurParaTodos. And even if you give Iru $5 goes a long way down there in Argentina.
Yes, completely. And let me just give the thanks because I have a few patrons that came from Europe, other ones came from United States. You, Bob, Rodrigo are also patron for me, so thank you so much. And of course, I have also Spanish people. But let me just say thank you so much, anyone, because yesterday, for example, when they closed my channel, a few patrons, they changed their pledge to give me a little more, and well, I recover my YouTube channel. So if they want to give back what they add to the pledge is the name.
Pledge.
Pledge. I can give it back, but I really like the just say thank
support.
For
it's great
for
support.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So,
and Iru and I are both unique in that position, and we both are able to do this because of the people that support us. So it's very important to us, and we always, when we see each other, talk about how lucky we are to get to do this, and thank everybody for helping us do that. If you want to send me something in the mail, you can do so. Jeranism, P.O. Box 3044, Merced, California, 95344. Quick, before they shut down the postal service. That could be next. I don't know. And let's see. Any final words before we go here, or is that about it?
No. Well, I'm gonna start translating for my YouTube channel. I make a series, film on video, with a guy here from Argentina. I have in my Spanish. I don't know if I'm still presenting or sharing my screen, but
sure you can.
I'm gonna be translating this type of series that I made with let me just go in here. That I made with a guy here in Argentina. It's a one-on-one flat Earth in 10 videos, but it's really well organized. Very nice introduction to the flat Earth.
Awesome.
And
that you're gonna translate to English.
Yeah, I'm gonna start translating to English because nice. I have a guy who. This is Rodrigo Ferrari Nunes. Know him? He is a sociologist, also participate in this series, and we have 10 chapters.
He looks a little like you, a little bit.
Yeah, someone said that maybe he's my brother, but not. He's not my brother.
He stole your beard. I don't know.
Yeah, we are practice eugenics, but I have a guy here in Argentina who helped me to translate videos from Spanish. For example, he translated me all these 30 minutes video that a doctor, official doctor talks with official institute and blah blah blah. So he's gonna to help me to translate that series. So I hope people like it. But when I am 100% on this now. That is my daily basis. I trying to create much content as I can, and trying to apply my profession, my motion graphics as motion graphic designer and video producer to this kind of thing. So this is my first so-called documentary or series in this kind of format. So I hope I can do much more.
All right, awesome. We really appreciate the work that you've done so far, and I love everything that you put out that's in English. I'm not a big fan of the Spanish stuff, but that's because I don't speak Spanish.
Okay.
I think your Spanish stuff sucks. No, I'm just kidding. I
know that.
Can't follow along. No, but I do love anything that you put out in English, and so I hope you keep doing great work that you've been doing in the Spanish community for sure. And I'm looking forward to doing another presentation with you with the Electrical Universe. That'll be fun. And then NASA Fakery, we'll kind of do a combined one, which should be fun as well. So people have that to look forward to.
Great. And thank you, everyone, for the support on the chat and for understand my English.
It's perfect. It's perfect English. All right, guys, it's been fun. I remind you to do your own research, because when you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Please stay sane, stay healthy, and turn off the damn news. Till next time, this has been Jeranism. Peace.
Peace.